Okay. Get the packet.
John, how are you?
Hello, everyone. Welcome. We're looking for Dave yet.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. A couple more minutes until I see. Meg, do you know if Andrew or Leslie will be joining us? She's might be
I think
away.
Leslie's going to be joining us.
Okay.
Leslie is, and Cam should be in the audience. I don't see her yet, but NCTV, Frank, if you're there, I need you to make me co-host, please. Catherine, too.
There we go.
Good afternoon.
Hey, Carl.
Hi, Carl.
Carl, how you doing?
All right, Barry. Hi, Nat.
Hi, Carl.
Chair. Hi, Megan. Hi, Catherine.
Still looking for Dave Iverson.
Mhm.
One more minute. Oh, there he is. Welcome, Dave. Great.
I apologize, guys.
You're fine. Meg, are you official co-host with the TV and ready to go?
Yep, we are good to go. Thanks, John.
Great.
Good.
Okay. Welcome to the June 13, 2022 meeting of the Nantucket Planning Board. We are conducting this meeting by a Zoom webinar and remote participation pursuant to Governor Baker's March 12, 2020 order regarding open meeting law. I would first, members, please acknowledge your attendance via roll call. Dave Iverson.
Here.
Nat Lowell.
Here.
Barry Rector.
Present.
And for alternates, Cam Sutton,
I'm here. Thank you.
Stephen Welch. Not yet. And Carl Borchert.
Here.
Okay, and for staff, we have, I'm not sure if Leslie is on yet, Meg Trudell,
Here.
Catherine Ansero,
Here.
and I guess when Leslie joins in, she can acknowledge, or Meg, you can let us know her presence, the same with Stephen Welch. I would entertain a motion to approve the agenda. And do I have a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Okay, motion's been made by Dave and seconded by Barry. Roll call, Dave,
Aye.
Barry,
Aye.
Matt,
Aye.
chair votes aye. Now, so what we'll do is, as in the past, we'll take the second dwellings, garage apartments, tertiary dwellings, and A&Rs in a group. We'll take them one by one to see if there's anybody that has an issue with any particular one or needs to recuse. So we'll start with second dwellings. Anybody have any reason to recuse? I'll label them. 1641 development, and that is Maple Lane, 10 Maple Lane. Island Living LLC, 2B Longwood Drive. ACK Living 2 LLC, 2 Hedgebury Lane, AKA 3 Wind Street. Stuart Bamisler Trust, 28 Crooked Lane. Matthew and Teresa Stone, 47 Milk Street. Derek Maxwell, 6 Dooley Court. Alan Tyler Dewing, 74 Milk Street. And that actually, I'm sorry, we're going to remove from this for a public hearing, and then we'll take it up again. So we're not including 74 Milk Street. Is there any discussion, or is there a motion?
Motion to approve all the second dwelling applications that are before us at this point.
With the exception of 74 Milk. Okay.
Correct.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made by Barry, seconded by Dave. Roll call, Barry,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. For garage apartments, we have one, ACK 71 Orange Street LLC, 71 Orange Street. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve for staff.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made by Nat and seconded by Barry. Roll call, Nat,
Aye.
Barry,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. Onto tertiary dwellings. We have 2 of those. Essex 36 ACK LLC, 36 Essex Road. HF2 ACK LLC, 68 Hooper Farm Road. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made by Barry, seconded by Nat. Roll call, Barry.
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. On to A&Rs. I see that we have a withdrawal. Diane Archer and Stephen Presser and Eric J. Smith and Edith E. Gregson, 189 and 191 Pulpus Road. I would entertain a motion for withdrawal without prejudice.
Chairman,
Yes, Barry.
Mr. Iverson has his hand raised there.
Hi, yes, Dave, please.
We can get through this, John. I just have a couple I want to pull out just for.
Sure.
explanation.
Let's just go through this particular one because it's a withdrawal without prejudice, and then we'll get on to the others, and then we can recuse or address those.
And,
Perfect.
and that's so moved, as you said, with withdraw
Right, so-
without prejudice.
Barry has a motion to withdraw without prejudice. Is there a second?
Second,
Second by Dave. Roll call. Barry,
Aye.
Dave,
aye.
Nat,
Aye.
chair votes aye. Now on to the other second dwellings. Dave, you would like to have a discussion or bring up a couple or recuse?
Yeah, I would, if we could just pull out 8 Chatham and 39 and 41 Monomoy Road, just for a more clear explanation on
Okay,
what we're doing there.
sure.
Thank
So by pulling those, I'll run through the ones unless anybody else has any other issues. And then we'll take those up for discussion. Carmen and Sheila Giordano, 7 Clifford Street. Derek Maxwell, 6 Dooley Court. 13 Old South Road Corporation, care of Michael J. Ruby and Michael J. Ruby. 1 Fairgrounds Road and 13 Old South Road. Town of Nantucket, Hollister Road. Heidi Bunting of 111 Old South Road. Brian and Linda Davis, 108 Surfside Road. Amanda B. Jacobs and Kevin J. Jacobs, 4 Rays Court. Daniel B. and Susan A. Balling, 1 Celtic Drive. Town of Nantucket, Wanacommet Water Commission, 1 Milestone Road. 5 Rosebud Lane LLC, care of Richard Holgate and Mary Jennings, 5 Rosebud Lane. Tyler and Aaron Thurston, 8 and 8A Mycomet Ave. And that's it. Is there a motion for those?
Motion to endorse, sir.
Is there a second?
Second,
Second.
Motion's been made by Barry and seconded by Dave to endorse. Roll call. Barry,
Aye.
Dave,
aye.
Nat,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. Now on to 8 Chatham Road. And would you like to, is this the same question, Dave, or would you
Yeah.
like to take them individually?
No, it's 2 different questions, and really, it's just, I got some phone calls and texts about it, so I just want to
Okay.
give staff to make it a good, clear explanation, which is probably better than they get from me.
Great. So
So-
let's start with Diane M. Ryder, trustee, 8 Chatham Road. Meg, your hand is raised.
Oh, yeah, just for the record, Stephen Welch has joined us.
Welcome,
And
Stephen. Great, thank you.
I've brought over Arthur Reed, who represents 8 Chatham, and Don Bracken, who represents 39 and 41 Monomoy, to answer any
Great.
questions.
Thank you. Dave, you have the floor if you want to speak.
Oh, thank you, John. I think the question I received is about Lot D, and if that's just part of the road sale program, paper road program, or what that was.
Yeah, Dave, if I may, through you, Mr. Chair.
Sure, go ahead.
The Lot D was taken as part of the yard sale program. When the other 2 lots were on a plan that's previously been endorsed, and when that went up to the land court required that the line of Lot D be established, and they suggested at the same time that we show it on the plan so as to facilitate, rather than having to have a new plan drawn, that the town would then be able to file for a certificate of title for Lot D without having to go through, as I say, having an additional plan prepared. So that's what we've done, and that will enable the town. That lot doesn't belong to us at this point. The concept is that it would be conveyed to the riders through the yard sale program, but this enables the first step, namely the town getting a certificate of title for parcel D to then go through the disposition process on the yard sale.
Perfect.
Does that answer your concern, Dave?
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't such as much a concern as a clear
That's
understanding.
right. Well, for the audience, it's good clarification.
Mhm.
Thank you. So let's, while we have clarification with that, let's take that up for a vote. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion's been made
Endorse,
to
rather.
endorse by Nat, seconded by Barry. Roll call. Nat,
Aye.
Barry,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. Now on to 39 Monomoy Road and.
Meg, I'm on this one too, by the way.
Okay.
Oh, perfect.
And you
Go ahead,
have
Dave.
me and Alan Grady here as well, so.
All right, welcome all. It's a party.
You don't see Alan that often.
Go ahead, Dave.
I think it was just the time lapse between the approval of the 4181L and now the lot changes. So a few people had questions about that, and I think that I got it clarified, but I just wanted to be an open meeting that it is indeed a 4181L, and now that we've included the garage, we're going to redo the lot lines.
That's right. And the point is that the two lots, the property's been sold. The two lots are now in separate entities. They're owned by separate entities at the present time. The garage has actually been removed. I think it's been removed, at least it's in the process of being removed. And the idea here is to regularize the lot lines by having the corridor that ran down to the garage be included in the parcel that contains the house. And if you'll note, there is also a little strip at the very back, which may enable the other lot, the lot up to the right of the plan, to be connected to a parcel of land down to the south of it at some time in the future in order to obtain additional ground cover. Well, that's the concept of it. The basic thing that's going on here is, as I say, to eliminate that little corridor that ran down to the garage that no longer exists. And since we complied with the 81L rules and regulations and plan was endorsed, and these are now out in separate ownership, we can do that.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Questions, concerns? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to endorse.
Second, Barry?
Second.
Okay. Motion's been made to endorse by Nat, seconded by Barry. Roll call, Matt,
Aye.
Barry,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Arthur.
Can I just ask sort of a question, sort of a point of, I don't know, information on this?
Go ahead, Nat.
Since these things come up and, Dave gets questions, we all get questions about certain things, depends on what's going on where. So Leslie, this is the LUG 1 over here, right? Over in this, I couldn't
Yes.
read that part of the plan. So these two lots that are undersized, they get 7% of that size, correct? Arthur, I see you nodding. I knew that was true, but I just want that to be understood. When this stuff happens, they're not getting more of something other than the separate ownership. They're not getting like some kind of bonus or something. They're actually getting less ground cover, but they're getting the separate ownership through the 4181L. Because that house, I remember that house. That was an old house there.
They can keep their existing ground cover, but they can't.
Right, no, I get that, but I'm
They
talking
can't
about
increase it
if they
above
tear
the
it down.
7%.
Right, okay, but if they tear it down and make it a new lot that's undersized, they get 7% of that
That's right.
square footage, correct?
That's
Okay.
right.
Just want to make that point because, whatever, same as Dave's issue, we're just trying to make sure that people understand that there's not like some sort of magic that happens. Okay,
It's tricky.
thank you.
Yep.
It is,
Thank
but
you.
it's very important. There's a lot of, Monomoy is a mini Surfside. So a lot of weird stuff there with all these I can't believe Boston Avenue is way down here. It's on the other side of town. I can't believe that. How did that happen? Okay.
All right, thank you, Nat. Moving on, previous plans, 67 Fairgrounds Road. Meg, if I understand this is there were the funds that were previously deposited for performance security to get a building permit. And because of time constraints and construction with subcontractors, et cetera, the applicant is asking for a 6-month extension to complete the work from June 30th to December 31st of 2022. Does that pretty much wrap it up?
Yep, that's correct. There was a performance surety deposit put up to reconstruct a driveway as a condition of the special permit. So that would allow them to obtain a building permit before that construction was complete. They've run into some timing delays with construction. There is progress being made, but just, like a lot of people's projects, things are a little behind. So they're requesting a 6-month extension. And staff is supportive of that request.
Thank you. Board,
Motion to grant the extension.
okay, is there a second?
Second,
Motion's been made to grant the extension from Barry, seconded by Nat. Roll call, Barry,
Aye.
Nat,
aye.
Dave,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. The next one is Kim Glowacki, 3B Miller Lane, A&R. I will, as in the past, I will have to recuse myself for this. So I will request that Dave, you pick this up and take this over. There are still 3 members sitting that can vote. Dave, is that okay with you?
Oh, it's great.
Great, thank you. I'll chime in when you finish.
Okay, thank you.
So this particular plan, it's a approval for a secondary residential lot. The board's already endorsed it. Since that time, we've lost 2 board members on the board. John's recused, so we need 3 signatures. So really, Barry, we need your yes vote on this and to sign the plan so that they can move forward.
Perfect. Thank you, Megan. Barry, do you have a question?
Yeah, just a quick question through you to staff. Is there any additional administrative fees or filing fees or anything that are associated with having to do this? No. Okay, good. Just wanted to be sure. Thank you. All right. So with that, I'll make a motion that we re-endorse the plan.
Second? Nathaniel?
Yes, I'll second it. Sorry.
All right, great. Barry made the motion, Nat second. Go to vote. Barry,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
and I'm aye as well. So that passes. Great. Gonna have John back. There he is.
There it is.
74.
Thank you all. Be patient. Okay, on to public hearings. We have a few that are going to be continued. 48, or Kathleen Dean Schulmer, trustee, 48 West My Comet Road, ACK Mid Island LLC and ACK Offices LLC, 18, 18A, 20, 22, 24, and 26 Sparks Ave, 1 Airport Road LLC, 1 Airport Road, and 7 Airport Road LLC, 7 Airport Road. These are all continued to July 7th, 2022 meeting. Entertain a motion for the continuance of those listed.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
Okay, a motion been made to continue for all those by Dave, seconded by Barry. Roll call, Dave?
Aye.
Barry?
Aye.
Oh, I'm sorry, before we finish the vote, Carl, I see your hand up. Did you have a comment before we finalize the vote on that?
I can wait till after the vote, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you, Carl. So a motion has been made to continue. We have Dave, aye, Barry, aye, Nat,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. Thank you. Carl, what would you, yes, please.
Yes, Mr. Chair, just a point of clarification. Is our next meeting July 7th or July 11th? Through you to staff or whatever?
It's Monday, July 11th.
Yes.
Okay.
So I think you might be looking at the August 7th meeting, Carl.
Okay.
Yeah, so July 11th, that motion was correct.
Thank you. Thank you.
Great. Now on to Alan Tyler Doing, 74 Milk Street. We have 4 members here, special permit. So I am going to ask Stephen, if you're around, I would like you to sit on this if you're available.
Sounds good.
Great. So Stephen, you're sitting, and I believe Linda Williams, we have as representation if she is here.
I'm
And I'll-
here.
Great. Welcome, Linda. I'll let Meg, if you'd like to fill in, or Linda get started.
I can just hand it straight to Linda if that's okay.
Great. Linda, take it away.
I think Megan's staff approval pretty much says it all. We have a house with an addition, and we have a barn, an existing barn. It was a workshop from a long-standing workshop, and this young family bought it, and they want to convert it into a secondary dwelling. They're very far apart. It's a fairly sizable lot, and we had originally gotten approval to tear the barn down and rebuild it exactly as it is, obviously with a few windows and door changes. But they've decided to go ahead and lift it, put a new foundation underneath it, stabilize it, and put it back down and convert it in place. So it certainly meets the 10-foot scalar separation, but it doesn't meet the 20%. But as you can tell, they're pretty far apart for a primary and a secondary. And Nat might remember this house. It's that little one-story ranch that is up on the street that's getting an addition down in the back.
Want the big rock, right?
I don't know if it's got a big rock. I know it's got something up there. So that's pretty much it. It's next to the garden from Tom McCann's. It's that lot that's one up from McCann's, in between Vesper and Milk Street. There's a lot behind it, actually, between it and Vesper, unlike Tom's next door, which goes all the way through. So it's pretty simple. And then the second part of it was a secondary dwelling, which you held earlier, which is a separate application.
Board members, questions? Cam, please.
I'm trying to run a double screen. That's new for me. On my tiny little machine here, while I'm trying to look at the plan. So I just wanted to clarify through you the non-compliance due to ground cover, or not non-compliance, but overage that's based on the addition, right? Otherwise it would be fine, or does it have an existing ground cover issue?
It doesn't have a ground cover issue.
It's
Okay,
a percentage. So
There's 20% difference, and
right.
the house is a very small 2-bedroom ranch, and they've
Right,
had
I
an
have
addition
the
approved for can I finish, please? They've had an addition approved for some time on that, but we waited because we weren't sure what we were doing with the barn. And so with the addition that's already been approved and underway for the engineering on the main house, I'm not sure they'd meet the 20% even without that addition because of the size of the barn.
Okay, that was really my clarification, was on the percentage, and the increase by, I think it's 5.4% or something, is due to the addition. Right? Yes, I believe that's what you were just saying.
I suppose so.
Okay, and then my only other comment is I noticed that the in-ground pool is right up against the setback line. And so I was sort of wondering where the pool equipment would be placed.
Mr. Chairman, I don't believe I should be discussing the pool. It's not before you. It's already been approved by the HDC. The pool equipment's going in the basement of the barn, as far as I know.
Okay, great.
I
That was,
you just discussed it, Linda. So
yeah, and it's,
so I guess we're okay. All right.
It's just out of curiosity. So
Yeah.
thank you, Linda. I appreciate your answer.
So for the general layman's terms for the rest of the viewing audience, I think what we're looking at here is we already have a pre-existing building. The ground cover is not an issue. They're in compliance with the ground cover, but the percentage is in question because the barn has already been constructed. It's been existing there for a long time. It met all the requirements. They're looking to convert the barn into a a second dwelling that would be habitated. So then, because of the proportion of 100% for the main dwelling and 80% for the size of the second dwelling, there's a little bit of a difference. Is that pretty much the general idea
Pretty
there?
much it.
So I know to look out for it.
Okay. Oh, somebody's,
Pretty much it.
you're on. Okay. So being that, hopefully that clarification is acceptable to everyone. And if so, I would either keep it open for discussion or entertain a motion.
Yeah, motion
Barry?
to approve.
Oh,
Yeah,
well, before, I'm sorry, we have to
Yeah.
open it up to the,
Oh,
for
okay.
the hearing.
Public hearing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
excuse me, I got ahead of myself. So open it up to the public, Meg. And if there's anybody with a question or would like to sign in, please let me know.
I'm not seeing anyone with their hand raised. I do see quite a few people in the audience, perhaps for this application, perhaps for others, but if you are wishing to speak on this or any others, just use the raise hand function at the bottom of your screen. That will alert me to allow you to speak.
I believe that's
In this
theirs.
case, I'm not seeing anyone.
Okay, for this
So-
particular application, I would entertain a motion to
Motion.
close the public hearing.
So made, sir.
Thank you, Barry. Is there a second?
Second,
Second.
Okay, motion made to close by Barry, seconded by Dave. Roll call, Barry.
Aye.
Dave,
aye.
Nat,
Aye.
and the chair votes. Oh, I'm sorry,
Yeah.
Stephen.
Aye.
All right, sorry, I didn't want to leave
Aye,
you out,
Stephen.
Stephen, and the chair votes aye. Now on to the merits. I would entertain a motion.
Can I
make
just
a
get a
motion.
clarification?
Certainly, Stephen, go ahead.
So basically, there's essentially, this is a change of use that requires a waiver because the existing square footages exist and they don't match exactly the 20%. So with that clear understanding, I will make a motion to approve as submitted, subject to staff recommendations.
Thank you, Stephen.
Second.
Motion's been made by Stephen, seconded by Barry. Roll call, Stephen,
Aye.
Barry,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. Don't go anywhere. We are now going to vote on the actual second dwelling.
Just
That
the
we-
four members for this one.
Okay,
Not Stephen.
all right. Thank you very much for the previous, Stephen, and we'll just be looking at the four members. Barry, your hand's up.
Yes, I'll make a motion to approve the secondary dwelling.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made by Barry, seconded by Nat for approval of the second dwelling. Roll call, Barry,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. Thank you very much, and
Thank you very
Stephen.
much, guys. We'll move on with this project.
Thank you, Linda. All right, now on to the next one. William A. Turnavish Jr. and Deborah A. Turnavish, trustee, 21 Allens. And for this, I'd like to, this is special permit, excuse me, no.
Nope, AR subdivision, so just the four.
Okay, thank you for the help there, Meg. So we are just voting on the four board members. And I think Paul Santos is representing. Is Paul present?
Yes, just give me a moment. I will bring him over as a panelist.
Thank you, Megan.
Hi, Paul, welcome. Please, you have the floor when you're ready.
Okay, I believe Megan, Bill and Deb Janovish and maybe Rhoda, maybe out there also. I know at least Bill and Deb will be, I'm sure, speaking during the application. So thank you. On behalf of the property owner, Paul Santos from Nantucket Surveyors, this is an AR subdivision application for a property located at 21 Allen's Lane. By way of location, Allen's Lane is essentially a dirt road parallel to Hooper Farm Road, adjacent in the vicinity of First Way. Property to the west is land bank property. And then you have further to the west, the Nantucket Ice Rink. So this is a residentially developed area. Lot is zoned R10, and it is located within the public wellhead recharge. The lot has been held for some time by the Tanavish family, specifically Bill Jr. And Deb. And the lot currently contains an existing single-family dwelling and a permitted second dwelling on a piece of land that has in excess of the required lot area to subdivide for lots within the R10 zone. It, however, does lack frontage, which brings us before you today with this AR submittal. So the intent of this AR submittal is to subdivide the current property into two lots, two buildable lots, one for the primary and one for the secondary dwelling, and thereby creating frontage for a standalone lot in the back, that being the secondary dwelling, by creating a 20-foot wide right-of-way, if you will. The standard amount of waivers for this type of application has been submitted. Again, it's an AR subdivision with a 20-foot wide right-of-way with the appropriate waivers that go with the fact that you're not constructing a 40-foot wide right-of-way, standard length, and infrastructure. Now, on the plan itself, I will mention that this is a means to an end. The AR process is being utilized to create frontage, create two lots, and then ultimately the intent here is to create a secondary residential lot on the newly created rear lot, if you will, in this scenario, with the intention of providing additional housing for one of Bill and Deb's daughters. Right now, one of their daughters occupies the second dwelling. Bill and Deb occupy the home on Allen's Lane. And what they are trying to do here is utilize this property to provide housing for both themselves, their two daughters, and spouses. I have shown a line on the plan. There is a dashed line on the rear portion of the lot. And this would be coming before you at a future date to create a secondary residential lot under the qualified family member provisions of that regulation. Again, that's not before you now, but I say that with the intent of explaining to the board what we're trying to do here. Ultimately, we're looking to get a standalone lot on Allen's Lane, and then the two rear lots would be for the Tanavish girls, one being the market rate, and then the other would be a secondary residential lot under the that provision of the bylaw. The site itself, as you see it, is essentially currently fully developed with regard to there's two driveway accesses that come in off of Allen's Lane. One services the secondary dwelling, one services the main dwelling. The site itself is serviced by public sewer and public water. The property to the west, as I had indicated, is owned by the land bank. There is a wetland on that particular property. And while the subdivision application before you tonight does not require any permits from the Conservation Commission, any future construction on the property to create another dwelling would require a permit from the Conservation Commission, as it would be within their 100-foot jurisdictional area. The application itself sets forth the specific request. I won't go into every one of the waivers, but it's our standard, essentially, waiver application for this type of subdivision, which goes into, bounds, landscaping, curbs, gutters, roadway cross sections, storm drainage, profiles, erosion control, things along that nature. Whereas the smaller subdivisions sidewalks, bicycle paths, streetlights, curbing, berms, driveway aprons. Those standard things are the waivers that we are seeking. So again, what's before you is an AR subdivision for 2 lots, for 3 lots, essentially, 2 buildable and 1 roadway lot. And I'm happy to answer any questions that the board may have. Bill and Deb are on the line, and I think Rhoda may be here too.
Thank you, Paul. I'll open it up to the board. Any questions or comments before we open up to the general public? No, seeing none, I'll entertain any kind of questions from the general public. Meg, please inform us if there's any hand raised.
I'm not seeing anyone.
Okay, with that, I'll entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved, sir.
Motion's been made by Barry, seconded by Dave. Roll call, Barry,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. Now on to the merits. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve at this point with according to staff recommendations.
And also the findings, Barry.
That's correct, sir. Thank you.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Motion's been made by Barry, seconded by Dave. Roll call, Barry,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. Thank you. Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Bill and Deb. Now on to the next, C Noble LLC, DBA Charlie Noble, 15 Water Street. And I believe this is a special permit. So I'm going to ask Cam if you're available to sit in.
Sure, I'm right here. Let
Okay,
me just
Cam.
try and pull that up.
Great. And I believe Rick Bodette and Brian Swain are here to represent if they're available. Meg?
Yep, so I just brought Rick over as well as Denise. Is there anyone else that I should be bringing over?
Welcome, Rick, when you're,
Thank you, Mr.
oh, I think you hit the mute by accident, Rick. Are you still there? Little sound issue. You can only read a couple of words by lips. No.
Doesn't show mute, but it's muted.
Yeah.
If Rick is having some sound issues, I can possibly answer some questions as well.
Okay.
Yeah, just Rick, check your microphone settings as well too. You might have turned it down by accident.
Well, Meg, a quick presentation.
Not hearing anything. What I can tell you is that they are before you today for an MCD. This particular MCD, in staff's opinion, is not very involved. What triggers the request for an MCD is the fact they're asking for over 100 seats. So that automatically requires them to come before the planning board for a special permit. They've always had the area in this particular facility to have this capacity, but were constrained by building code issues. They've since increased their sprinkler system, which allows for the increased seating capacity. So now they're before the planning board for a special permit to allow for up to 140 seats.
Presently, Meg, what is their seating capacity?
99.
Okay.
And this too allows for flexibility to utilize that large patio area in the back without really altering what's going on in the inside. So it's not as though they're having to give up inside seating capacity to utilize what's already there outside.
Yeah, currently what we do is we'll seat inside when there's inclement weather or in the winter. And then with the patio that we have, gone through the licensing board to get, we'll remove the seating from the inside back area and use the seating outside to stay under that 99 capacity. And then, they got a sprinkler system this year. So it's a very nice, beautiful, large sprinkler system. So it just brings us up to, code.
So Denise, if I may, you just mentioned you would move the interior to the exterior side, but you wouldn't increase the capacity of 99. Is that correct?
Correct. We stay under the 99 by just, not seating the inside and seating the outside. So that way we could always kind of play with if it's raining, then we could seat inside. And if it was a sunny day, then we would sit outside, but we would always have to leave parts of the restaurant empty to stay under that 99 people.
So Meg, maybe I'm missing something, but it shows that it's an increase from 99 to 140. Where's the 140 coming from?
It is. So if you utilize the 99 that are inside, and then you can add 41 seats outside, let them be used at the same time. In order to do that, you need an MCD from the planning board. So it's not, in theory, increasing anything in terms of the structure or the space. It's just giving them the flexibility to utilize the space that they do have.
Is this similar to what we had approved for Kitty's, I believe it was last meeting, where they were substituting interior for exterior, so there would never be more than the allowable? Is there something different?
No, this is different than Kitty's. This is a brand new MCD, and what triggers the MCD is the fact that it's
Over 100.
Any restaurant with 100 seats or more requires that the planning board grant an MCD.
Okay, I see a couple of hands raised. First, I'd like to acknowledge Rick. If your volume is there, give you a chance. Rick Bodette.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, welcome. All
Well,
right.
you're on my phone,
Mobile.
guys. Sorry
All
about
right.
that.
Go ahead, Rick.
Well, so I heard everything that was said. I think you guys did a pretty good job presenting for me. But just to answer the question about the increased seating, and we're here for an MCD, obviously, because only because once you go over occupancy under the bylaw, you need an MCD. Everything else is really pre-existing non-conforming here. It's been like this for a long time. That's the reason for all the requested waivers that we've asked for, for obviously traffic study, the engineering escrow, et cetera. Nothing is really changing here, other than the fact that it's now been sprinkled and they're allowed to go over occupancy. So to avoid the sort of the conundrum that this applicant and owner are in, having to move seats around when they use their outdoor seating, we've asked for an increase in occupancy and seating. So that's essentially the gist of it. And I can answer any other questions you guys have.
Okay, Dave, I see your hand raised.
Yeah, I'm just curious. So with that raised, how many, and I guess through you, Mr. Chair, will that 100, can you seat that many inside of that building?
Not currently, no. I think that at the moment, it just allows us to have an occupancy of 140. I did talk to the owner of the restaurant today, and Denise did say that eventually they may want to reconfigure the interior at some point. I don't know that they'll hit 140 inside ever, but they could certainly reconfigure it to get a little more seating and make a little more sense for them in the future. But at the moment, no, nothing's proposed to be changed, and I don't know that they could pack 140 seats.
Yeah, no. So this is just to accommodate them being able to be full inside and out without giving up seats. Perfect. Thank you.
So Meg, if I may, if we approve this, is there a way we can put a condition as of right now, the interior still remains at 99 max? And then if they needed to, or one day come back for the 140 or a change on the interior, they would have to come back to us for a special permit. Because I get the whole, the idea about this. They want to maximize the exterior seating and the interior to be 140 and utilize that space. But once we grant this, that will, in essence, increase 41 seats on the interior as well, unless we put a condition that the interior can only come back to us later on. Leslie, would you care to comment on that?
I mean, you could certainly, now I'm frozen. You could certainly place that condition on the permit, but I would have to question why. I mean, they're here to ask for 140 seats. We're losing restaurants. I mean, it seems like, you'd want to encourage them to have the maximum amount and be able to distribute them however they choose. There's not a parking issue here, as there's no parking requirement in the downtown.
Yeah, I think my only question would be for when we look around the rest of the island, every restaurant's going to, that's a considerable amount of increase from 99 to 141 or 140. And then every restaurant's going to look for that increase in capacity on the interior. And I'm guessing that all fire codes and things like that, I know they updated their systems, but the seating capacity would be allowable under 140 in that on the inside.
If I may, Chairman, sure. I mean, I think the point of sprinkling it is to get the capacity inside. Obviously, they don't have to provide sprinklers outside. I don't know if it fits today, but certainly if they take out certain seats, they could certainly have an event and have legal occupancy, right? Occupancy of 140 inside because it's sprinkled and it's safe and it meets code. So I don't know. I think that anyone who wants to increase occupancy, if they're required to have a special permit, they should come to you. I don't think that's a problem. And if they're sprinkled, they, all things considered, should be considered for that special permit. So, I think everything you guys do is on a case-by-case basis every time anyway. I will tell you also that I'm pretty familiar with the history of this property, having represented NED for 15 years now and NIR. And back in 2012, I can tell you that this property had an occupancy of 135. I don't even know if the owner knows that. The owner of this restaurant knows that. It was when Sea Dog came into the property and they did a I think a slight increase, and they made an application to change the configuration with the building department. The building department allowed them to do that. They were asking, I think, for the 99 seat restaurant. Okay. And at that time, the occupancy of the building was 135 on their certificate of inspection. What happened is when they applied for the 99 seats, I think Steve Butler took that COI, crossed the 135 out with his hand, wrote in 99 or whatever it was at the time. And then henceforth, ever since then going forward, it's been 99. It's not something that I think we ever caught at the time. I looked at it back in 2017 and realized that, and we were pretty shocked by it. But again, it's always been the same thing. It's just kind of changed over time, and Steve Butler kind of unilaterally struck it down to 99 back then. So again, it's nothing's changing here, I think, other than the fact that they've made it a safer place by sprinkling it. So
thank you. Denise, your hand's up.
Yeah, I'm sure you guys have the paperwork, but the number 140 came from the engineers with the amount of plumbing and egresses and accessibility. So that number came from the amount of sewage and sinks and all the things that the building can sustain. So that number is a sustainable number for that amount of people because of the information that the engineers came up with.
Thank you, Denise. Barry, your hand's up.
Thanks. You can go to Cam. Actually, she had her hand up first, and then I'll chime in, please.
Okay, Cam.
Hi. So, Mr. Chair, I sort of liked your idea there, though I understand the points being made against it, but because it sort of seems the way it's presented that it is about having indoor and outdoor seating without moving the outdoor indoor. If you see what I mean on that plan, it looks like it would get very crowded. But anyway, that's beside the point. So I had a few questions. One, depicted on the outdoor seating, they're all 4 tops. Is that the reality, or is that just the drag and drop option that the plan has? Because I believe it's 52 seats on the outside as all being 4 tops.
Mhm.
So I was wondering about that. The other question I had, I just wanted to, I believe it said so in the staff write-up, but that the outdoor lighting would be night sky compliant, especially after closing. And I know they said no landscape plan, and I suppose I support that, but something really should be done to dress that area up. And I guess I'm finding some of the trees and planters aren't quite as successful as people had hoped. They dry out rather quickly and need a lot of water. So I'm just sort of wondering what kind of a plan they do have verbally, if not on a landscape plan. And I think everybody else answered my questions. So thank you.
Thank you, Cam. Rick or Denise, any comments on the, I'm guessing all of them are depicted in the 4 tops. Is that correct? And also any comments on the landscaping?
Well, they're certainly depicted. I'll let Denise handle the landscaping, but obviously and she can chime in as well, obviously, but they're depicted as 4 tops, but obviously any restaurant needs flexibility. I mean, that's the, sort of the general area where tables will be is what you see there, but obviously flexibility to go 2, 6, 8.
2, right.
Okay, great. That's just what I was wondering. Thank you.
And Denise?
Yeah, we do have, you can kind of see in there the rectangles along the edges and the front. Those are planter boxes, and we do have a landscaper that comes and attends to those on a regular basis. Yeah, so on the outside, you see those orange rectangles. Those are all planter boxes, and we do have someone who maintains them consistently, just like our outside flower boxes in the front, so that they are, constantly being, pretty. And we think adding a nice little view to it, and we try to keep the front open so that people can enjoy that beautiful waterfront view, which is what they're mostly coming to look at anyways, is the beautiful waterfront, which that park across the street obviously has such great landscaping that it's drawing a lot of attention. So we try to at least keep up with that. And as far as the lighting, it gets kind of windy back there. We don't serve out there very late. I would say that our last tables pretty much wrap up right around 8:30 or 9, and we're not out there pretty much after dark. Once it gets dark back there, people kind of tend to move inside towards the bar. We're not a very late night outdoor place.
Thank you,
Great.
Denise.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So have we opened this up to the general public? I know we have, we've been talking about that between the applicant and the board. So I'd like to hear from anybody that is out there.
John.
We have?
Barry has his hand up.
Barry.
Oh,
I just want to say one thing real quickly, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. The idea of what you were trying to do between splitting things to the inside outside is not lost to me. I understand, because you really do want to be prudent about certain things. But on the flip side of that, I think that the physical space of what they're working with right now is going to kind of limit the number of people, additional people outside of that 99 who can actually get in there and be comfortable about it. But you do want that flexibility as well, too, because all of a sudden, if you get a rainstorm like we had this morning, you're going to get some people wanting to move inside, and you don't want to trip that 99 coming in and all of a sudden have like the building inspector come in and say, wait a minute, you're over capacity here. So it gives them that flexibility to be able to exceed the 99 in certain circumstances where they probably really do have to, without running afoul of things. And I think if, as a board, if you were trying to pin a number to it, that becomes a little bit difficult. So just in summary, I'd say the space itself is going to dictate as well how far over that 99 they can probably go. And 140 would be tight unless it was a special function. So thanks for listening. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Meg, I'd like to open it up to the general public if you see any hands raised. We've been speaking about it for a little while.
I'm not seeing anyone.
Okay, Barry?
Yeah, so let me make a motion then to close the public hearing.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, motion is made to close by Barry, seconded by Nat. Roll call, Barry.
Aye.
Nat.
Aye.
Dave.
Aye.
Cam.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Now, on to the merits or future discussion.
Yeah. Just a couple more points. I want to roll back the clock a little bit on this. At the same time, bring up something that Rick mentioned. The timing of a few years back, the sprinklering, and there was quite a bit of discussion about capacities in these restaurants that didn't have sprinklers and the egress and how many bathrooms and all that kind of conversation. We sort of skipped over the sprinkler that they just put in. That is not cheap. That's a lot of money and a lot of effort to do that. And I think we need to not lose sight of that investment, because that was a hot topic not too many years ago. The other thing is, you know, there's a lot of space behind this building that's never been used for anything to do with the restaurant except deliveries and sort of storage and that. And I've always wondered, wow, there's no awning back there. There's no, you know, because most of the restaurants have slowly been adding over the last, let's just say 20 years. And Barry remembers that when that started, you know, Dune and was Chipino's then, you know, but they all have done it. And then we have COVID, and now we have this sort of outdoor desirability by people. They want to eat outside. And it's sort of like, if you don't have the space to do it, and we just watched the select board have these conversations with Amy Baxter, depending upon what place can do it, what can't. This place has had space. They just never did it. So I sort of see this as a unique sort of mix, in and out, seasonal. They have the space. It will get dressed up better than it is. It's really kind of ugly back there for years, and now it's going to get better looking. So I think this is just a sign of the times that we're in, and I think that they have the space, and I think this is a pretty good plan. Milty and Zelda would be happy about it, if anybody remembers them. So, thank you.
Thank you, Nat. So, board, any further discussion, or is there a motion?
I'll make a motion at this point to approve the application with the findings and conditions that's set forward by staff.
Thank you, Barry. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made by Barry, seconded by Dave. I'll take roll call. Barry.
Aye.
Dave.
Aye.
Nat.
Aye.
Cam.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Thank you very much, all.
Thanks very much, everyone. Thanks for being patient with my technical. Thanks a bunch.
Thank you, Rick. Okay, moving on.
Thank you.
27 Fair Street, 27 and 9 and 29 Fair Street. So we had at last myself, Dave Iverson, Nat Lowell, and Barry Rector sitting on this. There's been a couple of changes in the board. Meg, do I need to assign an alternate for this? Or is
Yes.
this- Okay.
And Carl did submit his Mullen paperwork that was filed with the town clerk today, so
Okay.
he would be okay to activate on this one.
Okay, and I see, Stephen was present, but I believe he had sent an earlier message. I'm not sure if he's here now or he just exited. Do you see?
He did say that he would be dropping off at some point. He had another
Yeah.
commitment, so I don't expect him back.
So Carl, with that, if you're available, I appreciate you mulling in. Yeah, thank you. And I'd love for you to sit on this. Thank you, Carl.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I will sit on this. Thank you.
Great. Okay. For the applicant, I believe Sarah Alger is representing. And Sarah,
Yes,
if you're here.
I am. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could you just so I'm clear, can you run through again who my board is? I just want to be sure I understand.
You have Dave Iverson.
Yep.
Matt Lowell, Barry Rector. Now you have Carl Borchert and
Okay.
myself.
All right, great. Thank you very much.
Sure.
So as I think you know, this is the second public hearing on this application, even though it's been pending for quite a long time. I know that Mr. Reed is here representing a number of people. I just wanted to mention, I'm sort of troubled by the letter submitted in that he purports to represent about 70 residents. And I think it's unfair not to have the names of those residents before the board. And I'm hoping that you won't take notice of that unless a full list of people. I think people should have to come forward and have their names in the public record and make a statement if they're going to oppose an application. I think you would take exception if I said, oh, well, I have, 80 people who are in support, but I'm not going to tell you who they are. That's a minor point. It has been disturbing to see so much misinformation about this application, both in print and social media and online. So I'm hoping we can try to clear some of that up. I think that this is, despite all the kind of hoopla, it's a pretty modest application. I think, as you know, there are two properties at issue here. There's 29 Fair Street and 27 Fair Street. 29 Fair Street is the property that has been historically known as the Wood Box. I think in our initial application, I referred to it as a guest house and restaurant because I think that's kind of how people think of it. I think Mr. Reed has corrected me, though, that the proper terminology under our bylaw for 29 Fair Street is probably a hotel because we have both guest rooms and a commercial kitchen. So I'll be referring now to 29 Fair Street as a hotel. That's not intended to change the character or nature of the way that that property has been operated because that's not our intent. So don't find the name hotel scary. It's really just the fact that there's a commercial kitchen that brings the hotel name into this. And the commercial kitchen, apart from the Woodbox restaurant piece, is significant only because with a guest house or hotel, without a commercial kitchen, you can't cut a piece of fruit or hard boil an egg. So it's part of our plan to keep that commercial kitchen so that we can do a little bit more for the guests than just fruit in the skin and prepackaged baked goods. So 29 Fair Street, the hotel, and I'm going to at some point turn this over to one of my clients, Brad Guidi, who wants to go through the historic use of the property, the number of rooms, where they are, how it has been used and how it's going to be used in terms of numbers of rooms. 27 Fair Street, two structures. One has been historically used as a guest house. There are special permits on file, both for 29 and 27, that talk about the pre-existing non-conforming uses at those properties. I think Mr. Reed may have even been involved in some of that prior permitting, ironically. The front building at 27 Fair is a guest house, and that's how it's always been used. The back building was originally permitted as a single-family dwelling. Somehow over the years, it started to be used as part of the guest house. We're not claiming that that's a pre-existing non-conforming use, but we would like to continue that use, and we're seeking the special permit to do that. And I guess there are a couple of special permits that we're asking for. On 29 Fair Street, it would be a special permit to alter and extend the pre-existing non-conforming use. At 27 Fair Street, that would be the same, but could also be the special permit under the definition of guest house in 139.2 that allows guest houses by special permit within a quarter mile of the CBT, which is where this property is located. It's in the ROH, but it's within a quarter mile. We're also, of course, needing parking relief. No parking has ever historically been provided at 29 Fair Street. At 27 Fair Street, 4 spaces were required, and we're proposing to continue those. Interestingly, there's no parking requirement for restaurants in the ROH. There is a requirement for parking for guest houses and hotels. We don't feel that our users are going to create any parking issues. First of all, parking in this area is by medallion only. You have to get a sticker from the town. We're willing to forego our ability to do that for I think two cars. Our experience with guest houses and hotels is that the guests really don't bring their cars. We will be providing NRTA passes to the extent that you require us to do that. But for the most part, people arrive, particularly when they're staying in town. The beauty of staying in town is to be able to walk everywhere. You don't need a car. You can use the NERDA to get anywhere you need to get outside of town. But when you're in town, you're kind of out and walking around. And our experience really has been that people do not bring their cars, and we discourage them very much from doing so, and provide absolutely no parking, and other than the 4 spaces that we're required to provide. And there's no ability to park there without a permit. So that's the situation with parking. We're not proposing any outdoor dining. We had shown one table outside. That's off the table. Everything will be inside. We're going to, unfortunately, I think this is too bad, but this is in response to concerns that were raised by the neighborhood. We're going to limit the use of the Woodbox restaurant to guests only, so it will no longer be open to the public. It has, in any case, a limitation of 45 restaurant seats. We're not proposing any addition to that number. We just have the existing 45 seats. But by limiting it just to use by the guest house and hotel guests, we're significantly decreasing the number of employees that we would need to have, the deliveries, it's a significant decrease from how the property has historically been used, because when it was used as a 45-seat restaurant, obviously they had all the employees and deliveries and other things associated with a 45-seat restaurant. Limiting it just to the guests of the hotel and inn will be a significant reduction. We're not proposing any room service at either property, so there won't be, I think there had been some mention of trolley carts going back and forth across the public street. That won't be happening. We've taken the room count, and I'm going to let Brad go through that, I think, for you. But I think given the way that the property was previously used, given how we're proposing to use it, not only is this not an intensification, it's actually a de-intensification of the use, and I hope one that can be embraced by the neighborhood. And with that, I think I'd just like Brad to go through the numbers on the room counts.
Okay, Brad, please.
Hi, this is Brad Whitty with Flag Partners. Can you all hear me? Hear me okay?
Yes, welcome.
And Terry Sanford in the background.
Hi, Terry, welcome.
All right.
I would love to be able to share my screen. Megan, is that possible?
Yes. Let's see.
I think.
You should have permissions.
Can you all see that?
Yes.
So I just wanted to start with this slide because, you know, this process for both Terry and I has been really, really disheartening. We've met with these neighbors that for nine months since November, and really have tried to be responsive to all the concerns. And we've conceded, I think, to everything they've requested. And then this past week, we received a letter that was submitted to the planning board, essentially asking that this entire project go residential. And it's just a little sad. This is part of Nantucket history. I mean, it's not only part of Nantucket's history, it's the oldest inn in Nantucket. And, you know, we've proposed to do a historic preservation of this building, both exterior, interior. We brought in a historic architect. We've told as much to the neighbors. And instead of responding to that, they basically are asking us to shut it all down. So, you know, I think that oftentimes we're labeled as the agents of change here. And it's really not the case. And it's been a disheartening process. So in response to that letter, I did want to go through kind of what the room counts have been. And if you actually Google 27 Fair Street and 29 Fair Street, it just so happens that the summer house still has live, and I know because we still get bookings and people show up at the hotel, all the rooms, which is quite helpful for this conversation. So I went through kind of the plans here and identified exactly each room. Also in the room descriptions, it tells how many beds, if there was a sofa bed, how many people it's meant for. So just, you know, again, in response to the letter, it's a little tedious, but just going building by building. In the 27 Fair front building, we have 4 guest rooms. On the second floor, there was another 4 guest rooms. And then on the third floor, we actually removed this from our count, but when we took over this property, there was a bed, a bed up there, and they were using that for employee housing, but it's really just unfit for habitable use. So we're just removing that from the count. The ceiling is too low and it's just not appropriate. So based on that, under the previous management, there was a total of 16 occupants permitted in this building, not counting the employee housing. Going into 27 Fair rear building, and again, we do understand that this was was zoned residential, but this was being used by the summer house, being permitted by the town as guest use. There was plaques on all the doors with these room names. It's being marketed publicly. So there was essentially this building is a little confusing because this one Magnolia suite here is several bedrooms. So we're proposing to make it just make more sense. And I think one thing, I don't know if Sarah mentioned, but in our previous application, we actually were requesting to demolish this building, rebuild new structures, as well as add an addition to the front building. In what we are requesting today, all we want to do is just go in and update the interiors of these buildings and do a historic preservation of 29 Fair, as well as the rear building. But 27 Fair and rear, it would just be interior renovations, mostly cosmetic. So you have 3 guest rooms here on the first floor. On the second floor, there was another 2 guest rooms, but again, you'll notice there's 3 bedrooms up there. So that, again, just going right off what the website had and how many beds are in each unit. There was 7 beds. There was actually 4 sofa beds. And I do a summary chart at the end. So if it's helpful, you don't have to write all this down. If you count 2 people per bed and say 1 person on a sofa bed, the total max occupancy was 18 people in these buildings. Actually, in one of the buildings, it actually says an ideal room for a 3rd person. If you, again, go online, and this is all public. Going to the 29 Fair front building, this is the one we are proposing to do a historic renovation on. This would be the wood box. Again, we've worked with a historic preservation architect, and we would, we are getting the plans reviewed, but we would be keeping the chimneys, we would be keeping all the original millwork. Unfortunately, in this scenario, based on Arthur and his neighbors, it would not be open to the public, but it would be preserved for guests. Again, it's quite sad in our opinion, but it's you know, what we're willing to do. So there was 1 unit on the or 1 key, I should say, on the first floor. 2 additional keys on the second floor. If you notice, the wisteria has 2 bedrooms on the left-hand side. There's also an employee housing unit, which we won't count here. And on the 3rd floor, there was actually beds up there when we took over, but we will not count them because they are not appropriate. So again, there was 4 beds, 2 sofa beds, total of 10 people. And then finally, the 29 Fair rear building, it's essentially 2 floors, 2 units, with a bed and a sofa bed totaling 6 people. So just to kind of make things easier here, because I know that in the letter that was submitted to the planning board, they took kind of objection to sofa beds. So we've removed the sofa beds from the equation here, and we are simply counting bed counts as marketed on the Summer House website. And if you do that and remove sofa beds on our side, as well as employee housing, essentially it's this 42 people would be the occupancy. If we were to add back in the employee housing as well as the use of beds, the old occupancy was actually 53. So it'd be 53 versus 46 or 42 versus 42. In either case, I think it's clear that we are not attempting to increase the density here. Instead, we are trying to do, you know, what is right for this building, which some claim is one of the oldest buildings in Nantucket, and do actual real historic preservation to it. The Wood Box Restaurant is now a lounge for guests only, so there's no noise. That's in response to the neighbors. No density increase. The historical preservation, which we spoke about. One of the comments from the neighbors in our November or December, I can't remember, fall meeting was they want to drop off on Hiller's Lane. So we oriented everything around that, as well as the reception at 27 Fair Street. So we designed around that. There would be no outdoor seating. We professionally run historic inn, so we wouldn't have any, you know, of the nonsense that went on in the past. The buildings and landscaping would obviously be improved. And of course, like I talked about, there'd be no new construction on 27 Fair Street. So there'd be no add to impervious surface, which I do recall was a concern in the previous meeting.
No, that was a nice presentation. I think I'll just weigh in real quickly on the heels of what Brad said. From my perspective, having grown up in Nantucket and in some case around the corner from the Woodbox, I look at these commercial uses in our residential neighborhoods as one of the things that actually makes Nantucket so interesting and unique. And it's tough because under the current zoning, none of these things are permissible. In some cases, we can do special permits, but the Woodblock restaurant in particular, it couldn't exist in today's Nantucket. So, when we bought this property, it had been for sale for a stretch, and nobody really was paying much attention to it. None of the historic groups, none of the neighbors. And we saw that it was likely to be converted into residential, which is the way a lot of these properties have gone in all the neighborhoods. So we saw an opportunity to get involved and try and protect this thing, maintain this sort of quirky, unique commercial use in a place that it would never exist, and saw that as a real benefit to the island, to the culture, to sort of old Nantucket. And that has to be balanced with, investing millions of dollars into one of these properties has to be balanced with a plan that can carry itself, lest it fall into disrepair, much like it has in its current condition. It had a failing business plan that resulted in the almost destruction of the building. So, again, Brad touched on this, but our goal at this point is to find a path forward to maintain this thing. And that's got to be balanced in practical sense of business and investing real money into these buildings and to these businesses. And we really like to do that in harmony with the neighbors. We pulled this back as much as is really practical, probably further than is actually practical, but again, we're doing our best to find a balance. And I hope the planning board will see it that way. Frankly, I hope the neighbors will see it that way. For us, no matter what we do here, if we end up in a situation where, the neighbors are frustrated and upset about the continued operation, it's going to be a tough position. So we really hope to come out of this with a positive response sort of across the board. And something that feels balanced where, nobody got exactly what they wanted, but everybody got something. And the thing that remains will remain for a long time. That's all I got.
Thank you. Any board members care to comment before I'm sure there's some public comment. So I'd like to address the board if they have questions first. Okay, Carl. Go ahead, Carl.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I was not able to attend whoops, everybody, okay.
We're here.
I was not able, can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I was not able to attend the March 14th hearing. I was appointed to an alternate seat on March 23rd. I did all the preparation for a possible hearing in April on this. I read all the letters from the neighbors that were in the packet. I read the packet materials for this proposal as it may have come up in April, but it was delayed, I believe, until May, until now. I read the minutes from the March 14th meeting, and I watched the video of the March 14th meeting for the Mullen rule. So I am up to speed on this. I had a couple of comments that I have not been able to make yet, and I won't take too much of our time, but here they are. There's a word that I'm really fond of, compromise. This developer has made major concessions here since May or April or May or March. As far as parking, to echo Ms. Alger, most of these folks will not be bringing cars with them. they're here on a high speed or at the airport, taking a cab or an Uber down to the facility. I don't think I don't think parking is an issue, and it is true. You need a parking permit from the town to park in this neighborhood. This business has always been a restaurant for many, many years. I don't quite understand the resistance to this. When I was a little kid, it was a restaurant. And the developer has never asked for more than 45 seats, as far as I can tell. They have conceded to restaurant being used for guests only, which is a major, major concession, in my opinion. And it is actually kind of sad because, the Woodbox had a very nice Sunday brunch in the old days. There will be no laundry on site. It'll be delivered. No room service was a major bone of contention in March. They have agreed not to do that. There is a cell phone number available to multiple agencies and folks for a manager that will be on duty whenever this business is open for business. If anybody has a complaint, they can call the cell phone number. They could do some things with some cosmetic changes to these buildings, as far as not rebuilding them completely, but they could make some cosmetic changes. They could rip up the asphalt, as Mr. Chair said, and put brick in the front of the building. That would be nice. In closing, I would agree with Ms. Alger, with all due respect to the opposition, who are these people? They are not being identified completely. They are represented by Mr. Reed. That's a good point. And this really is a decrease from previous use of a 45-seat public restaurant. You're not going to have people standing in line at 7 o'clock in the morning waiting to get into breakfast. It's going to be closed to the public. And I believe the hours have been cut back too. That was another big bone of contention, staying open till 1 o'clock in the morning, and I didn't support that. I was going to propose 7:30 to 10 o'clock with a cutoff of 11. I don't have a problem with having a drink after dinner and relaxing till 11 o'clock, but I think they're going to cut it down to, 7:30 to 10?
7 to 10.
Yeah, so that's much better in that neighborhood than 1 o'clock in the morning. So that's basically what I have to say. In closing, the Ship's Inn has been down the road there for a long, long time. And they have a restaurant that's open to the public, and they have a small bar. The developer agreed to take the bar out of this during this process. Ship's Inn has a small 8 to 10 seat bar, I think, and they have a public restaurant, and it really has worked in a residential neighborhood for a long, long time. So that's basically my comments, and that's about all I have to say about it at this time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Carl. Dave Iverson.
I think Campbell was before me, but I can.
Oh, that's all right, Dave. You can go.
We'll all get a turn.
Right. Yeah. So I think Carl covered things pretty well. I everyone probably saw my stance on this last meeting. I appreciate what Brad and company have come back with. I think that it is a real shame that this restaurant won't be open to the public. And I really urge the neighbors to try to come to some sort of agreement here, because in the end, that really is the charm of Nantucket, is these small restaurants in residential neighborhoods. And the Ship's Inn is a perfect model. It has worked. It is possible. It is an amazing space, and it's sad to see it go the way it's going. I think Arthur's letter is worrisome in some ways with his use of hotel. And I know that legally, yes, it is a hotel, but look at the Ship's Inn. We don't call that a hotel. Look at the Languedoc downtown. We don't call that a hotel because it has a commercial kitchen. So I really urge the neighbors here to not give up here on trying to find some meeting in the middle where the public can enjoy this space, and these two gentlemen can get moving forward on this. So again, I appreciate the pullback. I wish that the neighbors would join in some kind of communication in a way to get this open to the public in a reasonable way. Less hours, maybe less dinners, less services as far as lunch goes, and focus on dinner and serving breakfast to the room, the people renting rooms, and let these guys try to put together a business that's good for your neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Cam?
Hi, yes, thank you. So I would say I would just I won't reiterate what some of the other members have said. I do think it's sad. But my question, I have a problem with the whole labeling as a hotel piece. As far as the ROH is concerned, you're only allowed, in the zoning use chart, you're really only allowed in the ROH a lodging, guest house, that sort of thing. And so I'm concerned about putting hotel in, because hotel is specifically a no in the use chart. So I don't know whether this will lead to needing to adjust the use chart or not. But so that's just one of my concerns. So then I was thinking, okay, well, maybe it's, maybe what Miss Alger was saying was that it's the commercial kitchen which throws it into being a hotel, but it was previously on the business card that was just shown. It was clearly an inn, right, for lodging. So I'm finding the use of hotel a little problematic, let me put it that way. So I'm just wondering if it's just the commercial kitchen, in which case, do we really need to reconsider, as Dave was just saying, all these other properties, or is it more appropriate to bring the language of this space to match what's being used in the examples Dave just gave with the Ships Inn, Languedoc, etc., because it does still have a feel of being an inn or a guest house. So that's one thing. The other piece that I am a little concerned about, though I fully understand it, is regarding the parking. They have put in 2 parking spaces that run parallel to Hiller Lane, which is already a very narrow street, as we can all attest to. I guess I'm just a little concerned. I know it has 9 feet, I believe, but I'm a little concerned about the safety there, people getting in and out of cars, etc. That has me a little worried, like maybe it needs to be a little deeper into the property. As far as the parking goes, I guess I would just like to comment. I believe for the last few years anyway, Summer House had their own van. And it seemed to me that that was really the only vehicle that was consistently parked at 27 Fair in the parking that is pre-existing there. And so that led me to believe that they pick up their people, they drop their people off. If their people want to go somewhere, they take them to wherever that might be. And that would certainly seem to me to be a way to, and within the Blue Flag group, there's enough properties to maybe make something like that viable, to try and get away from this number of parking spots thing. So that I think that's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you, Cam. Before we open it up, anyone else from the board have a hand raised? Seeing none, I'll entertain anyone from the general public that wish to comment or question.
So we have Arthur Reed, followed by Hank Gutman.
Okay, let's start with Arthur. Welcome, Arthur.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Happy to be before you once again tonight. want to clarify a couple of things. First of all, with regard to who I represent in this matter, yes, I represent approximately 70 people that have joined together to express their concerns with regard to this project. They have formed an executive committee, and we have actually discouraged the other members of the group, other than the executive committee, of which Mr. Gutman, who will be up after me, is a member, because frankly, we don't want to burden the board with having 70 people get up and speak at a meeting. Perfectly happy to provide anybody who wants to see it with a list of the people who are contributing toward this cause, the defense fund that has been formed for this purpose. And we're not trying to hide anything from anybody. Again, this is a matter of handling the matter in as efficient a way as possible so as not to unduly burden the board and everybody involved in the process. Now, I know there's been discussion about hotel, and we're not picking the definition, we're not picking the terms here. The fact is that because, as Sarah acknowledged, because 29 Fair Street, the former Woodbox, has a kitchen, and their presence before you is based upon their pre-existing non-conforming status as a transient residential facility with a commercial kitchen, which is defined as hotel. I mean, that could be defined in any way that the zoning code would choose to do, and that's the hand that we've all been dealt. It is defined as a hotel. Now, I think it's also a little bit bizarre that we have before you a single application relating to these two properties, which are on two different lots that are separated from each other by a public street, Hiller's Lane. It would seem to me that it would have been appropriate for these two matters to be before the planning board as two separate applications, because one of them, 27 Fair Street, has a pre-existing non-conforming use in the front building as a guest house. They're perfectly entitled to come before you for a special permit to convert that into a lodging house use, guest house use by special permit. The rear building, as is pointed out in my letter and as we have discussed previously, was built as a single family dwelling. And in the course of its permitting, it was expressly described as such. And when the shed structure that was adjacent to it was added to it, there was language in there expressly requiring the use to be as a single family, as a part of the single family dwelling. And at that time, the number of parking spaces was described as being 4, and that was in the context of there being the single family dwelling, which would require 1 space, and that the lodging house use in the front building would require presumably 3 spaces, which would define the extent of the use at that time, not the number of units that exist today. Now, as far as parking is concerned, I acknowledge that guest houses often discourage their guests from bringing cars, and that may work some of the time, but it certainly doesn't work all of the time. I mean, you can certainly understand that someone coming to spend a few days at a lodging in Nantucket, it's a couple and the wife wants to go shopping on Main Street and the husband wants to go fishing out at Great Point, so is going to bring a car or is going to rent a Jeep and then park it overnight so that it can go out the next day. Maybe it's the husband who's going to be shopping on Main Street and the wife wants to go fishing out at Great Point. That would be more the way my family works. But in any event, the fact is that there's plenty of reason for why people will bring cars, even though they will be presumably, I don't doubt the good faith of the applicants in this regard, discouraged from doing so. And the town has parking requirements, and recognition of the situation in the commercial downtown district parking requirements have been eliminated in that district. They've not been eliminated in the ROH district, acknowledging the fact that the provision of parking is necessary. Bear in mind that it is extremely difficult, and I know because I have from time to time stayed during the summer in the house on Darling Street that belongs to my sister-in-law, Lucinda Ballard. And when I come from the office at night to spend the night there, I have to park on the street. Now, bear in mind that as far as parking permits are concerned, that works in the daytime. You can park for up to 2 hours in the daytime without the parking permit, but you can park at night as long as you get your car out of there before 8 o'clock in the morning, or strictly speaking, before 9, as a practical matter. And the result of that is that there is a great deal of pressure at night. I've had a very hard time from time to time finding parking spaces, and all of my clients have told me their horror stories as to finding no parking spaces in the area near their houses or anywhere near their houses in the area of Fair Street and the side streets off it, most of which have no parking allowed. So people wind up going down Fair Street and then coming back up Orange, and maybe if they're lucky, they find a parking space somewhere along the line. If they're not lucky, they keep cruising. So that's a real problem. Now, back to the whole issue of the occupancy of these structures. There seems to be the misconception that you're operating as a starting point with the occupancy as it existed, or as it purportedly at least existed under the regime of the summer house. And I have to say that the operation of the property by the summer house was haphazard at best, resulting, as you know, in the condemnation of the building at 29 Fair Street, the former Woodbox, a really sad state of affairs. But the fact is that the base from which you calculate the issues of expansion and what's pre-existing non-conforming is what was pre-existing non-conforming when the property became non-conforming, which was in 1972, when the zoning bylaw was first enacted. And we don't have any evidence specifically with regard to that. And I think that the materials presented by the applicant with regard to the extent of the use don't take that into consideration, and operating on the basis that the immediate previous use is what you need to build upon. That's not the case. Now, as far as 29 Fair Street is concerned, which is unquestionably a hotel, and which is, we don't question, a pre-existing non-conforming use as such. The expansion of that pre-existing non-conforming use, which Sarah indicated she acknowledges she needs to have relief for, is governed by the powers test, which, as you know, is a three-part test with regard to the expansion of a pre-existing non-conforming use that's not within the special exceptions for single and two-family residences. And the key point on that is the first of those three tests. The non-conforming use may be enlarged so long as the increased use is attributable to the growth of the original non-conforming use. Well, there hasn't been any growth of the original non-conforming use. The restaurant size has been 45 throughout. In fact, with the lack of use of the restaurant over the last few years, I think that one could make a case, there's an automatic presumption of abandonment after 3 years, but I would question whether that use may not have been, as a matter of law, abandoned during that period of time while the restaurant has not been in operation under the regime of the summer house leading up to the acquisition of the property by the Blue Flag folks. The parking, again, on 27 Fair Street was referred to in the decision of the Board of Appeals when they connected the house to the shed, and I've described that. As far as the wood box is concerned, I represented at one time Dexter Tutine. I never represented the ownership of 27 Fair Street, but I did represent Dexter Tutine toward the latter part of his ownership of 29 Fair Street. And he went before the Board of Appeals in 2004, seeking an expansion at that time. And the Board of Appeals denied that special permit, stating, "The restaurant is situated within one of the most densely developed residential uses on the island, or areas on the island rather, and that any increase in the non-conforming commercial nature of the use, given the proximity of the residences to the site, would create a substantial detriment to the neighborhood. The board further finds that a further change in intensity of use would increase the negative impact upon noise, traffic congestion, and peaceful enjoyment of the residences proximate to the site." Nothing's changed since then. If anything, it's changed for the worse in terms of the overall intensity and the overall demands on parking on the site. I think that this is a case where it would have been appropriate when this first came in, and I think it's appropriate now for the planning board to request the applicant to provide a professional traffic and parking study in order to determine what the real effect of this project upon the parking and traffic problems, and they are serious, within the neighborhood will be. They will be greatly exacerbated. Hiller's Lane, is a street that is very widely used. Coming in from Pleasant Street, people come up School Street to Hiller's Lane and then up to Fair Street. You can barely get a large vehicle through at the back of the Woodbox building as a result of the obstructions on each side. Yes, we agree that it's more appropriate for the check-in for the inn to be done at the rear of the Fair Street building. But as Cam pointed out a few minutes ago, that's going to be right on the edge of the traveled part of Hiller's Lane. And it would greatly improve the drop-off process and the safety of people getting out of vehicles and people driving through on vehicles if that were indented further than the 8 feet that's shown on the current plan from Hiller's Lane. Downtown, you have loading areas, and that's a good reason why the parking has been eliminated as a requirement in the CDT district. But this isn't in that district, and there aren't any dedicated loading areas in this area, nor could any really be created with large trucks that would be blocking the streets. Fair Street is the only place you could do it, and that would still block it. Fair Street isn't very wide at that point. So I think that all in all, there are lots of reasons why this project should not be approved in its present form. I think we would all like to see the building at the Woodbox restored. We didn't specifically ask for there to be no outside use of the restaurant. That's something that the Blue Flag people came up with since the last meeting. But and by the way, one point on this is that it's not the use that's in any way protected by any period of use under any period of existence under Chapter 48, Section 7, which is now incorporated into our bylaw. That relates to structures, and it relates to dimensional aspects of structures. It does not relate to use. There's nothing in that section about use. So that's what brings us back to the original situation back in 1972, when the property became non-conforming as a result of the adoption of zoning requirements. My clients, again, continue to be concerned. We've had dialogue with the developers. They continue to be concerned about the scope and extent of this project and the impact that it's going to have upon a otherwise quiet residential neighborhood. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Arthur. Let's see. Anyone else on the board?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Nat, go ahead.
just, I don't have the little yellow hand, sorry. Listening to all that Arthur said, I can't help but roll back to before CDT and the insane arguments that were made for parking requirements, which Sarah was on quite a few of these, especially the Union Street Inn debacle, which was withdrawn before CDT. We forced someone to build an underground parking garage that's never had a car in it at the Manor House. We argued about the Brotherhood having parking, which was shocking. That was my first experience with this discussion. I think that, I mean, when something stays the same, like the wood box somewhat stayed the same for a long period of time, you sort of get used to just, oh, well, this is the wood box and nothing's going to happen. But there's been trucks delivering there when it was the wood box pre-now. No one ever said anything. Where was the complaining about Cisco and US and Sid Wainer delivering there? I don't remember that. So somebody delivered somehow to that place. It isn't easy to deliver in town, let alone there. So there's really no argument to be made for that. So the quarter mile issue of out of town, we went through this with a room and house on Cliff Road recently. And it came up with this, with just outside of CDT. You have to, we dealt with Grand Point, with the Grand Point Inn and the Atlantic Mainstay new owners, same thing. So I've been around a while with this parking thing, and I really it really bothers me when it gets brought up. The India House, where was their parking? That existed. Where's the parking for the Dory, which is now Black Eyed Susans? People are in line on the sidewalk all the time. No parking. There's never going to be parking. That's part of Nantucket. That to say that people are going to bring cars, these are old regurgitated arguments that really can't be proven. Okay. And it's a shame. I feel like I'm at the Brotherhood hearing at the moment in a different way. This is a shame to lose this little piece that's been around for so long because we think it's going to be something different that we don't want, but you don't really know that. And this isn't 1970, this isn't 1960, it's not 1990. When something sells today, the people that buy it have to come up with some kind of business plan that can work. Nobody's giving their property away. So it's difficult for the new owners, it's difficult for the neighbors. And any lawyer representing anyone on Nantucket that knows this stuff could be on both sides of these arguments easily. So that's where I stand with this. I just don't, I'm with what Dave said and what Carl said, I'm 100% right. I think we need to calm down a little bit. I'd like the 45 seat thing, but I don't want to see them be tied to not serving the public. I think that's a mistake. Because that's what people really want. They may not think they want something now, but 5 years from now, they'll want it to be open. Just like the Graydon House. Everybody was up in arms about the Graydon House. Now we take pictures of it. I'm sure there's postcards now and it's the greatest place ever, but nobody liked it at the beginning. So things have a tendency to fit in by themselves over time once they get redone. So I just don't want to see this become a spite type situation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Nat. Barry, you haven't really spoken. Go ahead.
Thanks. You can let Carl go first, please.
Actually, I'd like to hear from you, Barry, only because
all
Carl
right.
had a pretty good, he's had a little bit of a turn and he might want to comment, but I'd like to.
Yeah, I would yield to Mr. Rector, Mr. Chair, and to you, Mr. Chair, who haven't spoken yet. If I could speak again, I can, that'd be great, but I would yield to Mr. Rector and you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Go
you.
ahead, Barry.
All right, so just a few things. I have to agree with a lot of the points that both Dave, Carl, and now Nat have brought up about what's going on there. If you're worried about cars, and people bringing cars, yeah, that's always a possibility that people are going to wind up doing that, no matter how much you want to try to enforce it. But what's not lost on me too is that people, when they get here as well, may not want to bring their car with them, but they may damn well want to think about renting a car. And believe me, the moment you do that, you're not going to let that car go for 24 hours, which means now you got to find a place to park it. So as much as you may want to try to control that ability externally, I think internally within the confines of the island, you're still going to run into that same problem. People, if they want it bad enough, they will find a way to get around that. I'm almost a little reticent to want to. Now, actually, you know what? I'm not going to bring it up. I am not going to bring this up, but it really has kind of a lot to do with how we're looking at where do we put our people on the island when they get here. The last thing too is, and this is one of my most favorite things that I always like to say, this is a special permit. And special permits carry a tremendous amount of weight to them, as well as a tremendous onus onto the applicant or the owner of it to having to work well with things. And when they fail to do that, the last thing they want to be dealing with is now retroactively having to come back before the board, and the board saying, not working. So certain things that you've done, not going to be done now. And to them, I mean, that's almost either to have to either reapply or trim out things that they've already made expenditures on or had hopes for their property. So I don't want that to get lost. I know I get it, and I get it for the neighbors as well too. It is a dense area down there, no question about that. And we all like to try to control our neighborhoods a bit. But I think you have to look at what's been there, how it's functioned in the past, and is this application really moving well forward of what it should, or is it pretty darn close to the way it was operating? And I dare say it comes pretty darn close to what the powers test does in terms of what they're now applying for. And in their previous iterations, I would have said no. But with this iteration, I think they're a lot closer than where they were beforehand. So I'd be curious just to kind of get some more feedback here, because I'm not sure I necessarily, short of saying deny the application altogether, I'm not sure what that begins to bring. There's just some pieces a little troubling about that. But anyways, still willing to listen, but I really want people to really go back and hearken on the fact that this is a special permit and can come back before this board. Thank you.
Thank you, Barry. I've taken a couple of notes, obviously, from the previous meeting that we had, and also as we're talking today. At first, I do want to express appreciation for the willingness of the applicant to scale back the plans. That shows a lot of willingness to compromise. So that I just wanted to make known in the beginning. And to question Sarah's comment about 70 people and who truly is being represented by the opposing view, honestly, I don't care if it's 70, 43, 12, or 2. Everyone has a concern if they're a neighbor. And obviously from the people that are tuning in, listening to the meeting, we have to hear everyone's concern. And it could be one person with a concern that would get equal weight to 70. So that's not a concern for me to actually see names, although from a technicality, sure, someone's being paid to represent, so you could supply those, but that's really a minor issue for me. We've brought up a few things in previous discussions: satellite parking, storage, deliveries. So bring small trucks down there. There's been a lot of good suggestions. Brick sidewalks to clean up that area. We have to look at also the time conditions here to from 7:30 to 10. A little different from other places in town. You have, as Barry says, and I always quote Barry, it's a special permit. It can be reviewed and opened up again. And I just wanted to point out right now, it's sad that we're closing down something that could be open to the general public. My wife and I married 32 years, a week and a half ago. Our favorite place for our anniversary dinner was the Woodbox. And it's a little disheartening that we're going to have to pay quadruple to check in to be a guest to eat there. So, you know, it's not going to be open to anybody just to go down there for dinner. Something that I thought about, Graydon House, if you remember, on Broad Street, we had the same situation. It was closed. It was not open to the general public. It was only allowed to service the people that were checking in. Over the year or so, they reapplied under the special permit and were granted the ability to open to the general public. So let's not lose sight of something that we vote on today might change in the future. And it gives a couple of options for that. So I haven't lost hope. Compromise, I've heard that today, and that is really the crux of everything. No one's ever going to get everything that they want, but if we can come to a compromise to make it more palatable to everyone, not just the neighbors and the actual applicant, but for the people that are coming here to enjoy the island, people that live on the outskirts of town that can actually come in and enjoy it, compromises for everyone. And I just, the biggest point I want to make is, you know, and I kind of wrote this down, we can sit back and deny the application, and then we can watch the building deteriorate in the history of Nantucket and the building deteriorate. You know, a historical preservation is not cheap. And, you know, over time, things progress to the chagrin of a lot of people, but there's advancements in time and technology, and certain things get upgraded. So it may not be what we want to see, but there's even historical buildings here that have TGIs and land beams that are the present day forms of building codes. And they didn't use those on 200 years ago, but we've realized the need for those and we've put those into things. So I want people to be a little bit open to, you know, there's going to be some change. We can't have everything just thrown back and expect it just to operate as it did. So there will be some change. And I don't think we need another residence here. I think we need to preserve the historical presence of the wood box, the structure. And we have an applicant looking to spend a lot of money to do that. And I like what they are saying about the actual true historical preservation. You know, somebody can go in there and do a renovation, and it's different from a preservation. So there's a lot of money being spent, and I just don't think we can sit back and expect that it's going to be free. With that said, all of that said, I do have a little concern, and it really is the what the applicant says, and this is not a this is a special permit, but they state that this is not an MCD due to Hiller's Lane running between the two properties. So out of all this, my only concern is that we're voting on something or reviewing something to vote on, and we're asking it to be a special permit, and we're eliminating the MCD because of a technicality that there's a road going through there. So really, in essence, we are reviewing an MCD and voting on an MCD. So I don't know if you can kind of follow that. It's expressly written, this is not an MCD due to Hiller's Lane running between the two properties. But really, we're voting on a special permit as if they are combined together. So there's my only really, something that's hard to grasp. The other things that I had stated, I think there's still the ability for the neighbors and the applicant to get together and improve this. But I think we're really heading in the right direction. I commend the applicant. I really hope that there's a common ground here between the neighbors and the applicant where everybody can benefit for this, and including the town, preserve the building and the history of something that really played a part in Nantucket. So that's what I have to say for now. And I'd love to hear more from the general public and the neighbors. Carl?
Mr. Chair, I will yield to the general public, the executive committee folks, and the neighbors at this time. If there's time in the hearing, I would like to speak again, but I would yield the floor to the gentleman who has been waiting after Mr. Reed, representing the executive committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Carl. Arthur?
We have Hank Gutman that's up next to speak.
Okay, I don't have that, so go ahead, Mr. Gutman. Thank you for joining us.
Can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly.
You can't see me, but that's probably just as well. Thank you, Chair, and thank you for giving us the opportunity to address the board. I will try and be brief. As Arthur has explained, our legal team put together a detailed analysis of what the law requires in terms of the planning board's treatment of this particular application. And the conclusion, which is laid out in the letter that we supplied a week ago, is that the planning board really doesn't have the legal authority to do a number of the things that Blue Flag's asking for. Blue Flag and its counsel have had a week to review that letter, which is more than enough time to come back with citation to authority, et cetera, to say that we were wrong about that. And they haven't. They've not rebutted any of the legal arguments, and Ms. Alger conceded the hotel point. So again, we may not like the law and we might write it differently if it were up to us, but we are obligated to follow it. And I would respectfully request that the planning board consult with your own counsel on these issues. It would be an awful waste of both public and private resources if we ended up spending years litigating only to discover that the board didn't have the power to do what it's being asked to do in the first place. We really should spend the time now to get that point right. Now, next I want to talk about a phony issue that Blue Flag has raised here and shared with the press in order to generate a particular response, which they've obviously generated. It's these nasty neighbors are requiring us to shut down the beloved wood box or restrict access to it to hotel residents. I just want to be clear that that was their idea, not ours. On April 4th, we wrote a letter to the board that clearly stated, quote, with respect to dining, the answer should be clear. No expansion beyond the limited indoor dinner service during the hours that have historically prevailed, with the possible addition of breakfast for overnight guests. Now, we didn't ask them to do less than the old wood box as a restaurant. And Mr. Chair, when you were talking about how much your wife and you love dining at the wood box, we can relate to that. My wife has been on Nantucket every summer of her life. Her grandparents live there. Her aunt and uncle and cousins have been there for Their family had been there since before the revolution, and her cousin who lives down the street on Fair Street is one of those 70 people who joined in opposing this thing. We are second to none in our respect for both the historic structure and our affection for the restaurant that used to be there. So this is all a made-up argument on their part to try and make us look like bad guys. And I fully expect that were you to grant the permit, they would be back in short order saying, oh, it's so unfair not to let the public in. Let's open it up to the public. But by the way, they have expanded it from limited dinner service and possibly breakfast for hotel guests. They've expanded it to 3 meals a day. And when they come back and ask you to open it up to the public, I'm highly confident they're not going to give up on that. So this is not a real issue. And you know, if the suggestion is that we are to blame somehow for reducing the number of restaurants on Nantucket, 2 of our favorite restaurants are closed this year because Blue Flag bought them and didn't have a plan for getting them reopened. It's a little bit like the defendant in a criminal trial accused of killing his parents who pleads for mercy because he's an orphan. None of us are trying to destroy or eliminate what was the Woodbox. So let's turn to what the real issue is here. The real issue is occupancy. And it's nice that the Summer House website listed all these rooms and purported to be renting them. But as Arthur pointed out, it's their burden to prove prior use, and prior use is as of the time of the zoning change, not the immediate prior use. But even if you look at the immediate past use, which legally is the wrong standard, the most relevant records from that are not the Summer House website, but the permits issued by the health department. And what they show is that before shutting down operations, the prior owners were licensed to accommodate 15 guests at 27 Fair and 2 at the former Woodbox. So this translates into roughly 10 rooms total for both addresses, assuming double occupancy is the norm. Blue Flag asks for permission to increase the number of nightly rooms to 18 or 20, which is an 80 or 100% increase, and the number of guests to 46, which is triple what the prior owners were legally permitted to do a few years ago. So this is a dramatic expansion of activity and use, and there's no way it doesn't have a material adverse impact on the neighborhood. Again, we're not talking about people coming in to have dinner during the prior hours of the Woodbox. We're talking about people coming to spend a week on vacation on Nantucket, and whether they bring their own cars or as a member of the planning board suggested, they rent cars, and we all know how hard both are in the summer, so obviously somebody thinks that's a good idea. This is going to have a dramatic adverse impact on our neighborhood. And that's one of the key factors which the law requires you to consider in any permitting decision. And Blue Flag has offered no answer on the occupancy point. Next is traffic. Again, this is clearly a situation in which there should be a traffic study. We shouldn't be relying on Ms. Alger's gut impression or any of our gut impressions of what people will or won't do. Again, the law requires a traffic study in a situation like this, and it's their burden to provide it. They haven't. They've offered no excuse for their failure to do so. Fair Street is not a through street. It's a narrow residential street running one way toward town, accessible only through a labyrinth of even narrower streets running from either Orange or Pine or Pleasant. The geography alone spells traffic trouble. At a minimum, the board should require them to complete and share such a study. If there's a genuine expert out there prepared to provide data showing that Blue Flag's offer to discourage guests from bringing or renting cars will eliminate the issue, I'm sure we would all love to see it. But their encouraging words or their impressions about what visitors will do really are no substitute for a real traffic study. And just responding to a comment that one of the planning board members made about no complaints about trucks delivering to the old Woodbox. I live directly across the street and I had to repair or replace portions of my fence every summer because those trucks that you were referencing, when they make the turn from Plum Lane onto Fair Street, inevitably hit our fence. I didn't know who to complain to, but if you can tell me who, I'd be happy to. There's the related issue then of parking. And again, I understand that parking is hard, but there's a reason for these restrictions. There are only 19 legal spaces on Fair Street, and that makes parking already inadequate to accommodate the needs of the residents, even now with 27 and 29 Fair shuttered. Adding the guests they propose, and again, I'm not talking about people coming to dinner, I'm talking about overnight guests, without addressing this issue will obviously make things worse. We understand that the planning board often waives parking requirements in uncontested matters, but here the relevant facts argue strongly against doing so, and this matter obviously is contested. Also, there must come a point where if you keep waiving the requirement, you've effectively repealed the ordinance without the legal authority to do so. I mean, we don't believe a court would sustain such a waiver here if asked, because on the merits, it's inappropriate in its impact. Finally, our motives have been questioned, our Nantucket bona fides have been questioned. They launched a press campaign, Mr. Sanford in particular, mischaracterizing our position on these issues. And again, there's been more of that than addressing the merits here today. When I was a baby lawyer, the judge I clerked for told us that we should never engage in attacks like that, not because they're mean-spirited and unprofessional, but because they highlight the fact that you have no argument on the actual merits. And today, I think, proves his point. Look, there was a reference to the benefits of compromise and negotiation, and we certainly believe in that. We are not looking to be punitive, but we also don't think that we are ungrateful for their generosity because we don't say thank you for dramatically changing our neighborhood. And again, the focus is on the occupancy. It's not on bringing back the wood box. Now, we're not asking the planning board to rely upon our subjective opinions or our assessment of the situation. We would simply remind you, as my friend Arthur did, of what the Zoning Board of Appeals wrote almost 20 years ago when Arthur was on the other side in rejecting a more modest expansion plan presented by the then owner of the wood box. The quote, "The board finds that the premises is situated within one of the most densely developed residential areas on the island, and that any, I repeat, any increase in the non-conforming commercial nature of the use, given the proximity of the residences to the site, would create a substantial detriment to the neighborhood." And then they went on, as Arthur said, to specifically reference the negative impact upon noise, traffic congestion, and the peaceful enjoyment of the residences. Can't say it better than they did, and what they said then is at least as true now. If the applicants want to have a serious conversation for real about the scope of what they're proposing there, we have always been willing to do that. But they haven't to this point, and while I do appreciate that this plan is in some ways an improvement over the last one, it is. It is still not what it needs to be, and there are important issues that they just refuse to address, and that the law requires us all to address. So thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Mr. Gatton. Sarah?
I'll defer to the rest of the public, John. I just would like an opportunity to speak at the end, if I could, just to kind of answer some of the questions that have been raised.
Okay, with that, Meg, are there other people that would like to speak in the general public?
I'm not seeing any.
Okay, Sarah?
Okay. So first on the MCD issue, we didn't write that. I think that must come from the staff report.
It is. And is
It
there
is.
truth to that?
Well, we're not an MCD because we are separated by the street, but I also don't think that we meet the requirements of an MCD because our increase in uses since 1979 wouldn't trigger the requirement. Second, I don't know where the number 2 came from. The certificate of inspections are significantly different from that. I believe we submitted copies of those. If you want to know what the historic use of the structures were, I would, other than the rear, obviously, of 27 Fair, which is completely new. I don't think we've ever said anything otherwise. Just look at the floor plans, because there haven't been any interior changes to those structures. They're being used as they have been historically. So the number of rooms are the number of rooms. They talk about the scope and extent of this project. I'm kind of struggling to see where there's such an issue where we're already reducing the use of the restaurant to the people in the inn. We are keeping the occupancy of the inn and the hotel at 42. We have a restaurant capacity of 45. We're not going to open that to the public. That's a way of reducing, whether the neighbors are the people driving it or not. It's the drive to reduce intensity and scope that's driving the reduction in the restaurant. I heard complaints about large trucks. Well, we're not going to have large trucks because we don't have anything for large trucks to be delivering now. There's going to be, something small coming and picking up linens and taking those away. There will be a small amount of food service, but again, there's been historically food service vehicles in any case. The uses have not been abandoned. It hasn't been 3 years. We also had COVID intervening. And then in terms of parking and traffic, we'll provide bicycles, bicycle racks, NERDA passes. I think that's what the board has historically required. That's what we're willing to do. I really am kind of struggling to see what more we could do.
Okay, thank you, Sarah. Carl?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just had one more comment regarding parking. And I have a leg to stand on in this because my wife and I lived at 2 Traders Lane right down the street for 23 years, from 1993 to 2014. We did all the routines in the summertime, going around the block looking for parking. We would have to park on Pine Street. We would have to park on Summer Street, have to park on Fair Street, or occasionally Orange Street and Main Street just to get a spot in the summertime for our car. My point being this, some of our neighbors brought 6 cars with them for their family for the summer. And they had 1 car for each parent and 1 car for each of their kids. We had to deal with them. They would not get permits. They would park all over our neighborhood. We had to get a permit in the 2-hour zone to park legally. They did not. Unfortunately, enforcement was not that good up there. So at the risk of being, I don't want to be offensive, but there's a lot of summer folks in the Fair Street Farmers neighborhood, Pine Street, Summer Street, Traders Lane. There's not so many on Traders Lane. We've all had to deal with this. I had to deal with it for 23 summers. Obviously in January, it's not so bad. But my point is that a lot of these folks who may be concerned about the parking You know, how many cars do you and your family bring to Nantucket when you're in the summertime? You know, there's 19 spaces on Fair Street. How many cars do you folks have in the neighborhoods that you bring with you? Now, I'm not going to point any fingers at this, but I just wanted to bring this up. Our neighbors on Traders Lane brought 6 vehicles for one family. So that may impact the parking situation in this district very severely. And I can tell you from personal experience that I struggled with the parking with my vehicle for 23 summers. And I will say again that, in my opinion, educated opinion from dealing with the parking issues in the Traders Lane, Summer Street, Pine Street, Fair Street, all the connecting streets between Pine and Fair, Darling Street, there's no parking on Darling Street. On occasion in the summertime, I would park as far away as Orange Street and walk home, and then walk out there in the morning to go to work and get my car. So just keep this in mind, please, those neighbors who are watching tonight, with all due respect. Lots of times people in the summertime bring a lot of cars with them for their families, for their use. And this isn't all on the backs of Blue Flag to solve this. This is a parking problem in this neighborhood, once again, that I'm very intimately familiar with for 23 years. And I don't think the burden has to be on the back of Blue Flag to fix that issue in this immediate neighborhood that extends a half mile in all directions. I think they have provided 4 parking places. And in closing, most guests will not bring a car. It's a good point that they might rent one, but they won't bring one. And rentals are hundreds of dollars a day. They might want to take the bus. They might want to rent bikes. Might want to walk down to Fair Street downtown, have an ice cream, go to dinner, relax on a bench and people watch. But watch out for that neighborhood there for parking issues, because summer folks can bring 6 vehicles for one family. Thank you.
Thank you, Carl. Meg, I'm just going to ask you, I'd love to hear from the general public. If you happen to see a hand raised, let me know. And if you don't, I'll continue with the hands raised that we have from the board members and also the applicants. So with that, I'm not sure the order that people said, but Brad, your hand is raised, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to respond about the notion that they're ready to have a serious conversation. I really thought that's what we were doing over the past 9 months. And at the planning board, we've, as far as I can see, every concern that they brought up in our Zoom meetings with the neighborhood, we had 2 Zoom meetings. We presented them plans. We showed them exactly the layouts of the houses. We reconfigured the lobby. We reconfigured the parking. We were told they wanted gardens, which is why the parking is where it's at and not pushed in further into the site, because people like the gardens. I just don't understand how it can be said that they're ready to have a serious conversation. I thought that's what we've been doing. And we went so far as after the last planning board meeting and hearing all the public comments to address every single one of them, including as so much as just dropping plans for all new construction on the site and working with the existing buildings as currently configured. That's all.
Thank you. Sarah?
I don't mean to have my hand up, sorry.
Oh, no worries. Barry?
Just one thing through you to staff. Leslie, are you there? There you are. Thanks. So this whole thing about 27 and 29 Fair Street and Hiller's Lane running through it seems to be a source of consternation that keeps going back and forth. So do you think it's worth getting an opinion from town council on this, or is that something that staff could draw up an opinion on it so that we're very clear about what this all means with the end analysis? I just kind of want to run that by you because we keep circling back on this.
Well, first of all, I mean, I think the application is really clear. It's for 27 and 29. It's very clear. what relief is requested for which parcel. They're in common ownership and control. And they are separated by Hiller's Way, but I really think that's irrelevant in terms of the relief that's being requested and the permits that you're going to grant. So whether you hold one public hearing and talk about all of it and write it into one decision, or if you held two separate public hearings and issued two separate decisions, personally, I don't think that makes a difference. And Sarah and I had talked about that before they filed the application. So if the board is uncomfortable for some reason, we can certainly get confirmation that that's okay, but the relief is the relief, and the permit is the permit, regardless of, really how it's structured, I think.
No, thank you, Leslie. It's just, we kind of keep coming back around with this sometimes. And so I just wanted to get a much more definitive sense from a legal perspective of which of the two were actually the greater of had to happen with this application. And I have to agree with you, at least from my limited perspective. I'm going to say, because the two are interconnected by virtue of ownership, and that something's happening with both of those, that seems to be probably the higher thing that has to be looked at every time. But I just want to make sure that from a legal standpoint, we're also on really good footing with that as well, too. And I'm hearing you say yes. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, we do have two hands raised in the public. We have Hank Gutman again, if you're allowing second round of comments, and then Jamie Moss.
I'll take Jamie Moss first, since he hasn't commented yet. Welcome, Jamie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm assuming you can hear me.
Yes, great. Welcome.
Thank you. I live at 7 Plum Lane, so I live one house away from the wood box. And I have a home without a driveway. So I am subject to parking on the street with my one car that I bring for the summer, all summer long. And it is not unusual at all for me to spend 20 minutes a day or 20 minutes every time I move my car, which I try not to do because I live in town and therefore I walk. Whenever I use my car, it is not at all unusual for me to spend 20 minutes looking for a parking space and then finding one on Pine Street or way down Orange Street or up Main Street or whatever, wherever I can find a space to park. So I understand that there are families that bring too many cars to the island, but there are also many houses without parking available to them in this neighborhood who are forced to park on the street. And I just think that the board should take that into consideration. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Hank? Mr. Gutman, if you're still there.
Thank you. Now you can hear me.
Yes.
Sorry. Just a quick response to Mr. Guidi. When the conversations that he and his colleagues were having with the neighbors turned to the question of occupancy and our concerns about how many people would be living in these two buildings, staying in these two buildings as guests, their response was to tell us we would see their position when they filed it with you, and they terminated the conversations. So again, I've negotiated lots of resolutions of lots of disputes. If they want to have a serious, conversation and see if there's a way to resolve this, the door is open, but we need to deal with the issues honestly and in a straightforward way. And I think we've been clear from the beginning that our concern is an expansion of the scope of commercial activity in this dense neighborhood. Not to eliminate the wood box, it's about the size and density of the occupancy of these two buildings. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, board members? Meg, anyone from the general audience?
I'm not seeing anyone else.
Okay, Board members, what is your thought, position? We've had everyone speak on certain aspects of it. I don't know if you wanted to add something. Dave?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. And actually, I don't even know who to ask this to. Is that it seems to be the bone of contention here is the room count and the amount of beds. And I don't know if someone can actually give us a historical perspective on that through permitting or I mean, I know you included permitting from last year, but if we could even go back 5 or 10 years and know what exactly each property was permitted for, I think that would give us as a board a clearer path to what the right thing to do is here. I hear Mr. Gutman and the neighbors' concerns about expansion of bedrooms, and I get that, but I think we can't really have that debate unless we really know historically what has taken place there. Thank you.
Thank you. Mary?
Let me go to Mr. Guidi for a minute, if you don't mind, please.
Sure. Brad, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, that was Terry.
Oh, Terry, great.
I was just going to add to the occupancy conversation beyond what Brad's already sort of presented to the board, and the idea Sarah put forward that if you really want to look pre-72, the simplest thing to do is look at the interior layouts of the buildings, which really haven't changed. The other thing I would point out is that what we've got proposed, just to give some context for the neighbors, for the board, for everybody, we're proposing 42 occupants across essentially 4 structures, which is 10.5 per structure. So that's essentially the density of a 5-bedroom house for each one of these buildings. And these hotels run at about a 40% occupancy rate over the course of the year. The alternative, which is where we end up if we can't, come to a compromise here between everybody, is that these become residential. And the reality is those will probably be developed to be at least that dense in terms of occupancy and intensity of use and parking and all the things that everybody's expressing concern about. So I think it's important context. It doesn't, again, answer the questions definitively because some of these questions are hard to answer definitively. But I think it is helpful to think about either or, like what are they going to look like? And again, just putting them in context of the scale of the buildings, the scale of the neighborhoods. What does the hotel use look like versus residential use? So that's all.
Thank you. Barry?
Thank you. Just a few quick things. I'm not sure I want to do a parking study with this. We all know the area. We know what it looks like. We know how it functions. And I don't think a traffic study is going to tell us what we don't know what's going on there. Seriously. I don't see where that would necessarily be fruitful in the end analysis because it's pretty apparent how that area functions. And I'm not sure a parking study would go any further to tell us what the resolution is either behind it. So, I mean, we could go through the exercise, but I'd be surprised if it told us something we didn't know. Sarah, Mr. Chair, through you, Sarah, you had mentioned that you had, did you ever get a list of all the people that Arthur Reed was representing? I'm sorry.
No, I've requested it, but it has never been provided.
Okay, all right, good. All right, so this is what I'd like to do, at least as one person on the board. I want to give this one more month, okay? And let me just put in a qualification at this point. Terry, Brad, I don't doubt that you've reached out to the neighborhood. There's no question in my mind about that. I think you have. But I would, want to make sure that that list is in Sarah's hands about who all the people are that Mr. Reed is representing by tomorrow. Okay, that it's known. Let's get that done. All right, now you know, because I think it's only fair for Sarah and the representatives here to at least know and be able to approach these people if need be on an individual basis. And if they feel like they don't want to respond or they want to go back through the board, that's their personal preference. But at least give them the opportunity to be able to examine that and make some reasonable conclusions. The second thing that I would love you guys to do is, once you have that list in your hands, is get together one more time and air this thing out incredibly so within the next month. And I would love to see a set of minutes from that meeting as well too, because this is just going back and forth. And I think I want to be respectful of the neighborhood, but I also want to be respectful of the applicant as well too. So, I mean, I'm hearing things constantly still keep coming up. The applicant is going through and making changes to things, which I think shows scaling back on the project, but I still don't, somehow we're still not there. And I would just like to be able to see it in black and white about what it is that the neighborhood really wants to see, and see if we can come to some type of reasonable conclusion with it. So instead of reducing this down to a verbal level, let's get a few things into print. But in my book, the time is short. This has to happen within a month. If someone can't make it to the meeting, okay, if you're really concerned about what's going on here, you're going to have to make a concerted effort, or you're willing to yield to the people who are there to do it. But I mean, I'm close to a decision here, but I want to be fair to all parties involved with this process. And I think, at least in my mind's eye, that's the only way we're going to get there. So thank you for listening, and thank you for the consideration.
Thank you, Barry. Brad, your hand's raised.
Yeah, I just wanted to respond. We were instructed by Arthur not to reach out to any neighbors. We actually sent an email to one neighbor who, when we didn't have a list, and we were told not to reach out to his clients, and we don't know who his clients were, and that things should go through the executive committee. So we would need some sort of concession that we can actually speak to these 70 neighbors.
Thank you. Meg, one last try. Anybody else in the general audience that has their hand raised?
No, not from the audience.
Okay. Well,
Barry does.
hearing from Barry to obviously to continue, I don't think anybody is ready to make a final decision right now. My suggestion, as what Barry is, and we're really winding this down, and I think a lot of the things are being repetitive in our thought pattern. Next meeting, we'd like to see that there's one last-ditch effort by both attorneys, maybe, to talk to each other to see if there are questions and concerns that can be answered through the groups, even through the attorneys. But at some point, we're going to wind this down, and I'd like that extra month, because I'd like to go back to our previous meeting, today's meeting, review comments, suggestions, put down what I think the board would like to see. And if there's no compromise or more improvements, then we're going to look back at what we've heard and discussed and look at conditions that we'd like to have. Also, I think it gives us a fair chance, even though I respect and appreciate Leslie's opinion, since we're going to have the continuance, or I expect a continuance, I'd like to see council, town council, just weigh in on the legality of the special permit, especially with the two addresses being addressed as one. I see the merits in submitting them both under one, because under the same ownership. However, there may be a legal technicality that I'm not familiar with that would prohibit us to vote on both of them together, and then we would have to see them individually. So just to have the town council view and weigh in on that would be nice in the next month. So with all that being said, being that there's nobody else in the general audience, we've discussed this, I would entertain a motion by the members to continue this to our next July meeting.
Can I just add one thing, Mr. Chair?
Sure.
I just want to say, if you want to bifurcate these and have an opinion from town council, I'm perfectly happy to do that. We filed these as one application. It wasn't an attempt to be tricky or to get around anything. We thought it was the most straightforward thing to do because of the way that we're proposing to use the properties.
Yeah, I agree, but I'm not continuing or asking for a continuance based on that alone, Sarah.
Yeah, no, I understand. So I'm happy to have town council weigh in, and we'll be happy to hear what he has to say. I will pull together and resubmit copies of all the certificates of inspection, because I think there's been some misinformation even in tonight's meeting about what those say, and I'll go back as far as they're available and submit them all.
Great, thank you.
Okay.
All right, with that, board members, is there a motion?
Motion to continue to our next meeting, which I believe is July 11th.
Second.
Motion's been made for continuance to July 11th by Barry, seconded by Dave. Roll call, Barry.
Aye.
Dave.
Aye.
Nat.
Aye.
Carl.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Thank you very much to everyone attending
Thank you.
and listening. Okay. Let's see if I can grab my notes onto the next. The next applicant, Nantucket Hotel, 77 Easton Street, representing Paul Santos. And I believe Cam, since Stephen is not here, I'd like to sit. I believe it's special permit, so we need an alternate to sit in. Cam?
Yeah, sounds
Great.
good.
You're on.
Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Question of clarification, if I may. Did we postpone until July 11th in addition to the other postponements, the Westmore Club application?
I believe
staff, perhaps.
Westmore is coming up two.
Okay.
Two, yeah, on the agenda. So we have Dave Street next and then Westmore to follow. So,
okay.
Yeah.
I just had it differently in the packet. Thank you for the clarification. Thank you.
Okay.
The staff report runs different, I think.
Yes.
Yeah.
So Nantucket Hotel, Paul Santos, if you're available, please, welcome.
Okay, thank you. On behalf of the applicant, Nantucket Hotel Holdings LLC, Paul Santos with Nantucket Surveyors. Also, Mark Snyder, who many of you know from the hotel, I believe will also be participating. I will start and then we'll have Mark kind of follow up with some comments before we end our presentation. This is an application for an amendment of a previously granted special permit for 77 Easton Street, which many of you know as the Nantucket Hotel. By way of history, the initial MCD permit goes back to 2006 when a former owner sought to redevelop the former Point Breeze Hotel. Subsequent to that, Mr. Snyder's group in, I think as late as 2012, amended that permit, took over possession of the property. And from that point on, up until I think the last permit was around 2018, has made numerous modifications with regard to the site. Modifications that involved reallocation of rooms, enclosing certain portions of the structure, adding ground cover, and so forth. I believe the last modification was number 7, and that was, I believe, in 2018. The property itself is 55,390 square feet, currently located in the CN zoning district. This district was rezoned some years back. The original MCD permit was issued for a piece of property that was at that time, I believe, located in the limited commercial zoning district. The significant change there between the LC and the CN was the LC had a allowable ground cover of 50%. CN currently has an allowable ground cover of 40%. The site as it exists today, with permits, currently has 50.4% ground cover throughout, I believe, 3 buildings. You have the main hotel / ballroom. You have the North Cottage, and then you have the East Cottage on the property. So 3 separate structures on this one particular piece of land. The application before you tonight is an attempt to add 4 guest rooms and 4 staff rooms. Mark will walk you through the permitting and how those rooms are allocated, what presently exists on the site today, and also what was previously permitted on the property. But the main body of the application that you have before you is twofold. It is an increase in ground cover, and the increase in ground cover is necessary to accommodate the addition of both 4 guest rooms and 4 staff rooms. So the staff rooms are intended to be constructed.
Excuse me, Paul, sorry to interrupt, but you keep saying 4. In the application, I have 7 small 1-bedroom units for manager staff housing. Are you, is that 7 the number, or is 4?
No, it is 4.
Okay, and even on your plan, you're showing 1, 2, 3, 7 individual 1-bedroom, 1-bedroom units.
No, that's those are actual parking spaces.
Oh, okay. Oh, it's elevated staff building on top of that. Okay.
Yeah, correct.
Okay. So those are the 7 parking and great 4 single bedrooms. Correct. Okay.
Correct. So
Great.
what we're,
Thank you.
that's okay. So the staff housing we're looking to do is the green shaded area to the north of the existing pool. Those 7 areas that I was talking about, that's 7 on the ground parking spaces, which occur in a shell parking area. So our intent there is to, we're in the flood zone here, but the intent would be to elevate this staff housing unit on piers, maintain the parking below, construct a building that would be in compliance with the flood regulations, and construct 4 staff units within that particular building. So that would be a new freestanding building elevated on piers. The second component would be to take the East Cottage, which is the area shaded green along the east property line, in which that is a 1-story structure at present. The plan there would be to create a 2nd story on that building, infill some of the existing deck area that is on the 1st level, infill to create a 2nd story on that building with 4 additional guest rooms. So the way the breakdown occurs under the current application is the staff housing building would add approximately 2,135 square feet of ground cover. And the 2nd floor additions on the East Cottage would add approximately 825 square feet of ground cover. Staff housing is completely new structure. The East Cottage, the additional ground cover occurs within areas that are currently structure, but not necessarily ground cover under the definition. Those are 1st floor decks currently that do not count as ground cover. Once we enclose, that becomes ground cover. So the application itself is seeking to increase the ground cover on the property from the current 50.4 by adding an additional ground cover of, I believe the total 2,960 square feet of additional ground cover. And in a percentage wise, that would bring the ground cover on the existing site or on the proposed site, if that was to be approved, at 55.8. The areas that we're talking about on the site, although more intense, are occurring within obviously areas that are already developed, whether it be on-site parking or an existing building and adding the second floor. We are asking to stay within the areas that are basically already developed. For the most part, the entire site is developed as a commercial use. Any work that would be done here is within regulated flood zone, also within a 100-foot buffer zone to any vegetated wetland, and any permitting on this site would also require permits from the Conservation Commission. We've asked for relief under the current zoning bylaws to alter a pre-existing non-conforming structure, as the existing hotel building itself does not meet the front yard setback, and the freestanding staff housing would be connected via a walkway to the existing building. So we've asked for relief under non-conforming structure with regard to setbacks. We've asked for relief for the ground cover, to the parking to the extent, and the parking to the extent applicable. I think the major component of this request is the issue of the ground cover, and that's kind of where we're at with this. The board, I believe, does have, what staff did receive, 2 separate emails from abutters. These were from family members that control multiple properties. The Sarah Little and Doug Hirsch at 4 North Ave, Rule Little at 5 Cliff Road, Karim Kosatek at 2 Sester, and I believe Karim's parents, Tuj and Sinan Kosatek, at 30 North Water Street. So those, to my knowledge, are the only correspondence that was received by staff. There was, based on the abutters list, 71 parties in interest that did get notified for the proposed work. I think the letters themselves opine quite a bit on not only the proposal, but more so what the current operations and how things are currently being done out there, what past agreements were. And I'll let Mark speak specifically to those, as I don't really have a lot of knowledge and privy in how their day-to-day operations may work with regard to some of the concerns that the abutters have raised. The 2 Chester and North Water Street properties are kind of diagonally across the street, right at the intersection of North Ave and Easton Street. And the Cliff Road and North Avenue properties are connected and located abutting that North Avenue, or that small side street that goes to the west side of the existing property. At this time, I'd like to maybe have Mark come in and speak specifically to where we are with regard to the amount of guest rooms and staff rooms that have been permitted since 2012, where we are today, and then how these numbers count out against what was been approved and what's actually been built. And then I know Mark has reached out independently of this application to direct abutters and abutters in the area. And I'm sure he can also speak to some of the issues that have been raised on the 2 emails that were received with regard to the application. So Mark, if you could, you're there.
Great.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Can everyone hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Great, thank you. Well, I'm sure you're getting a lot of hotel knowledge tonight. So thank you for letting me be here. I just want to clarify that the modification that we received in 2012 allowed us to have 60 guest rooms and 13 staff rooms for a total of 73 rooms on the property. At present, we have 54 guest rooms and 15 staff rooms. So we're at 69, 4 less than was allowed under the original permit. What we are proposing is to increase the guest rooms from 54 to 58, which is still less than the 2 we're allowed, and increase staff rooms from 15 to 19. So the total comes out to 4 over our permit, which would bring us to 77. So we're asking for 4 additional rooms over the original permit. Now, I would like to say that the reason we're asking to go over is, as everyone knows, housing is a crisis and it's such a problem. And we really want to be able to help our managers have quality housing. And the reason we reduced the count from what you have from 7 to 4 is to provide larger accommodations that make more sense for people who are here for year-round use. And this ties into some of the concerns, which I completely understand in the neighborhood. We all deal with parking issues. It may seem counterintuitive, but the more employees that we have who live on site reduces the need for cars. We restrict and can control the cars of the people who live on site. When someone lives off site, they drive to work. And therefore, I actually think this will be a very positive addition in terms of, it's not that many cars we're talking about, but helping toward that end. I have a good relationship with our neighbors. I called personally and wrote to each of the abutting neighbors and understand, and we talk, so we have a very open relationship. The little letter addresses issues that really apply to North Avenue, which is the opposite side of the property, which should have nothing to do with what we're talking about here. And we have an agreement with the neighbor to park 4 cars, but this can't increase that because those are 4 cars. We're not putting more cars there. That just stays as the same. And her concerns, which we completely agree with, that, you know, people who live on the site aren't making noise after 11 o'clock at night. We completely agree with that. The HVAC in the accommodations will not be attached to the main chiller, which is near her home. These will be independent and separate within these new buildings. I will say that I did not realize our neighbor on 2 Chestnut Street has raised some issues, and I didn't know of any of their concerns until this afternoon. And I think one of the things that challenges them, which is a good point, is in front of the hotel, there's sort of that triangle where North Water Street intersects with Easton Street, and people come down and turn there and do a U-turn and head back up Easton Street. That's really a different issue. And I think that they have a valid concern about that. I don't think that's just hotel traffic. That's also the general public. That's basically what I hope is helpful.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you.
At first glance, before I open it up to the board, I'll just make a couple of observations and comments that I have. Looking at the zoning change that we had a couple of years ago from 50% to 40% in the downtown historical district, we're going from what was already 50.4%, and right now it's 55.8%. So even though we're looking to increase, I'm sorry, we're from 50.4 to 55.8, we're looking to increase a modest 5.4%. We have to also be aware of the fact that under the present zoning, it would be 40%. So technically, it's really another 15.4% of where it should be under the present zoning. And so that really is one of the concerns. But also, just looking at this, we're increasing guest rooms, 4 guest rooms, and then we're actually helping to get 4 more employees or housing for employees. And I just wonder if the thought was, instead of increasing more guest rooms to get more employees, if you increase the 4 guest rooms on the second floor, if that could actually house the 4 extra employees. And then we wouldn't need the parking and the underground parking and the construction of the new building and the ground cover. You'd actually be helping the employees to get housing, getting that second floor, and then getting the waiver for the parking because they would be employee housing. And you would be saving money by constructing another building with underground parking. I may be overthinking a lot, and I'm not in the hotel business, but that's just the first thing that I looked at. Let's not create more guest rooms, so we need to create more employees, so we need to create more housing for employees. Why don't we just cut right to the chase and create more employee housing? Yes, Mark, sorry.
Good points. The challenge we have is everything is so expensive here. The East Cottage building we inherited, and unlike the main hotel, we haven't been able to restore it, and it's really in a deplorable condition. To rebuild that building is going to cost $3 million. And I can't justify doing that unless we can add some revenue to do that. I don't expect you to be sympathetic to that, but that is a practical problem that we have. And the permit was set up originally to give us 60 guest bedrooms. So we're not asking for more than what was originally permitted. We are asking for the additional 4 rooms. By adding 4 bedrooms, that's not going to increase the staff need. We're trying to make life better for people who struggle, and we as the employer are struggling to find quality housing.
Great. And with that, I will open it up to the board. Dave?
Thank you, John. Through you, John, to Paul. Paul, do you have an open space calculation on this piece of property?
Oh, hold on.
You're muted, Paul.
I'm sorry. Let me see if I have it on the existing plan. We're not changing the open space coverage because everything we're doing now is occurring within areas that are already technically counted as either ground cover or open space. So there's no change. I'd have to go back and see what we have for calculations for the open space. There is quite a bit of actual open space in certain areas here and would be subject to the, originally this would have been subject to the 30% for the MCD. Currently, it would only be subject to the 20%. But the areas that we're talking now, what we're talking about doing does not affect the open space because everything we're doing is occurring within existing ground cover or areas that already don't count as open space.
Okay. Thank you, Paul. So I have quite a few problems with this. Number one is the ask for more ground cover, which I think at this point is really beyond where it should be. There's no way you can look at this and not get a feeling that this piece of property has been overdeveloped and the use has been maximized. There's parking problems on the streets continually. It's just a big concern, and I understand and about wanting staff housing, and I get it, but it's not housing at any cost. This is in a sensitive area surrounded by wetlands. I firmly believe that at this point, this property has been developed about as much as it can stand. And we have these zoning bylaws in place for a good reason. And I just don't see a reason to go beyond where we are now. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Anyone else on the board care to comment before I open it up to the public?
Yeah, John, let me just ask. I got to ask Leslie some historic questions. What was the original zoning here, Leslie? Is it ROH before? When it was the Point Breeze or whatever, it was before?
No, it was limited commercial, which I believe had a ground cover allowance of 50%.
So it was, all right, well, the reason I was asking, because ROH used to be 50 3 years ago, so that's why I'm saying. So it was 50 in LC. That LC district, I'm never gonna keep that in my mind, because there was a handful of that stuff down in the Grand Point area. I didn't think it was up here. So we couldn't extend CDT, and everybody should know this stuff from when this all, we couldn't extend it past, what is it, C Street? Is that where it is?
Right now, I believe it stops at the Lola building. And those
No,
lots are,
I know you're looking at it from that, and I'm looking at the North Water Street sort of side too, kind of like this is sort of in between. And we have all those rooming houses on North Water that are in ROH
right.
currently, because the creep issue was starting to, you know, affect our ability to get that passed at that time. But this spot here is sort of like Holgate's Laundry, the hospital. It's sort of like a, I don't know. I can't, I'm trying to come up with the right way to explain it. I don't want to say summer house, but I want to use something that makes sense to get a different vision for this spot. And I'm not going to bring up how Mr. Snyder sort of rescued this disaster, because that's not fair, because that has nothing to do with it. It's just, it has turned out well compared to what it was and where it was headed. But with that said, this property has been historically, you know, commercially dense, etc. And we couldn't put it in a district that was appropriate because it was in the middle of all this. We sort of ran into this with the Brant Point Inn a couple months ago, where they sort of built what they built in at that time, Leslie. That was also that LC too, I think, in 1985, right? Am I wrong about that?
So the LC, I don't remember exactly how far down it extended, but it definitely included this area. It included the Brant Point Inn. When we did the rezoning, all of the hotels in that area are in CN. So the Beachside, the White Elephant,
But CN isn't, but what is CN's ground cover, 40?
40.
Yeah, so we didn't have a district that we could recreate that area. That was one of our issues. I remember these discussions, a little bit with that, but and the other thing I wanted to bring up, and this isn't for just new people, I just like to kind of regurgitate a few of these things. We used to require housing above some of these places at the beginning of this whole, the bus pass issue. And then all of a sudden we had to kind of drop the housing requirement sort of because it was burdening the property owners, depending upon what it took for them to provide the housing. Now we flip back to an applicant actually asking to have it, not us requiring it. So I'm sort of looking at this from a completely sort of, last 15, 18 years of how this has changed and come back full circle in a different manner. Where an applicant, we never had applicants asking to construct housing at their expense and asking us for a sort of a special permit granted for that. We were actually asking them to do it and they didn't want to do it. So this is a conundrum. I think they've thought this through pretty well. I think this would be an invisible change. I don't think this is going to be something that everyone's going to notice, but it is what it is. This is a property that has gone through a lot of changes historically, ownership. This is where we had to make a big decision about the June 15th date, as I recall, with the piers and the steel and the plywood on the side of the sidewalks. That was quite a bit. So I would urge, to allow this change because of what he's doing. And he's really not adding, he's sort of subtracting to add. So that's my position. Thank you.
Thank you, Nat. Cam?
Hi, yes, thank you. I had some other thoughts that didn't go along these lines, but I would like to follow up with Nat's comments because, and I think they sort of play off yours as well, Mr. Chair, where, you know, it's like we're being asked to provide one new guest room for each employee housing option. And I just sort of feel like that's a little bit too much. If we're trying to employ, you know, house employees, as Nat was saying, well, then I think that's what we should be looking at. And instead, I think we're looking at a growth piece that has employee housing as chocolate sauce on the top, trying to make it more palatable. If I had difficulty because this plan, as loaded on the website, you can't expand it. It sort of stays locked. So I apologize for my questions here because it's so difficult to see with all the minutia on here. So the parking lot is between the 25-foot wetland setback and the 50-foot wetland setback, I believe, as depicted here. I'm going to assume that that's at grade and not below grade parking, just because we know of the flooding in that area and that we're looking at a building that's going to be on top of the parking, but the parking isn't below ground. Am I correct there?
You are correct.
Yes.
Okay. And those are 7 parking spots. All right. So here's my question, I guess, because I sort of agree with other people, but I'm a little concerned about the added stormwater drainage, and I don't see and haven't heard anything to that regard with this additional staff building as it's stated here. When you're already in a wetlands, and I understand that Concom is supposed to look at this, and I guess sort of I'd rather have them give an idea whether this is viable or not before we did, but however it goes. Yeah, and all the constructions within a wetland setback, which I understand with the main hotel, et cetera, but this is sort of, we're in new times, and I think we should think a little differently about that in this area. Yeah, so that's my concern, I guess, is the offset of, well, you'll get 4 employee housing spots and we'll get 4 guest housing spots. So yeah, I think that's pretty much what I had. I also was, how do you get access to this back building, the East Cottage? Where's the access to that?
It's, if you look at the driveway that runs there, you access it off of that.
Okay, that's where I'm having difficult, you know, I want to do the, where you put your fingers on the screen and sort of blow it up so you can see what you're looking at.
Well,
So
from Easton Street is a direct line. There's a driveway to the back, and that's how you access the East Cottage.
okay. Where that DHH9 is in the shell. Okay, great. Thank you for that.
Okay, thank you. Carl?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of comments. Sometimes in a situation like this, there could be proposed mitigation of the impacts of further employee housing and 4 more guest rooms off-site. Unfortunately for Mr. Schneider and his staff, I think it's very expensive here, obviously, to buy a lot and build a duplex or 2 for employee housing anywhere else in the island. Those folks may or may not bicycle, walk, or ride a bike to work. They may need a car from that site to the hotel site. So it's really, to me, I would echo some of the comments. I don't think this is really that noticeable from the street side. especially in the back with the parking places and the employee get rooms. And I would think that it would have to be true to add 4 guest rooms to help offset the cost of the renovation of the East Cottage, or whatever you call it. So the employees living on the site, I would assume they would be encouraged to take the bus, ride a bike, and walk instead of having a car while they're living on the site of the hotel in an employee housing. This is an issue that so many employers right now are facing. As Mr. Schneider said, struggling to find employees because of housing. And basically, in closing, I would support this for the reasons of saying it's really not that noticeable from the street. If the building with the 7 parking places under it is at ground level, you can't really go down in the swamp, the lowlands. You would have to keep the parking at ground level and have the apartments above it. You can't really see that from Euston Street. And renovating, adding rooms to the East Cottage is a fair enough plan. I am not as much of a versed in ground cover as many of you are, but I think the ground cover issue could be resolved simply. And I would close by saying, there's a lot of precedent before zoning in this neighborhood. When I was a kid, my father took me to the demolition of the Seacliff Inn, which was up the street, up the hill on Cliff Road. And we got some free bricks, which I still have on my property here, from the demolition of that hotel. And that was a grand old, Nantucket hotel right around the corner from the Nantucket Hotel. And that was way before zoning. I think it was a few years before zoning became legal that the Seacliff Inn was demolished. So, as far as intensity of this neighborhood, I think it has, there's been some issues with vehicles on Euston Street and some traffic, but they have some shuttle vans and things they use. And there's a precedent for the grand old days with hotels in this area. Thank you.
Thank you, Barry.
Thank you. I'd like to agree with some of the things that Nat said. I mean, I remember the previous iteration of this when the hotel transferred over, and oh my God, that was a planning board nightmare. And I will give him some credit toward putting something that was close to a state of demolition back into something that I think works well for the community. Granted, this could be 2 separate applications that are before the board at this point. But I can understand the idea of trying to combine them, because I think as a business owner, you're going to have to look at too, he's also trying to make the best use of defraying as much construction cost as possible. It's, it's still going to be a function of, yes, in the end analysis, it just will work better. You may not necessarily like that, but I think there are some real grains of truth to that, as an applicant, he's trying to be, probably as financially prudent as possible, at least in terms of making the business viable. The other thing that came up in kind of just set me aback a little bit was employee housing was denoted to be chocolate sauce offered to this board. And I am going to take great exception to that, because employee housing on this island is one of the biggest problems that we've been facing for a period of time. And you are to this day watching businesses fail or close early or close days of the week because they don't have the staffing under which to do it. So here you have an applicant before you at this point who is trying to, again, make the business viable and successful. And one of the ways he'll do that is not have to worry about how do I deal with my employees, or worse, having to send them out into the field and let them find housing on their own, which we know is a major gamble. So I think as a board, we need to always be cognizant of that, and where there's that opportunity that an applicant, a developer can make something happen to ensure that they've got adequate staff to run the facility. I think we need to be all over that, because the consequence, the other side of it, may well be business failure. And I dare anyone to challenge me on that one. So thanks for listening. I do appreciate it. And let me turn it back over to the chair.
Okay, thank you. Meg, are there people in the audience or the general public that would like to comment or get keyed in?
Yes, we have Emily, we have a lot of hands going up. Emily Molden, then we have Laura McCluskey, Paulina Zurakovsky, George Butterworth, Sarah Little, Mark Ganella. So I will try
Why
and
don't we
keep.
start in that order? You can lead me through, but we'll start with Emily.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Hi, Emily. Welcome.
Hi, thanks a lot. Emily Molden here with the Nantucket Land Council. I just wanted to take a moment to raise some concerns and to some extent echo some of the things that have been said, and that's primarily around the request for relief from ground cover. Clearly, this is a site that's in a commercial district and zoning has changed, but it is certainly quite developed. I think that housing the community recognizes for employees is a big concern, but I also think it's always important to balance it with the other issues in a specific location and area. As it's been made clear, this will have to go before the Conservation Commission for more specific wetland concerns. But I do think that it's absolutely within the purview of the planning board to consider the location as it relates to being in the flood zone. We are obviously looking at, in the decades to come, increasing impacts to this part of the island from flooding and from higher groundwater levels. I think that it's incumbent upon the planning board to really consider where it waives things like ground cover allowance for more structures and more infrastructure, and a property such as this one that is in a flood zone. I think it's particularly important to not grant that type of a waiver if it's not absolutely necessary. I think that, as also has been said, the proposed new structure may not be directly visible, but I still think that the planning board would be hard pressed to say that the relief or waiver is not going to be more substantially detrimental to the neighborhood in the long run by having more infrastructure and structures in harm's way and creating more runoff and impervious surfaces. So in this instance, I just think that it would be really important to not allow the relief for additional ground cover. As it's been pointed out, the applicant is already in exceedance of the current zoning based on the more recent changes. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Emily. Meg?
Laura McCluskey.
Okay, Laura, welcome.
Hi, how are you?
Great.
I just wanted to say, with regards to parking in that area, both my boyfriend and myself are members of the hotel's year-round healthcare or health club system. And literally each of us is there once a day. I never have any problem finding parking in that neighborhood. And it regardless of what time of day I'm there, regardless of what day of the week. So I know that there has been some argument regarding, the stress on parking in the neighborhood. I will tell you, I literally have belonged to that club for a year and a half, and I have never, ever had to park further than right across the street from the building. So just, one small data point.
Thank you, Laura.
We have George Butterworth.
Okay, George, welcome.
George, you got to unmute.
Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome, George. How are you?
Fine, thank you. I live about 100 feet from the hotel at the end of North Water Street. I can tell you there's been plenty of problems with parking and trying to pick your way down the street in front of the hotel. I'm just stunned to hear the person before me saying she has no trouble parking. It's just trying to pick your way down. There's only room for one car to make it down at a time. But my biggest concern is this just seems to make a joke out of ground cover. The entire neighborhood now is 40% ground cover, whether you're in the commercial neighborhood or if you're in the residential old historic. We in the residential old historic were allowed 50%, but we were leaned on to give it up because for the good of the neighborhood. And I agreed. I wish I could build to 50% in my backyard if I feel like building a second cottage. A second residence in the backyard. But it hurts everybody when you build that intensely. So I gave up the right to 50%, and I expect other people to be held to that. The hotel, I used to have a lot of positive feelings toward the hotel. Mr. Schneider, I can tell you those evaporated when I saw this application. The idea is, well, the property is already pretty well trashed, so let's finish it off. Let's add 2,900 more feet of coverage into a property that's incredibly densely developed. The original application, the special permit, was very generous. The zoning was looser then, and it's the planning board, it's you folks who tightened it up and said, you know, we should hold it to 40%. And I absolutely agree with you. It's in everybody's best interest to hold it to 40%. Right now, this property is already 25% over that because they were granted this a while back, and everyone was grateful for salvaging it from Mr. Matthews. But this is just nailing the neighborhood to the wall. There's no reason to allow this intensity. And I'm sorry about that. Housing is important for employees, but this is not the way to go about it. It's just not fair to anybody else. You know, this entire neighborhood now is 40%. They're at over 50%, and they want to jack it up significantly above that. And it's just not right. And I just absolutely want to oppose this application. Thank you.
Thank you, George.
We have Paulina, then followed by Mark.
Great. We'll take Paulina. Welcome, Paulina.
Hey, what's up, my niggas?
Okay.
Hello. I guess we'll take Mark.
Mark.
Haven't had one of those in a while.
We were overdue. Welcome, Mark, when you're ready.
Unmute, there we go.
Hi, can you hear us?
We can hear you. Welcome.
Okay, so
Tell them you're here with me.
I'm here representing the Ganella family. I'm here with my sister Lisa, and I'm representing my brother John, who I'm pretty sure is tuned in as well. We used to own the Point Breeze Hotel, as many of you know. We sold it to Bob Matthews, and it has been referred to as a big fiasco, which we can all agree on that was. At the time when we sold, Mr. Schneider was actually an interested buyer, but the price wasn't right for him at the time. And many years later, he came back to the table, and he's done great things with it. And I'd like to think that we've had a really good neighborly relationship with Mark over the last 10 years. With that being said, Mark emailed my wife and my mother back in late May in terms of this project, and it was quoted to be not that major. And so I was kind of a little surprised that he didn't include myself or my sister Lisa or my brother John on that email. So I responded back to Mark and asked if we could possibly meet and talk. And we never heard back from you, Mark. So I'm hoping that we can still actually meet and meet and talk. Right now, we were originally thinking that we really were not opposed to redoing the East Cottage and building that up a little bit, knowing that someday we may want to put a second story on some of our cottages right next door to Mark. But we've always been concerned about the ground cover situation, and hearing more and more about what I've been listening to for the last 2.5 hours or 3 hours now, 3.5 for what was going on up on Fair Street and some of the problems just with the historic district in general. I have to agree with many of the people who sounded out about the overbuilding in this area. You know, I'm not going to ever argue with anybody that staff housing is a huge problem here. But all the businesses on Nantucket have to deal with that. I know that Mark does have nice staff housing for many of his employees right now. Many of his employees have cars. Some of them that live here on the island year round may not live in his staff housing, but they have to drive to get to work, and they park right in front of our house on Easton Street. Anybody that thinks that the parking is not an issue on Easton Street has obviously never been on Easton Street in July or August. It is a huge problem. The next thing that we are really, really concerned about also is the stormwater drainage. The property, you know, the hotel, the property that the hotel sits on right now, the grade was raised substantially when it was first renovated. And then behind us, a new house went up and they raised the grade. And our neighbors to the east of us also raised their grade. So pretty much everybody's rain just fills into our property. And I'm really concerned that that's going to continue, the whole floodplain and everything. So I guess, yeah, the parking, the stormwater, and the overall density are our biggest concerns. But at the same time, would still like to sit down with the owner and talk to see if we can't come up with some other possibilities. That's it.
Thank you. Meg, is there anyone else?
Yes, we have Sarah Little, followed by Tom Little.
Okay, Sarah, welcome.
Hello.
Hi.
Yes, hi. Yeah, we know Mark. We've talked to him over the years, ever since he purchased the property. And we had when he purchased it, he spent a lot of time with the neighbors and was very considerate and asked what we needed. And Bob Matthews had done all kinds of things like grab land from North Avenue, and Mark was really good about fixing that. And we had a neighborhood agreement that you know, we were really happy with what he's doing, and we just didn't want any traffic from the hotel past the hotel entrance. And he agreed to that. And it was, you know, the hotel is noisy and there's people around, but this really helped keep this private way quiet, and it kept our properties quiet. And my house abuts North Avenue, so anybody going up and down there and walking or car is just 10 feet from my house. So and it's always been not that many people going up and down. So anyway, the parking problem that he has, which is chronic, of course, he solved it a couple of years ago by making a private arrangement with somebody at the far end of the alley. So he has 4 staff cars going up and down the alley twice a day that are going past the entrance to the hotel, and they are hotel traffic. And those cars draw other cars to come down. Other employees come, like employees get dropped off at the entrance, and the person who's driven them comes down the alley and turns around and goes back. So the traffic down the alley dramatically increased. And we talked to Mark about it, and he didn't do anything about it. He still has the agreement and continues to have his staff park down the end of the alley. So we're essentially giving him parking relief by he's burdening the alley with his need for parking relief. So anyway, if he adds more staff and more, then there's going to be more staff on the property with cars. And it is incredibly over the property that is along North Avenue is kind of like a junkyard in the other side of the fence. And although there are 3 parking spaces marked on this map, there's usually there's concrete rubble and building materials, and I'm not sure what else, a shed, I think, and tools. So that isn't actually usable parking, even though it's marked as parking. And I think, and I could be wrong on this, that the parking that is shown on the plot actually already exists. So that's not additional parking. Those are parking spots that are already there in the gravel. And he's just going to put the housing over it. So anyway, I agree also with the Nantucket Land Council that this is a flood zone. It's a wetland, and this place is really overbuilt already, and it's adding ground cover is covering more ground is, I don't know why you have zoning laws if you're going to break them, but for this, I mean, people thought really hard about coming up with this ground cover rule, and it seems like a rule is a rule, but anyway, but in any case, so I would be pretty, as a neighbor, pretty upset if we are the ones that are giving him his parking relief by use of our alley to park his cars down the end of it. And I just want to point out that one of the reasons you got so few letters is we got the notice from the certified mail at 3 o'clock on Monday, June 6th. So we had an hour and a half to write our letters, and a lot of people I know weren't able to get them in time. So that may explain why you only got 2 letters. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Sarah. Tom, if you're available and like to speak.
Fantastic. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to the board. Of course, I'm Tom Little, and I'm my wife, Sarah Brown, are owners of the property at number 3 and also number 9 North Ave, which are both impacted by this possible project. I want to say that we're immediately adjacent to the hotel on the north side. And what this means is, I think that the distance between our property and theirs is 4 feet. And as we've explained to this board in the past, we're very concerned about noise, particularly from any kind of infrastructure such as the HVAC system. And any potential increase of load on that system has an immediate and direct impact on our quality of life. And this is probably true of the Adlers. We'll speak for them, but 24/7, we hear the chiller running on the property. I know Mark's made a good attempt to mitigate sound from that, but I don't believe that it's compliant with the ordinance for passage of noise from a commercial property onto a residential property. So anything that's going to tweak the load on that, such as adding additional structure, staff housing, any kind of workload is something that concerns us. We're also very concerned about the impact of adding additional people onto the site, which will have the potential to move activities closer to us. So if that's parking vehicles near the wetlands, we're going to notice that. We're going to get headlights in our yard. If it's staff that are hoping to meet up with other staff during their downtime, it's not clear where they're going to socialize on the property. And to date, the place to do that has been outside in the common areas and in the network of pathways between the property and with that. So we hear those staff, they walk through and chat and make quite a bit of noise, particularly at night. So we would hope that there'd be some strategies to mitigate that, possibly by providing common areas indoors and out of earshot of the neighborhood. I'm a little disappointed so far at Mark's response during this call in reference to some of the threads that we've had via email. It seems that issues on North Ave are too far away from where the construction is, but I don't believe that to be the case. My sister raised the commitment to adhere to the agreement that was made years ago. I'm disappointed that he's not doing that, given all of the feedback we've provided today. I do believe that the staff and additional guests on the site will increase deliveries. There's going to be more material needed in order to host those folks. I can also tell you that the parking areas on North Ave are not used as per plan. And often vehicles are parked either on the shoulder of North Avenue, which is not hotel property, or they're parked on the loading zone and crossing over into North Ave, which, if I recall correctly from the planning, was widened specifically to allow pedestrian walkway along North Ave while cars were routing down that. So the parking of cars that extend into the space seems to not be in the spirit of how it was designed. So I think I'd like to summarize that we continue to be concerned about noise issues, either from humans or equipment. And we think that more should go into planning the parking arrangements. So in the past, this has been done. It's not clear from the submitted plans that the 14 spaces are the entirety of all of the spots that have been provided on the site. But as my sister attests to, and as we see from living down there, the spaces are not used as shown in the plan. It would be great to have all of the parking that's committed be used as parking. And this may address some of the usage of the private property further down, which is also with passing by the entrance and keeping hotel traffic contained within their own space. We continue to have a problem with that. So I appreciate the opportunity to talk to the board. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Meg, any other hands in the audience?
I am seeing none.
Okay, with that, oh, yes, Mark.
Can I respond to some of the comments to try
Certainly.
to?
Please.
Okay. First of all, I feel terribly because I have usually communicated with certain Ganellas, and Mark responded to me, and I responded to him May 27th. He asked if we could meet in early July, and I wrote back, I'd love to meet on the 9th, Saturday morning, which is when he asked to meet. So I am mystified, and I feel badly because they've been great neighbors. Secondly, there is no HVAC connection. These new buildings are completely separate from the chiller. Specifically, there'll be no noise at all from these buildings that will affect what the Littles are concerned about. And I understand that on the back side of the property. If we can provide staff housing for 4, I would be delighted not to use the 4 spaces in that rear parking lot. Those are for people who come in for the day, who work, who park. And I will not need those if we can have more people on the living here. And we will restrict cars, and that's what we do. If someone is in our employment, they are told they cannot have a car. And that is important. I want everyone to know that. And the only other thing I would say is I'm mindful of flooding and all that. We have never had any flood waters in our property at all. And in preparing this, we thought that because it was raised and the building doesn't touch the ground, that it really would have very little impact on that. And we're trying to do the right thing. So I appreciate your consideration, and I want to be a good neighbor and do right by them.
Thank you, Mark. Meg, one last try. Anybody from the general public?
No, I'm not seeing anyone.
Okay, board members, what's your pleasure?
Mr. Chair, obviously we have to continue this, but I just want to bring up a couple more little things that have been said that people may have forgotten as well. And staff can check into this, but I'm 99% sure that the applicant was required by us to widen Eastern Street. Eastern Street used to be really narrow, like way worse than you see now. It was the width of where the tree bump is. And as I recall, the tree, they're required to widen that if the tree comes down, like the one in front of the Roberts house or any number of other trees that have fallen. And I believe that that's in the decision, but I'd have to check with staff to look at that. But, and again, the Harbor House, all these other pre-existing, this is a pre-existing commercial spot. Yes, I understand the zoning. I think it's important for the public that we don't grant zoning waivers on residential properties. That doesn't happen here. That is a ZBA issue, and that is very rare situation. But and I'm sort of asking staff, I don't know of, out of my head, of any places I can just name where we've granted ground cover waivers in certain situations. I don't know that. I can't say that we have. I think that this area, though, when we did the Brant Point area plan, I remember all this LC stuff, and it is an odd district to tackle when it comes to the existing commercial. Now, Mr. Butterworth's point is right as far as ROH, but I think it needs to be explained that when planning staff proposed lowering ROH from 50% to 40, there was a lot of debate about that. Behind the scenes, there was actually some things said that we were wrong about the percentage of the existing residential lots. And the calculation was right. But this is a separate discussion. This type of situation is not the same situation as that. So, but it's a good discussion to have. So we're gonna have to continue this. We're gonna have to be more information. The abutters notice stuff is a disaster. We should have something that's a state law. And I think it's the most ridiculous thing that's required. It's snail mail is like an email compared to registered mail. So we apologize for that. But anyway, we're gonna have to have some more conversation about this.
Thank you, Nat.
Thank you.
Dave?
Mr. Chairman, real quick, I'm hearing,
Yes, Susan.
I'm hearing feedback from someone's microphone. If everyone,
I know.
if you're not speaking, that would be
I'll remind
really
you.
helpful.
Yeah, if you're not speaking, please mute. Thank you.
Through the chair, could I have just a moment to briefly speak? This is Paul
Sure.
Santos.
Yes, Paul.
I think as Nat had said, probably continuing, I'm assuming, is the way this is probably going to go tonight. And I don't want to get into a back and forth, but I think some of the issues with regard to the flood zone, how these buildings are constructed, drainage and so forth could be answered, more succinctly in a memo back to staff prior to the next meeting. I think I have a sense of maybe where the board is now, quite honestly, with the exception of the chair. And I don't know if that's out of line because I think I feel like I'm not really sure how the chair is feeling about the application that's presently proposed.
So I won't tell you what I'm voting, but I think if you're looking to have more negotiations, you should continue. Because if you, there's, I have issue with ground cover. The percentage, I have, the impervious surfaces questions. So, if that gives you any indication, my strong suggestion would be for you to continue.
That's perfect, and I appreciate that information. Mark's on here. I mean, my recommendation obviously would be to continue, and I'm assuming Mark will. Mark is the client, so I'm going to defer to him on that subject.
Before I entertain anything, Dave has had his hand raised, so I'd like to acknowledge Dave first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to reiterate, and I respect Nat's point of view here, but I just think it's really important to remember that this piece of property is already beyond what it would be if it was being able to build new at this point. So we're asking for above and beyond that. If any resident in that road came to us and said, oh yeah, I'm already over ground cover, will you give me a little more? I can tell you what the answer is going to be. So I really think that we need to really be careful about setting a precedent here. And we really need to look smartly at this piece of property and how it's been developed. And I'll leave it there for now because we're going to continue it clearly, but thank you.
Thanks, Dave. Okay, board members, kind of heard everyone. What is your pleasure?
Motion to continue to July 11th.
Okay, is there a second for that?
Second.
Motion's been made to continue to July 11th by Barry, seconded by Nat. Roll call. Barry.
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Cam,
Hi.
and the chair votes aye. Thank you, everyone, for your time.
Thank you.
patience. Okay, moving on. I believe we have one more, the Westmore, 10 Westmore Lane, and
Also-
Stephen Cohen and Paul
Wait a
Santos.
minute.
You also, Mr. Chairman, you also have 12
Dave
Dave.
Street.
I'm
Yeah,
sorry?
we got the Dave Street one next, I think.
12 Dave Street is next.
Oh, did I jump over one? I'm sorry. Oh, great. RPN, thank you very much. RPN LLC, 12 Dave Street, and representing Marianne Hamley. Is there?
Give me just a moment to bring
Sure.
everyone.
Hi, Marianne Hanley. Can you hear me?
Marianne, welcome.
Oh, good. You can hear me. That's wonderful. Great. Thank you very much. Marianne Hanley on behalf of RPN LLC, the owner of the property at 12 Dave Street, more affectionately known to all of us as the Chicken Box. My clients are here tonight to request special permit relief to the extent necessary, and also to request modification of prior special permits so that they can basically take 2 existing dwellings on the property, demolish them, and replace them with 2 duplex dwelling units. The relief necessary be waive open space, any required additional parking, screening, and driveway configurations. In the application, I want to clarify one thing. We had said that there were going to be 2 buildings, one with 4 units and 3 dwellings, and the other with 3 dwellings and 3 dwellings. What we're doing is one building will have 4 bedrooms in one unit, 2 bedrooms in the other, and the other building will have 4 bedrooms in one and 3 in the other. The total bedroom count doesn't change. It will still be 13 bedrooms altogether. So the buildings, I don't know if any of you are familiar with them. I know you're familiar with the box, but basically at the rear of the box is one of the dwellings that's attached to the building, and that has historically been used as the band house. That has 4 bedrooms in it. One of the new dwelling units will still be proposed for use as the band house. It's important to point out that the band house does not, although technically it requires parking under the bylaw, the bands don't bring their cars. We have a van that transports them back and forth, including their equipment, and they don't bring them to the site. The other existing dwelling unit on the property is currently occupied by the manager. He will continue to have one of the other units, and we are proposing that the other 2 units be either peak seasonal housing or employee housing, year-round employee housing. This is in the MyPod district, and one of the goals, one of the purposes of the MyPod overlay, planned overlay dwelling is to promote consistency and quality in the planning and siting of buildings and streetscape. As I said, these 2 buildings need some work. They need to be upgraded. Simply renovating them doesn't make a whole lot of economic sense. And one of the other points is the MyPod is we want to increase the supply of housing for year-round Nantucket residents, especially those employed in the Mid-Island area. And that's what we're doing. We are not proposing any changes to the existing commercial use on the property. It will stay the way that it is. This is, I've been listening tonight to some of these applications, and we're sort of in a unique position with that we're in a highly commercial area as opposed to a residential area. And what we're proposing is to provide more housing for Nantucket citizens. I think it was Barry that mentioned it's pretty darn hard to run a business on the island. You see people failing left and right, and it's because people don't have anywhere to live. They just don't have anywhere to live, and my clients want to do that. They want to make it easier for their employees. I know you've gotten a couple of letters. I believe they arrived late today because of, I think the notices must have been tied up in the mail. But one of them was a concern about parking. Again, this doesn't these units aren't going to affect the overall parking on the area. They, you know, one of the letters, I think they were more concerned about people leaving late at night, making noise. Frankly, the more people we have living on site, that means less people that have to leave late at night. It also means they sort of tend to police the area. They're there, they're on site, they know what's going on. And I guess, you know, one other argument I can make, but I don't really want to make it, is under the existing bylaw provisions, because of this, we have 40 seats. But you know, we all know we have a lot more people in there at night than 40 people. So I don't even want to go there. If we just stuck with the 40 seat count and the employees and the duplex bedrooms, we'd only need 26 spaces. But we felt it was more important to come to the board, tell you what our plan was, and let us know if you have any questions, if there's anything that we can address. I believe that one of the conditions in the staff report was to provide, you know, year-round bus passes. Not a problem. There are 2 bus stations in the immediate area. One is across the street from the grocery store. The other is around the corner on Orange Street. Since this property was originally zoned residential commercial, it's now rezoned to Mid-Island planned overlay commercial Mid-Island. We are entitled to count parking spaces on the street. As you know, when the grocery store did their renovation, all of a sudden there were a lot more parking spaces available on the road. And we just think that, you know, it's important that we try and work it out with everyone. You know, it's funny, my days of going to the Chicken Box at 11 o'clock on a Saturday night are over, okay? But I've been driving by there recently to try and see just what goes on there during the day. And 9 out of 10 times, especially around lunchtime or breakfast, there's a trailer, one of those big, huge landscaping trailers in the Chicken Box parking lot with, you know, 3 lawnmowers on the trailer in the back. And they're there, you know, they run in there, they run across to the grocery store. They might run across a couple of the takeout places in the commons. Because frankly, there's no place for them to park down there. They can't, they're just too big. They can't fit anywhere else. And my clients are fine with that. They said, you know, it is what it is. This afternoon when I went by, a rather oversized Suburban had pulled in there, and a mom and her 4 little kids popped out so that they could go into the drugstore. And again, you know, it's just, it's an area that lends itself to people using it during the day. And at night, we try and do the best that we possibly can. And again, and one other thing too about driving at night and parking at night, there has been, over the course of the past several years, as you all know, Uber and Lyft have gained increasingly in popularity. A lot of the local hotels have buses. They'll drop people off. They'll pick them up at night. People take cabs. I mean, frankly, nobody wants to get popped for driving drunk at night anymore. And I'm not saying that everybody goes to a bar, drinks too much, but it's not worth taking the chance. It's actually less people using parking over there at night than there were probably 25 years ago when pretty much anything was a go. And I think that's about it on the parking. I've got Packy Norton. Actually, his real name is Thomas Norton, but you all know him as Packy. He's the manager who also lives on site now. John Jordan is one of the other managers. Meg, I don't know if you can maybe just put them on standby in case any of the board members have any questions for them.
They're here. And I brought over Arcus Bar as well.
Oh, okay. Oh, sorry, I forgot that you were here too. But you know, and finally, I mean, we don't have room to put more parking in or to change the parking configuration. But what we want to do is make sure that we can keep our employees, or if there's other year-round employees on the island that need housing, it's there, it's available. You can walk to the grocery store. You can walk to Marine Lumber. You can walk to the bank. If it's a couple with the little kids, they can walk to school. They can walk to the Boys and Girls Club. I mean, it's the perfect place to have employee housing. So we certainly hope that you will consider this application. And again, I'll turn it over to the board members or to, you know, anyone that has questions.
Thank you, Marianne. Board?
Oh,
Yeah.
did you call someone up, actually? A fifth member?
Is this?
Oh.
Oh. We did not. Meg, is this we need to get?
I think Carl is next.
Steve's not here.
Carl?
Right.
Carl's here. Steven's not here. So
Great.
Carl's
Pam
up
was
next.
just there. Carl, you are activated. You heard everything. Thank you.
Yes,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Chairman, yes.
Thank you, Marianne. Okay, board members, questions before we open it up?
John, Mr. Chairman, I'll just, if I can go first, then I can maybe go last or close to last again.
Go ahead, Nat.
So everything that Marianne said is true, but here's the key to the whole thing is that this entire area has been one parcel at a time being sort of improved, so to speak. You got, in Stop and Shop, that was Andrew's idea to put the on-street parking on there, which I was actually questioning at the time, but it is a brilliant idea. We should have done more. We've been through the whole Willie House, Island Kitchen, Sefolia, most confusing, mysterious land rights issue in history, in my opinion, as far as this stuff goes. And then we have the chicken box parking lot that everybody thinks is the town's. Okay, nobody knows they own it. They just use it. Barry worked there forever and witnessed just probably everything imaginable. People just sort of think it's sort of like the pretend A&P lot. We just kind of do whatever we want, and that's fine. It's better than having gated parking and this is my space and that stuff. And I sort of see over time the Mid-Island area becoming shared like it should be, but it's going to take the rest of my life for that to happen. There's a ton of parking available that we haven't seen happen yet right in front of, on Pleasant Street by Lucky's. That's all dead space, wasted space. That'll eventually be parking at some point in time. Something's going to change, but it happens one project at a time. So in this particular case, I don't see any change. I see just fixing stuff, making it better, taking old buildings and making them more efficient for them. But the parking is, the same as it ever was. So I see this as an improvement that you saw what Island Kitchen did to the other side at the improving that little area to make more parking for their businesses and walking in between them. So it's all one. I look at it as one holistic area, not one owner. So I don't see the intensity changing at all. So that's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Dave?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with Nat on the parking and the intensification of use, I think is minimal. My only concern is, and it's really not a deal breaker for me as much as I just want to kind of point it out and see if these guys can mitigate it a little more, and especially after today's rain, this property is in the Harbor Protection District. They are giving up or asking a waiver for, I think, 500 square feet of open space. So again, not a deal breaker for me, but I would like to see them try to at least mitigate that in some way. I think that it's not a huge amount of space we're losing, and we are gaining some housing, but it still, I think, would be good if we have these harbor protection areas for a reason. So that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Carl?
When I sat on the planning board from 2013 to 2018 as an alternate, probably in 2015 or 2016, I had a comment, and I'll make it again today. And I'm not going to take a lot of time with this. This is a suggestion for short, medium, and long-term planning in this area apropos of the Sparks Avenue proposal, and here it is. Is there a way to make a parking lot for Mid-Island on all or part of the Stop and Shop lot between Sanford Road and the Boys Club? Easily walkable to the Mid-Island zone in that area. Is there a way to tear down the fire department and make a municipal parking lot for the Mid-Island area in that area? I do not know the answer to this, but as a planning board alternate, I'm very curious about those two lots. One has a fire department on it and one is a vacant lot. What the uses are, folks on this board and staff may know more about this right now than I do, because I'm just back this year. But the Sanford property between Sanford Road and the Boys Club property is vacant. And the fire department property is being debated pretty heavily about further use by the town, the developer of the Sparks Avenue office buildings and so forth. So I would like to put my 2 cents in on the debate that we're going to have about this. And I would echo Mr. Iverson, Mr. Vice Chair. It is the Harbor District that's very close here with the creeks and everything, and he's got a good point about the open space. There are some fields there, and we had a bowling alley proposal many years ago down there on Dave Street, which was, some of you may remember that. That was pretty interesting. And there's some fields connecting Boudreaux here and there, and the parking lot for Island Kitchen. So there is some open space back there. There's some fields, and I think Mr. Vice Chair has a good point. I do support employee housing. I support general housing for workforce housing that they could provide, but I'm a little hung up on, some of the issues that were raised in Nantucket Commons Condominium Association letter, which we received today, regarding parking spaces within 500 feet of the business, and some issues with some parking on their property late at night at closing. Let's all just step back and think about those two lots as possible Mid-Island parking lots. And there's also some debate about making Sparks Avenue one way and making Pleasant Street one way, which is also part of that. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Carl. Barry?
Thank you. So I might defer to Leslie here, or at least Leslie, just tune in and correct me at any juncture if I'm wrong. Talking about the parking situation by the Stop and Shop, when we get to where the new car wash is, all the way out toward past Sanford, that's all privately owned. So as much as we'd like to do something, we'd also having the mean for the town to have to purchase those outrightly or get the consent for easements from the owners. And I know that when the Stop and Shop was initially pitched to us with the new development and stuff, we certainly tried our best with that to happen, and it was not going to happen. So just so you're situationally aware of what went on with the process. In terms of the fire department, that's always been a little bit of a subject for debate. We've had multiple visions of what could happen there. Sadly, none of those have come to fruition. And again, it's up to the town to make the final decision about how they best perceive the use of that property. You may remember a few years ago, there was actually someone who was interested in trying to purchase the property, but that deal fell through because the town and the person who was bidding on it just couldn't come to a financial agreement about what was going to happen. I'm not sure necessarily that's the highest use of that property either by the fire department. There's a number of different visions that have been pitched for that area, and it would probably be worth having a conversation with Andrew and or Leslie just to kind of come to an understanding of what that really means, in terms of some of the potentials that were there. I will tell you, having sat through the entire MyPod process when it was first being developed, there was a lot of time, energy, and consideration that went into that. But we, everyone who sat on that, everyone who worked toward it, and I think even to this day, you can't deny the fact, and I've said this before with other projects, this area is the new downtown and will continue to be the new downtown. Most people, even doing something as simple as shopping, doesn't happen downtown. Happens out by where we are today. Having worked in the pharmacy for years before it closed, most people, as much as they love going downtown, would dread going down there, and that was probably one of the better things for our business that happened. So there's a lot going on, but one of the things that I want to kind of bring back into play here is that as we began to see what the MyPod would develop into over the long run of things, we realized as well too, parking would be an issue if it became territorial in there. And so that was one of the things that we worked to get rid of, so that it's not like, oh, these are my spaces, what are you doing there? So the concept was to have shared parking across the entire process of what's there, so that people could be flexible in terms of how they moved around and made use of things. And again, I think you see, even like with the Stop and Shop parking lot, it cycles over the course of a day. If you get up at, I had the wonderful opportunity to stay at a friend's apartment, which was close by. And so when I was up at 6:30 in the morning, it was great. I'd look over the parking lot and there was barely anyone there. Same happens during the nighttime, just as the chicken box is getting up into high gear. Most of the parking there, people aren't going to the Stop and Shop. They're either visiting restaurants or they're going to the chicken box, whatever the case may be. So that parking dynamic actually works really well in terms of accommodating a lot of the different uses and times those uses come into place. So I think that's something just to keep in mind, is that parking really is meant to be shared there and not left on its own territorial basis, because that would certainly make the Mid-Island plan almost non-functional. So just a little bit of history for things, and just a little bit of insight. And I didn't hear Leslie yelling at me, so I think I'm pretty much on target. But I always like having her keep me in check, so that's great. Thank you.
Thank you, Barry. Seeing that most people have commented, I'd like to add a couple of things. Just to reiterate, this is the future downtown that's out of town. And we've spoken about this in other meetings with the Sparks Avenue project. We're not going to just look at one project and say, this is good. We want to look at the overall project, and the discussion about parking and shared parking and where there's going to be future parking, I think is important to bring up when we look at any applicant in the general vicinity. I'll say it again while I have a plug here for one way going around Sparks Ave and Pleasant. In my lifetime, I'd love to see that, and I'll keep saying it. I think that would help. But I think a lot of times people look at the planning board and say that we're just looking at a project. We're not. We're looking at the overall project and how it's going to affect future build out of the area. So planned development in this particular area is important. I will say with this particular applicant, since we look at everything individually, there is a concern with the 500 square feet that they're looking to waive for the open space. But also on the merits, this is for employee housing, year-round housing, and members of their household that work there. So if you're looking at something, they're not asking for future build out or expansion of business. They have a business. This is all purely requesting workforce housing for what they already have, which is kind of refreshing, because all that build out will be for employees in year-round housing. So I just wanted to point that out. And that's all I have right now, but I'd love to hear what other people say, the comments in the public. And I see Cam, your hand is raised, so I'll call on you. Thank you.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I appreciate the discussion on parking, but I think underlying everything here is that there's really no significant increase in use of the structures to really warrant locking down on parking as the issue, you know, to deny this proposal with. My only concern with parking really is that when, you know, you have 18 public spaces on this property, and let's say the, you know, a few years back, we had the wine bar, excuse me, had issues with parking and they were going to use this parking. So, you know, it sort of becomes like, whose 18 spaces are they? but that's okay. I really think the parking concerns are during the high season. And, you know, we have a lot of concerns with traffic and parking everywhere during the high season. And I don't think there's really a lot we're going to be able to mitigate with that. I did have one question on this plan. It appears as if they're going to remove a portion of the existing structure. And I was wondering if that was its removal. Was that going to be part of open space, or were they proposing another structure for there? Do you see that between the 911 square foot duplex structure, which currently is attached to the chicken box, but they're going to detach that. So I didn't know if that was going to help with the ground cover at all. Yeah, I think that's what I have to say. As far as the going one way each way, Pleasant and Sparks, I think that's an interesting idea that we should maybe do an experimental, sort of like we did with that roundabout at Fairgrounds and Old South Road, to try and, in the middle of winter, and not so many people are around, maybe give that one way a trial period or something. Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
All right,
Thank
can
you,
you,
Cam. Go ahead, Marianne.
yeah, all right, can you handle the question on the overlay of the buildings?
Yes, thank you. Through you, Mr. Chairman, in response. Yes, the space between the buildings that's currently structured would become open space. However, the net, because of the slight expansion of the other structures, is what results in the decrease. So there would be, you know, sort of a swap, if you would, in that portion that's currently structured becomes open, but the band house increases slightly in size. And so when you net it out, that's where the slight decrease occurs.
Okay, super. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no other board members, Meg, would you let us know if there are people in the audience that like to speak?
Yep, I have Emily Molden.
Great. Welcome back, Emily.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Emily Molden with the Nantucket Land Council. I just wanted to add some thoughts around the waiver request for the open area requirement. And again, I recognize the importance of community and employee housing. But I think that it's also important to remember, I think one of the board members mentioned that this is in the harbor watershed, and much of the commercial area is within the harbor watershed in this Mid-Island region. And certainly a big chunk of the commercial Mid-Island is literally within a few hundred feet of the harbor. And it's, as we've heard, under quite a bit more pressure from a commercial standpoint for businesses. And I think that it's really important to keep that in mind when the board's considering waiving this open area requirement. It's obviously in the bylaw for a number of reasons. And as we continue to see challenges with the harbor health and eelgrass and scallop decline, stormwater management is a real important piece of that puzzle. And I think that runoff from these impervious surfaces is certainly a contributor of nutrients that the town needs to continue to work to improve. And our existing infrastructure for this kind of runoff is definitely not, it doesn't have a whole lot of pre-treatment, especially in this area as well. And I think that from a town perspective, the planning board has some responsibility in that as well with this open area requirement. And it's something that I just asked the board to really keep in mind. And I know that it's only 500 square feet in this instance, but again, as this area comes under more pressure and there may be more businesses that need to do similar things, the planning board really has the ability to make a difference and try to maintain some of this pervious land to help to preserve and prevent some of those impacts to the harbor. So I think it's really important to consider. Certainly there's relief allowed under the special permit, but the bylaw does look to the planning board to add some additional conditions to try to mitigate for that wherever possible. So I would just ask you to consider that for this permit. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily. Meg, any other hands raised?
No, I'm not seeing any.
Okay, board members, any other questions, future discussion?
Can I just?
Oh, go ahead,
No.
Nat, you first.
No, no, it's okay. Go ahead.
I don't have a
Kyle.
hand.
No,
So go ahead.
I don't have one. No,
Yeah.
I got a hand all right. Not
I'll
that.
yield to you, Mr. Lowell.
Okay. Nat, go for it.
Okay. I just want to ask, since I was just back on it, I know it's not in the decision. What are we planning? And I know what I'd like to see happen with that parking lot. I think that should be a joint project between more than one entity. I'm just going to say that, to pave that, put proper drainage, tie it into the sidewalk, make it safe for walking. Everybody crosses the street there. And it's, it's just one more little piece of getting something done in the Mid-Island. But with that said, is that part of this, or are we just sort of just leaving it for now? I mean, I'm not asking them to do that because that is a huge expense.
Right. At this point, we're not proposing any changes to the existing parking area. I guess I call it the lower parking area,
Yeah.
to the south.
I think.
But no, I hear
Everybody
what you're
knows.
saying, Nat, but
You know what I mean?
I do want to go on the harbor watershed to the extent that we are within the limits of that. And I would have to have Art double check that, but we certainly have to comply with those requirements under the zoning bylaw. If not, we'd have to come back in and get further relief. These are existing structures that we're basically taking down and replacing. So it's pretty much the same area that has been impervious is going to be impervious, except, there will be, I think it's about maybe 1% of the entire half-acre lot.
There's a lot of grade change there. It's higher,
Yeah, there's
way
a
higher over there.
tremendous amount of grade change, so we invariably may have to address some drainage issues anyway. It's possible we can put some different kind of plantings along the border that aren't there now. I don't know. I mean, I'm not, that's.
The reason I bring it up is not because I'm expecting that. I'm saying it's, back to the holistic look at this. What they're doing is like nothing compared to just the whole area of different things. We went through a lot of that whole thing with Island Kitchen and the road and who owns it and et cetera. I mean, it was brutal. And that was a big decision with that whole thing. And then Kyle brought up the bowling alley, which was actually the most ridiculous application that I can remember in a while. But at the same time, the uses of the lots, and it really started with Kitty's, which was the last building to be put in the wrong place, okay, is, people use Cape Cod 5 lot at night. People use Stop and Shop lot to go to the chicken box. I mean, everybody does. And that's the whole point of this conversation. It's not so much about the application, it's about the uses and the improvements in this area that can slowly happen over
Mhm.
time and not making any mistakes. You know what I mean? Like making sure that we figure out what are we doing. But in this particular spot, I see a future sort of, contribution type thing where more than one entity gets this fixed at some point in the future. So that's my only point. I'm fine with the application itself.
Thank you.
Okay, Carl, before I give it back to Art.
Yes, I would just comment that I'm very supportive of this application for housing and flexibility on the applicant's part to address both employees outside of their business and employees in their business. I just am very curious, and I should sit down with Mr. Vorse and Ms. Snell and have a discussion about the Mid-Island parking situation, which is a very good idea. But I'm very curious to see, this chicken box proposal, how it fits into the puzzle of the Mid-Island parking problem. And we did a lot of work on that in the old days when I was on this board. And I think we're going to do some more work in the future on this. But there are some legitimate concerns from the neighbors across the street and so on. But how is this going to plug into the puzzle of the Mid-Island parking problem? And I am very supportive of this application. I think it's pretty good. And I think it's a good upgrade for the business. I think it'll look good. So what the question for all of us here is, how are we going to address in the future, like Mr. Rector said, territorial parking versus, business parking and so forth, and municipal parking. I spent 8 years in Western Massachusetts in the 80s and early 90s. And, the city of Northampton fixed its parking problem 35, 40 years ago. They have a parking garage and they have satellite lots where you put a couple quarters in the machine, you get a sticker for your windshield, off you go for an hour or two. Plymouth has solar powered parking meters, and there are satellite lots off Court Street where you can park for a couple of quarters for a few hours, walk to Court Street or down to the waterfront. It's all fixed. We don't have as much space as some of these cities and towns do, but we have some space that's available possibly if we could do a venture between the town and some private owners, which is a legitimate concern. These are privately owned properties. But, when you go to Northampton and you go to Plymouth, you park your car, put a couple quarters in the machine and put the tag on your windshield, off you go. It's already been done 35 to 40 years ago, those places. So I share a little frustration with people in this room or on Zoom that we've been talking about these parking issues for decades, and other cities and towns have solved these problems decades ago. So I support the project here, the applicant's project, but I'm curious to see how this discussion is going to unfold about the Mid-Island parking issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Carl. Art and Barry, would you mind just holding off on your questions? I'd like to open it up to the general public and get some insight as we, we did, I'm sorry. Asking Meg to check to see if there's anybody out there, because I know there were some letters that were sent from the association. Are there any people that are interested in speaking, Meg?
There's no one with their hand raised at this moment.
Okay. All right. Well, then we're back to the board and Art. So I'll take Barry first.
Good. Go to Art, please.
Art, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to respond to some of the concerns with respect to impervious area and runoff. I think that I would point out that this is really a redevelopment project where the structures are replacing structures that exist, and that the increase is really slight. When you think, 500 square feet, it's a 10 by 50 area, if you would, that's east of the structure that's there. It's to the other side of the parking lot that exists. So there are no proposed changes to the parking lot. And with respect to the harbor watershed, which of course we're all sensitive to, I think that I would also point out, as previously mentioned, the topography, which is shown on the plan, does not slope towards the harbor. It, the high spot on Dave Street, as y'all know, and shown on the plan around, elevation 24 and slopes down towards the Stop and Shop. Doesn't run directly to the harbor. Now, I understand there may be, catch basins and overall drainage system that some stormwater may eventually make it there. But I do think it's important to realize that just because you're in the district, it doesn't mean that you're having, everything is a direct discharge to that harbor. And that essentially a project like this, where there's really not a change in, there is no change in, real overall use. They're providing the housing, and that you're taking a structure down and you're putting another structure up in the place, while slightly, and I think it's fair to say slightly when we talk about, 500 square feet of the buildings that are going to provide this housing being slightly, bigger than what's there, but in place of what's there and not essentially new construction. I think it's important to consider this as a redevelopment type of a project. And I'm happy to address additional questions or comments, but, and I think with respect to overall parking, we're all aware of, sort of the various plans that we've all been talking about for 25 plus years, town-wide, mid-island wide. But for the project that's before us, I think that, going into all of that is really beyond the scope of what's being proposed here. Thank you.
Thank you, Art. Seeing no hands from the board and Meg, any hands from the audience?
No, there are none.
Okay, Barry, I see your hand now.
I just want to be real brief at this point. We've talked a lot about the Mid-Island, and I know the hour is late, and I don't want to get into a lot of things here, but I think it's worthy to sit down with Andrew and Leslie to figure out what some of the dynamics were for the Mid-Island and some of the concept plans that were pitched out there, because they go well beyond one-way streets. They get into things like parking, angled parking, how that's supposed to flow. But you have to remember too, is that you can't just say, okay, we're going to do this broad sweeping change. It involves two things. That one is there are times you have to wait. And this is very true with whatever we do in planning. It's logical incrementalism is the name to it. Sometimes you have to have the plan and then just wait for something to happen to be able to move ahead with the next part of the project. And we see us doing that a lot of times on this board. So there's a lot that can happen in this area. And I wanted to kind of bring it up a little bit because we're going to keep readdressing this as the board as time moves along. And Carl, one thing you brought up, which was good, it's the parking issue, but it's the parking puzzle. That was the word you used, the puzzle. The puzzle's got a hell of a lot more pieces than that, because we're also looking at housing here as well too. Another critical part of what makes the overall puzzle come together. So it's not just one thing we need to be focused on. It's how do all these different facets integrate together into what will be a relatively workable solution, toward doing that. But Marianne Hanley is right. We've gone far beyond this application. And we need to refocus back down onto that, but I didn't want this opportunity to slip by about what's going on, because I hate to say it, we're going to keep readdressing this every time something comes up in the MyPod. We're not done yet. And not only will it be a matter of putting the pieces of that puzzle together, because sadly we tried once, it's also going to be the political will for that to happen as well too. And I won't even go there. But source of frustration. Anyways, thank you.
Thank you, Barry. Dave?
Have we closed the public hearing?
Not yet.
Can I make a motion to close the public hearing, please?
You certainly
I'll
may.
second that.
All right. Motion was made by Dave, seconded by Barry to close. Roll call, Dave.
Aye.
Barry.
Aye.
Nat. Nat, you still with us?
You muted.
I was shutting myself up. So see that? Don't
All right.
be careful what you wish for. Aye.
Okay, Carl,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. Now on to the merits.
I'll make a
Order.
motion.
Point of order. Did he say he was chatting himself up?
No, shutting
That's-
myself up.
Wow. That's the first, Matt.
I'm going to make a motion at this point that we approve the applications with the findings and conditions as duly noted by the staff.
I'll second it.
Okay, motion's been made by Barry, seconded by Carl. Roll call, Barry,
Aye.
Carl,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you, Mary Ann, you as well. Now, on to, I believe, what is the last one, unless somebody wants me to correct me. Westmore Club, 10 Westmore Lane, representing Stephen Cohen, Paul Santos. I see Paul. Meg, is Steve on? Just
Yep, I just brought him over.
great. Welcome, Steve, Paul, and if you'd like, we can go right to you for explanation. Either
Stephen.
or.
Stephen, we can't hear you.
Paul, would you like to start and maybe? Stephen-
Well, actually, I'm here, but this is a Steve. This is more
Okay.
Steve's. Yep. So let me see if I can get a hold of him here.
Great.
Is he on, Megan?
I see his name. He's on.
He's on, and he was unmuted, but we
Hear me
couldn't-
now?
Yes,
yeah.
you're welcome.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, great.
Last
I don't
but
know why
not
the
least.
video, oh, there we go. Okay. Well, hopefully this will go slightly not as long as the other ones. Okay, this is I think a relatively simple application. The Westmore Club for the past two summers has had two different tents. One is a smallish, about a 1,500 square foot dining tent that is directly behind the yellow building that houses the dining room. The other tent is about a 2,400 square foot tent that's been out in the lawn that's been used for exercise classes and other exterior activities. The application today is only for the small dining tent, not for the recreation tent. When my office cut and pasted, we forgot to take the words recreation out of the application. So I apologize for any confusion that has caused, but this application is only for the dining tent and not for recreation purposes. That dining room is open from about 11 in the morning till about 9:30 at night and serves a relatively quiet crowd. It is, among the things that happen on the property, not the loudest activity. We're talking about an area with a pool, a children's camp, tennis courts, pickleball, paddleball, all kinds of stuff that is plenty of noise. But the dining room is not one of those things. The guests have requested, I think the members have requested, and management thinks it's a good idea to continue the use of the tent. It is more COVID safe and doesn't really cause any disturbance for anybody. And it doesn't really draw in any new people because it's the same people at the club using the same facilities. It's not open to the public. So there's no additional traffic. There's no additional, anything. The occupancy for that tent, I think, is about 54 people based on its building permit. I don't know how many tables and seats there are exactly, but it's been relatively successful the past two summers. There haven't been any complaints, and I don't expect that there would be any this year. The application specifically requests, and the proposed conditions from staff state that there would be no amplified sound in the tent, no music, no nothing, and that there wouldn't be any exterior lighting except for safety lighting, which historically has just been some string lights that you know are strung around the outside so people can see the doors and the posts and whatever, so they don't bump into it. I know that there are not a lot, but there are several letters in the file that suggest that this is some kind of expansion of the events and parties and the weddings and those kind of things. It absolutely isn't. It wasn't for the past 2 summers that it has been used, and it's not intended to be here. The Westmore Club has very strict and I think successful conditions in its existing special permits going back to its existence, which allow for 8 special events under relatively rigorous guidelines of when they can be and how big they can be and where they can be and those kind of things. And the intent is not to change that at all. The special permit for the events is one thing, and this is just using a tent for dining to be a little more COVID friendly. That's all we're asking for. So again, it's not for any kind of weddings or events, and it is not for the recreation. It was in a different tent that's not being applied for. I'm happy to take questions or respond to whatever.
Okay, thank you. Before we get started, Meg, do we add somebody to this one? I think if Cam is up, I'd like her to sit on this.
I'm right here.
Great. Cam, you've heard so far of Stephen's presentation.
Yes.
Great. All right. Questions, anyone on board? Get started. Dave.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Steve, if I could, does this increase the capacity of the dining room at all, or is it still tagged to the original capacity and you're spreading it out?
Well, a little of both. I mean, I think there are more seats than there are without, but I think part of the intent is to spread out the seats that are in the existing dining room, and then also to have, you know, some socially distant seating in the tent. I can't tell you that there's not more chairs because I don't know if it's the same number of chairs, but it's not, you know, part of the intent is to allow for that more. It's not to just squeeze in more people in twice as much space. It's to allow for that seating to be spread out more.
Okay, thanks. That's all I had, really. Thank you.
Cam.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you. So I noticed in a few of the letters there was concern about the COVID overreach. But I just wanted to say that it seems in the select board meetings I've been watching anyway, that the town is really, in many cases, continuing to recognize COVID dining changes, let's say, for outdoor seating and that sort of thing. So I think we're sort of looking at something like that here. And so that's sort of a question, is that what we're looking at? And then under one of the conditions, it says that the tent shall only be utilized for dining and recreation purposes. And I believe I just heard Mr. Cohen say that it's just going to be for dining purposes. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then in the photo that's included with the package or the packet, we have a sort of a portico or something that has a screened in or tented inside. I'm assuming that's not what you're speaking of. You're speaking more to the large tent to the right of that. I'm sorry, my directionals are going to be a little off when it comes to northeast, south, and west, but
that's correct, Campbell.
Okay, so here's just a couple of thoughts I had, and I've mentioned it earlier. I think the interesting thing with the tents being up for more than the allowed number of days is that they sort of start to put on sort of a circus look. So given that this is a high spot in the area, I'm just wondering if you have any concept of the visuals from other areas around here, or did you have any complaints related to the color or the flags flying or anything like that when you've had it open the last 2 years?
Yeah, not that I'm aware of, Campbell, but I think what you would find is that this tent is really only visible from within the club property. If you go to Cliff Road, you'd have a hard time seeing this tent.
Right,
I don't know.
that's what I was
Yeah.
thinking myself.
Yeah, or Westchester. I think you'd have a hard time finding it.
I think one of the other things that was included with many of the letters was noise, etc. And I think I've said previously when you've been in front of us that, you know, Westmore Club is in a great location, right? It's a beautiful spot. However, it is above all other areas. So it's the highest point. So sound tends to travel a lot further from there than if you were in a valley where some of the sound waves would be mitigated by trees, etc. So I just sort of wanted to point that out as well. Because I think it's a great solution for the COVID situation. I'm not sure how many years are you thinking the finding says that the tent shall be allowed on an annual basis from Memorial Day to Columbus weekend daily. Is this unlimited number of years? Are we doing this on a biannual basis, triannual? Any thoughts on that?
Sure. Well, I guess what I would say is just to respond to the noise, I just want to again reiterate that we're talking about a dinner service. So the amount of noise created by people sitting at a table chatting and having dinner is pretty small. It's not going to travel that far. There's certainly other noises that happen at the club that would travel further. But the current application is based off of the recent adoption at annual town meeting of a new warrant article that was, adopted overwhelmingly that allows the planning board to grant special permits for tents for longer than 30 days, which was the limit in the, previous iteration. So the application is basically for annual, but if the board would feel more comfortable making it 3 years or 5 years or 1 year, we could do whatever the board is comfortable with. I know Mr. Rector already pointed out that if there's problems, they can always come back and yank it. So, it's not as if it's a blank check forever. My personal preference is to limit the amount of times we're coming back to the board. As much as, coming back is good for my pocketbook. I'd rather, not spend the board's money asking for the same tent every year. But if there's a problem, I'm happy to have it addressed. So whatever the board thinks is appropriate. If you want to do 1 year or perpetual or something in between, I think the board generally has good judgment on those things.
Okay, super. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephen, I just want to point out a couple of things. And we haven't heard from the general public yet and the neighbors. As Dave brought up, this isn't, we're really looking at a small dining tent, but the definition of small is really subjective to what's in it. So you have, from our previous application downtown at Charlie Noble in the back, they had 13 tables of 4, which is 52 plus another 2. So we're looking at a considerable amount of tables being there. And then you have staff that are coming in serving. So there's more than 54 people. There's staff serving, and obviously they're not amplified. There's not amplified music. So there is definitely concern of noise, even having 60 people in a tent. You're still outside. There's open, it's not like it's closed down and insulated down. You have parking issues also, because this is in addition to what is already approved for dining services there. So you roughly have another 54 people coming there and parking. You also have bathrooms to consider. There are going to be portable bathrooms added to what's already probably bathrooms that are for the dining. So now you have additional things to think about. So it's not just as clear cut as just adding, the 10, but you're also looking at, tripling what was already approved from a 30-day standpoint to over 100 days, even if we're looking at half of June being already gone. June, July, August, September, into October, you're tripling what we've already approved. The neighbors have been through a few permits in the last few years. We've had expansion of employee housing and parking lots and, COVID and temporary tents. And I'm a little leery to, number one, grant this to begin with, but also grant this on an extended annual basis, because now we're looking at, okay, yes, it is a special permit we can review based on complaints and things, but we're really opening the door. We already have 8, we improved the functions to 8 full functions for the club. And now this is really kind of like a everyday function when you have a tent put up there with 50 to 60 people gathering around there. So that's not really 8 functions. That becomes, a continuous all summer function there. That's how I look at it. That's like having a private party for 60 every single day. So I haven't even heard from the neighbors, and I'm not a big fan yet. You have to really overwhelmingly convince me that there's something else out there besides COVID, the excuse for COVID, because we did have a lot of leeway with COVID and street parking, street service. And now we've scaled that back again because we've taken away a lot of that. And now we have indoor seating again. So I don't want to, have this application disguised under we need this for COVID, because there's a lot more to consider. As I mentioned, a lot of the things there. And I'm curious to see what anybody has to comment, not only from our board, but also from the neighbors.
Yeah. So, Mr. Chairman, I totally appreciate your concern. And I guess what I would say is that we've already had 2 years of testing it in which there have been no complaints. And I'd be happy to take as limited a permit as the board feels appropriate to make sure that my client is, performing at the most neighborly and quietest level. The intent is definitely not to have a 60-person wedding every night. Absolutely not. That would be unacceptable to the neighbors and unacceptable to the members. The members don't want that kind of noise either. But there right now is a fairly substantial dining room, and that dining room, as Cam pointed out, it has open patio and has open sides, and can let plenty of noise out the way it's already designed. It's not, it can be an open-sided building. So it's not as if there's a tremendous amount of difference between what exists in one way or the other. But what we're trying to do is create more space between the tables and create an atmosphere that's similar to what's been enjoyed. I don't want to suggest to you that it's COVID only. It's also because it's been nice to give people a little more space and keep it quiet and have a little alfresco dining, with the tent. But the facility has plumbing to handle this kind of capacity. The facility has parking to handle this kind of capacity, and the facility has the staff already there and the members already there, and again, not open to the public. So you're not really changing the amount of people who are there. You're just spreading them out a little bit. And again, every concern that you've raised is easily addressed by both conditions that can be put in place and by either limiting the term of the permit or revoking it. But that's the pleasure of the board.
Thank you. Barry, your hand's raised.
Let me defer to Mr. Cowden for a minute, if you'd be so kind, and then let me see where things are at, please.
Sure, thank you. And
Hi, Jen.
Hi there. Thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple of things, I guess, and with all due respect, we are not using COVID as an excuse to apply for and hopefully be allowed to use that tent this season. We have had it for the last 2 years and have used it without incident. Whether we have that tent or not, Our members will dine on that patio for both lunch and dinner service. If anything, them dining under a tent should keep things quieter. We have, if I could speak then just about occupancy, in our certificate of inspection, the allowable occupied load for the patio space is 87. We currently have 40 chairs out there. And we also have, for an allowable occupant load in the main dining room, 179 maximum, or 125 patron seats. So that's a little bit more than 210 or so folks that we could have dined with us in any given meal period between the indoor space and the outdoor space. Again, on the patio, we're allowed to have 87. We only have 40 seats. We're allowed to have 125 in the main dining room, and I think we have roughly 90 seats. So we don't serve 200 plus people. We serve more like 130. And on our busiest of nights, last summer, which was a record-breaking year, the demand was off the charts. Our busiest night, we did 150 people. As Mr. Cohen said earlier, we're serving the same clientele, the same folks this year that we've been serving in the past. Parking has not been an issue during dinner service or lunch service, and it won't be this year either. Again, I hope that helps. Our members do want, they want us to provide a safe and a healthy atmosphere, and this tent allows us to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Barry, your hand's up.
Yeah, thank you. Just a few things. So for the record at this point, let me be clear that there's been no noise complaints lodged officially over the course of the past year or so. Is that correct? Okay, good. Thank you. And I know staff would chime in if there was. The other thing I might respectfully suggest is good. Thank you for dialing in some numbers for me, because leaving it a little ambivalent was going to be problematic, especially if you're going to have the compliance officer coming on out and saying, what's your real seating capacity? Good. So I'm hearing roughly you're saying about maybe 40 people on the outside, 125 inside. Is that okay? Good. I see you nodding. Perfect. So I think I might respectfully suggest that your seating capacity be capped at 165 with the ability for you to flex between those two environments as need be. I don't want to lock you into 40 outside, definitely. I don't want to lock you into 125 because it depends upon a number of conditions going on. So I'm feeling like that may be a workable number based upon what you've been doing. The last thing is if the board is so inclined and it's being a little bit troublesome about how long this should run for, okay? Could be 1 year, could be 3 years. One of the things I know that we've done in the past with other restaurant facilities and stuff is to put in a review date. So what would happen is the rest, like Millie's, for example, they would run during the summertime, and then somewhere in about November or so, we'd get a report back to kind of define what just went on. And I don't know if the board would be willing to grant it for more than a year, whether it'll also want to set into place a review date so that, let's say in November, we get a report of what went on, were there any noise complaints, how things functioned, what was the general capacity that you had as well too. And that way the board can make a decision from there whether they want to reopen the special permit or be satisfied with the information that's before. So I just want to throw that out as well too. But I was getting worried that we didn't have a number before you start opening it up to the public here. So thank you.
Dave?
Thank you. John, if I could go through you to ask Stephen a couple questions about
Sure, go for
it. Stephen, do you know, there must have been an occupancy on the original MCD, and do you know what that was, or that as well as what the occupancy is now after we've had several amendments?
The occupancy of the dining room?
Yes.
So the occupancy of the dining room is not in the original permit. It's based on the fire and building code. And I believe it's the number that John Cowden gave. John, do you want to pipe up with that number again?
At 179? And then
Yes, thank you. I'm looking at the permit right now, or the certificate of inspection, and for the main dining room, it says 179 max occupancy, 125 patron seats. And for the patio, the allowable occupant load is 87.
And that patio is completely covered by that tent now? Is that my understanding?
That's our hope, yes.
Yeah.
So you're
so when
to add 79 to 100 and, well, I guess you're not adding, you're just covering up what you're already permitted to have in your occupancy.
Yeah, Dave, sorry,
That's right.
Reduces it because when you add the tent, you actually have a lower occupancy than no tent. The occupancy of the tent is lower than the open air.
Okay, I mean, I just think that's important for us as a board to take into account that in reality, your occupancy is not, and that's what I kind of tried to hit at in the beginning. Your occupancy is not exceeding what you are permitted to have.
That's correct. If anything, the use of the tent lowers the number of people because it hits a different occupancy load than the existing spaces.
Probably quell the noise too if the sides are down in the summer, as opposed to just being on the patio. I mean, I think that the neighbors' concerns are real, but I don't, and I think John had some good points. But if those are the occupancy numbers you're allowed to have, and we're not restricting you through the MCD at any point, I just don't understand why we would argue this unless there becomes a problem with the neighbors. So I mean, that's kind of my thinking. I mean, I don't want to add intensity of use, but it seems like you have the ability to have that intensity of use already. So
that's correct, Dave.
Correct.
Yeah. So that's kind of where I'm at. Thank you.
Okay, Meg, I don't see any other hands, so I'd like to open it up to the public.
We have Tony McCarroll with a hand raised, followed by Virginia Chase.
Okay, Tony, welcome.
Just tell the three.
Okay, thank you very much. Actually, my husband Martin is here as well, and a neighbor from Westchester Street, Betsy Braun. And I can't even begin to tell you how unpleasant this past, we're all year-round residents here. And I cannot begin to tell you how unpleasant our lives have been made by the construction that's going on at the Westmore Club and continues to go on. And it shocks us all that the club has so little consideration for the neighborhood, the neighbors. We're not alone in being distressed by the inconvenience and noise that has been coming from the club for the last 3 years, and even longer. And then to, have adding insult to injury that you want to put up an outdoor tent so that the noise is magnified even more. I mean, any noise outside spreads throughout the whole neighborhood. And anyway, we're all very concerned about this. And I don't think that you should go out willy-nilly and approve more activity outdoors that will disturb the neighborhood even further.
There you go.
Okay, this is Betsy Braun. I live at 90 Westchester, which is a little bit downwind from the club, and everything that goes on that outside patio comes down that wind. So we hear it all. We don't complain about it because it's been there for 15 years at this point. But more people, and from my understanding, what you just said is you have an occupancy number and it's not going to be increased by putting up a tent. So why are we putting up a tent? It's a patio, it's outside dining, and that's what it should be for. The other issue I have is the traffic that comes down Westchester. Originally, when the club was built, it was supposed to be a service entrance. Then they expanded the club and it became a useful entrance, to the point that I have grandchildren. I have never let them ride their bikes on the road because they come down this road so fast going to the club. We have no speed bumps. We have no nothing to stop it. And so it's been nice this winter that the traffic has been down, except for construction. We even have some sort of digger that has been permanently parked on the side of the road here, and that we've lived with all winter. And there's just no consideration to the residents that live here, that used to live in a rural area. This is a large, major commercial operation that gets bigger and bigger and closer to the road every time that they go to expand. I don't see any reason for a tent.
Becky and Tony, I just had a question. Oh, sorry. Is this Martin?
No, go ahead.
Go ahead, ask the question.
So I guess I am concerned for you, and that's why I brought up the comments that I had made. And I just want to, for clarification's sake, I have a question to follow, but I just want to make sure that you're aware that presently with the tent, apparently there's about 40 chairs inside of that tent, because the tent allows for less than that they would of the exterior, where they can have up to 87. And then we won't talk about the interior dining, where they're only using 90 of the 179 maximum space. So obviously that's a separate issue. But my question to you is, do you think it would be more quiet to have a tent with the 40 people, or would it be less quiet to have outdoor patio with 87? And that's really the question I have for you, because that they've already have that ability, and they have had that ability. And I'm just curious about your take. I don't have an opinion about it. I'm just curious what you think about that.
Okay, this is Betsy. And I happen to think that they'll have more outside eating with the tent, that'll encourage the people to be out there. I don't think that they've ever, I forget his name, whoever is the manager, John, that at their biggest night, they had 150 people. So they don't have 87 people outside, because people sit inside. So it's just encouraging people to be outside.
Right.
Well, I mean,
go ahead, Martin.
So what I'd add to this is that, as John knows, first, we've lived across, as Tony said, this construction, and it is, John knows, I've written to him a number of occasions about the noise, a house practically shaking to pieces as tennis courts have been compacted. We've really been through a pretty rough winter as immediate neighbors of the Westmore Club, and we're not alone. As John knows, we arranged a conference call with Graham, who was kind enough to talk to us last fall, to talk about both this expansion project, which was approved by the planning board. Most of us did not know about that expansion, and we were objecting to it. And the two concerns, and you asked John, he was on that call, the concerns that were expressed by the neighbor were not the club per se. It was the noise of the club and the traffic of the club. And as Betsy said, Westchester Street is turning into a speedway. And right now, that back entrance is unusable. I'm also would ask, and you should know, I don't know when this project is going to be finished, but part of that back entrance area would be parking for the club. And so and I don't know where they are in the project. All I know, they're still moving sand around the project. And so I don't know what parking they have available, but I think that having a tent outside in inclement weather, it allows people to dine. outside, which would not have eaten outside before. They'd have been inside if there was capacity for them inside. So I just think the feeling of the neighborhood, you have letters from other neighbors that the club has been a fairly reasonable neighbor. They've tried, but this last winter has been an unmitigated disaster. That's the only word for it. And so I think enough's enough. They've got what they wanted. People didn't call and complain about COVID. Why? Because we knew there was COVID there. We're sympathetic to those issues. We're not trying to prevent people dining. We just would like to have, this is a rural area. This was approved, and I believe the planning board specific approval says that this is the approval of I believe this is, quote, a major commercial development in a residential area. And I think the residents have some rights to enjoy their properties throughout the course of the year. We own 2 properties here. John has heard all this. The second of our property at 24 Crooked Lane, which is occupied generally by our family, gets much more susceptibility to noise than we do, strangely enough. But anyway, that's really, I think, the issue and what our concerns are. And at some point, enough's enough. I think, and I wrote, John knows, I wrote and said, I think just enough's enough of this construction, and yet it goes on. And this has been, John can tell us, but it's right now, it's nearly the end of June. There's not even landscaping in the place. They've been moving sand around forever. They drilled a well today. I don't know when this is going to be finished. But that's our concern.
Thank you, Martin. John, would you care to comment on maybe a couple of the concerns that the neighbors had directly resulting in the timeframe of the construction, for one?
I'm sure I am happy to report on status currently, although I know we're here really to talk about a tent, but
Sure.
The construction is winding down. The compacting for the tennis courts has been completed, those surfaces installed. What's left is just to paint the concrete surface of the pickleball courts, fencing to be installed, and then yes, the landscaping as Martin mentioned. The road, they just started to grade that road, that access road off of Westchester today. I was told by our GC that that should be done by the end of the week. And Martin, I know it's been going on. It's been going on a lot longer than you wanted it to go, and it's gone on for a lot longer than I wanted it to go on for. But that's how construction goes on Nantucket, I'm afraid, with setbacks and supply chains and yes, again, COVID with contractors out. But we are nearing the finish line here. The road is the last, in my mind anyway, the last piece with noise and impact for our neighbors. I've apologized before. I'll apologize again. I can't stop the work, but we are nearing the finish line.
Great, thank you, John. I didn't want to bring another issue up, but it does add to the noise. So I think by giving an update and how you're coming to a close will help mitigate a lot of the noise. So now we're dealing with just the issue at hand, being the tent. But thank you for your updated comments.
My pleasure.
Other board members' hands raised, or Meg, if there are any other people in the general public that would like to comment?
Yep.
I would.
Chase followed. Well, Francis Farrell keeps putting his hand up and down, so we'll see if he comes back. But for now, we have Virginia Chase.
Okay. Welcome, Virginia. Hi, Virginia.
Hi. I live at 117 Westchester Street, and I'm very close to the club, separated by 75 feet of conservation land. And I'm against this tent being up. We agreed that the tent could go up because of COVID. And that was 2 years ago, but we basically do not agree to have a tent there every year. And the original special permit doesn't allow for any tents. And I think we should stick to the original special permit, especially since everything that has been allowed is being built or has been built, and they're And that's enough for the neighborhood. We don't want more. We don't want it. It's not a matter of occupancy and it's not a matter of COVID. Then that tent should not be allowed because there's no reason for it.
Okay, thank you, Virginia. Dave, your hand is up.
Yeah, thank you, John. I feel these people's pain. I feel like a lot of the frustration has to do with the construction going on here and not as much with the tent, because in my opinion, the tent is not offering a more intense use. And that's, for me, that's my concern. I don't want to add intensity of use here just for the reasons that you guys have all stated. I also think that if John's willing to keep the sides on the tent, you're going to mitigate your noise here than you would without a tent. And I know you say people won't eat out as much, but people will eat out as much. I mean, look at how many people eat outside in town now. It's kind of a thing that's happened with COVID. So I'm concerned that with your frustration, that if we follow through and not permit this tent, that it's going to backfire on you. We're not adding intensity of use. We're trying to be sensitive to both you guys and Westmore here. And I think a tent with sides on it is going to offer an opportunity for them to serve food with less interruption to the neighbors. And I would hope that you as neighbors would be able to compartmentalize the construction and the tent, because I think that they're two different issues here. Even though I hear your frustration, I get it. Again, as Barry said, if the tent is a nightmare, you guys can haul them back in front of us. But I think at this point, for me, I feel like it's a safe bet. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Meg, anyone else from the general public?
Yeah, so we have Francis Farrell followed by Virginia and Tony both have their hands up again if you're taking a second round of comments.
Well,
Francis
I'll
hasn't.
start with Francis. Maybe. Hi, Francis.
Mr. Chairman, can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly. Thank you. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for clarifying, Mr. Chairman, the more benign remarks made by Mr. Cohen that, with all due respect, I think slighted a lot of facts. I'm not going to complain about the construction element, but stick with the tent matter. I was at the Westmore Club's initial application for a major commercial development. It was a long process, 3 public hearings, and the result was that the board, in listening to the will of the neighbors, made it clear then in 2004 that there would be no outdoor dining at the Westmore Club, except for special events. That has changed over the years, but the thoughtful will then with that there would be no outdoor dining. Your staff is recommending approval of this application, saying that it's in harmony with the purpose of the intent of zoning. I can't argue that it's not in harmony, but it is in conflict with that initial approval of the license back in 2004. Couple of points. Throughout this conversation, the bar for judging whether the Westmore Club or any of your applicants, not just in the Westmore's case, is to be approved or not approved, seems to be this very broad of there are no complaints. And I would just like to point out that there are many qualitative issues that don't rise to the level of getting people's blood and pressure up where they call the police, but yet in the aggregate affect a neighborhood. I'm talking about traffic and coming and going, and this is not just with dining per se, but all of the support structure for the dining and the growth of the club. Another point, unequivocally, without any doubt, really, if we had the time, which we won't go through, I won't bore you right now. This is a clear, unambiguous expansion of the club's dining service. No doubt about it. Notwithstanding the limitations in the dining room and the numbers approved out on the terrace, just by virtue alone of the fact that if a tent is out there, there'll be more dining than there would if there were no tent by virtue of the weather. So you are now extending the footprint of the clubhouse and creating a whole new area and numbers of people coming and going and all of the support for that. And earlier, Mr. Cohen said that this is for dinner dining, but in the application, it says this tent will be open at 11 a.m. to 9 p.m. So do we need to open at 11 for, I don't know, maybe it is just dinner dining. I'm not sure about that. The conditions to restrict this approval by staff is that, there's no music and no new lighting. But again, there are many other things not related to the dining itself in the tent, but the expansion of the footprint to enable all of this additional dining to occur. Thanks for listening and made my point.
Thank you, Francis.
Mr. Chairman, can I make a brief response?
Certainly. Go ahead, Stephen.
Sure. So I don't want to get into the details of it. I actually sent an email with sort of an analysis before that. I just do want to say for the record that Mr. Farrell's suggestion that outdoor dining is prohibited is potentially a misreading of the original permit. However, I do think that he has echoed a point that Barry Rector raised, which is that maybe the burden shouldn't be on the neighbors that they have to call the police every time, and perhaps scheduling a check-in meeting where it can be reviewed without requiring people to file complaints is a good idea here. I know it was successful on the Nantucket West Ender permitting, and I think it's appropriate here if it takes the burden off of people to feel like, I know I'll get my chance to say something in September or October, I guess probably November, instead of feeling like they have to call the police every time, although, they're welcome to if they need to. That kind of condition, I think, would be appropriate, and there's no objection to it from my client as to have a check-in. And I think that, and I hope that the neighbors see that as a way that we can work together, both during the season, but also with the planning board without the burden being on them. So I just wanted to accept that as a good idea, both by Mr. Farrell and Mr. Rector.
Cam?
Hi, Mr. Chair. Just a quick comment because of the sides being down on the tent. As many of you are familiar, I spent many years with overseeing the Island Fair, and those tents get very hot. That's one thing I can say. So you can roll from the bottom, like the white area on the tent that you see at the bottom can be rolled up to create draft. So I'm just thinking that if everyone's thinking it's encapsulated, the reality may be a little different. So I just like to throw that out there. So thank you.
Thank you. Meg, anyone else from the general public?
We have Virginia, Chase, and Tony with their hands raised again. If you're taking.
Okay. Yeah, I'll hear from them again. Let's start with Virginia.
Hi. I just would like to say that members of the board think it would be better to have the dining with the tent than the dining without, but the neighborhood doesn't agree. The neighborhood does not want the tent. We would prefer to have the dining without the tent, no matter what. The tent is an encroachment on the original special permit, and we don't want that to happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Tony, if you're there, care to comment?
Okay, so if you,
Betsy.
this is Betsy.
Oh, Betsy, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, all right, we're all here together, okay?
One machine.
And one machine, yes, so it's under their name. If in fact, the tent does nothing to expand this or give them any space, it seems to me that I don't understand why they want a tent. I really don't understand what the tent provides for them, except to look very unattractive from the road or from my driveway as I drive out or as you drive down the road. And the other thing is that I've had events in my house and yard and whatever and had tents, and there's such limitations on tents just for that reason, that they are temporary structures. They're not meant to be there for 3-6 months, whatever it is that you're talking about. And they're supposed to be for special occasions. Somehow, I don't think a whole summer into the fall is a special occasion. I don't see any need for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other hands raised? Meg?
I'm not seeing any.
Okay, seeing none. Board members, is there a motion?
Can I just make a couple comments first, Mr. Chairman?
Sure, go ahead now.
Just, I mean, listening to this tent issue, and tents seem to be worse than open air, is just, I can't let that's just not registering in my mind. So I thought of something. What if there were umbrellas on all the tables and there was no tent? Could they do that? Forget the tent for a second. Could they put umbrellas on every table outside without approval? Because this is about culture change. Things have shifted. People like to be outside. The sides in the tent, to me, is a big bonus for this to have even more potential for less noise. We're in a different era. I mean, people have gotten used to this outdoor thing. We have weather here that isn't perfect. That's up high. There's a lot of wind. They can already have more dining outside in the open air now than they can with the tent. I'm sorry, I can't. I'm just trying to rationalize this, and I can't figure it out. So I don't know what else to say.
If I can comment on what you're saying, Cam brought up a good point. With the tent, as long as the sides are down, maybe it would be more muffled and less noisy. However, during July and August, when it can get 100 degrees inside of a tent, they'll be open. So you will have that extra capacity out there, and the sides will be open. So just not to lose sight of that, there's a couple of different aspects that you have to consider.
But they have less tables with the tent than they do otherwise, right?
And
I think that's
said
key.
this, and we've said this at previous meetings. Obviously the particular neighbors that are speaking do have an opinion, and it may be representative of the other neighbors, but obviously any other neighbors have not chimed in. So we have to respect their opinions and listen to them. Meg, if there's no other hands raised, I'd like to see if the board would entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
Tony has her hand raised again.
Okay, Tony, I think it's getting late. If it's a new comment or something, I'd love to hear it.
We just want to let you know one thing. The reason some of these are coming in now is because we did not know this meeting was there and did not know this application was filed. I've made this point before. We at this house, 106 Westchester, are immediate butters to this, as is our property in Crooked Lane. And we were uninformed of the meeting, so we never had a chance to write a letter, which we would have done. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin. Well, I'm glad you're here to comment. Thank you.
Virginia has her hand raised again.
What?
And
Yeah.
I just, one more comment is that umbrellas are a nice compromise.
Okay. Okay, back to the board.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Chair, I just brought Virginia over.
No, that's still on Tony.
No, okay. Go ahead, Virginia.
I just want to say I never received a letter about this either, about this permit request.
Well, again, I think other members have apologized. If there's something that we could do differently, I think we would. Notices go out and they go out a couple of weeks prior to the meeting. It's the U.S. Postal Service, but I will say we're happy that somehow you found out about it and you're here to represent. And all I can say is thank you, and you have been heard. Thank you.
I may even do so.
Okay, I think I'm ready for the a motion to close. I think we've heard a lot of information here, and I think it's just getting repetitive. I think a lot of people have already have a conclusion.
I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made by Dave, seconded by Nat. Roll call. Dave?
Aye.
Nat?
Aye.
Gary?
Aye.
And Cam?
Okay,
Okay.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Okay, and now on to the merits. Would anyone like to make a motion?
I just have a quick question.
Sure. Go ahead.
So because the umbrella thing was brought in at the last minute there, I just wasn't sure whether there was interest in taking a look at that with the umbrellas. I'm thinking storm season, things like that. I mean, it's great to have a tent up, but I just wasn't sure where the applicant would be on something like all the tables with umbrellas or something like that. So I don't know if this is time to say something, but
I don't know if that's under our purview to actually vote on that. The
Okay.
tent is one thing as a structure. Individual tables and umbrellas are something else.
Right.
So
What I was referring to, Campbell, is, and I just found out that they can have an awning without approval too. So there's, what I was trying to say is talking about, the weather versus the noise versus they can have more seats, kind of a combination of different things. You know what I mean? Like, the
Correct.
tent is obviously going to make things, it has to be quieter with a tent. I mean, there's not a question about that. That's science, I hope. But the reason I brought that up is more of just, that would be, okay, more people could be outside. Yeah, they couldn't be outside blowing 50 miles an hour, but they could be outside making a lot more noise because the voices are traveling.
Correct.
I can hear people talking. I can hear people, and I go outside at night at my house, I can hear people over and towards, Surfside Road from my house because it's a southerly wind. Then I can hear them. It's amazing how voices travel. But if they were inside of a tent, I wouldn't hear them. You know what I mean? I'm just trying to make a comparison.
Okay. So thank you. Sorry.
Okay, is there a motion?
Mr. Chairman, point of order.
Yes.
Thank you. So my question to you is that, are we voting on the application now as it stands, or are there modifications that you're endeavoring to look to work into this? Because if you are, it's important to get those, whatever additional modifications or recommendations or findings that you want to do before we get there, because we've talked about a lot of things.
Yeah, Barry, that's under, if you're making the motion and you'd like to do a modification or amendment, add that into your motion and it'll be voted on. If somebody else is making a motion and you're not in favor of it, you can vote against that motion and you can make an amendment.
Okay, I just want to be clear after the amount of dialogue that we've had, precisely what we're voting on, and that is my exact point of order, sir.
Sure. And no one's made a motion yet. So if
Nope.
there's something that you'd like to discuss before there's a motion made, like your annual review instead of a continuous 3 hour, 5 hour, if there's something else, hours of operation instead of 9 o'clock. I think while the public hearing is closed, the board should discuss what conditions they would want, and then make that motion.
And
Mr. Chairman, if I could, as a point of order, just clarify that the applicant has, through clarification, withdrawn any request for recreational activities, and that the pending
Correct.
request is only for dining activities.
Yes, you made that clear in the beginning, but
Yeah,
I do
I just wanted to-
appreciate the reminder.
Sure.
Thank you,
Just want to
Steve.
confirm that was an adjustment to the application. Thank you.
Yes. Barry, go ahead.
yeah, I'm going to defer to Leslie first. Just again, I know the hour's late. We're all tired. We've been at this for near close to 6 hours. But every decision takes time to have to work with. And I would probably say that in the future, the board really should discuss additional terms before they close the public hearing, so that the public has that opportunity to be able to, understand kind of what direction the board is tracking to. So I'm not saying for now, and I
Yeah.
see Leslie nodding her head. I would
I
just say
understand what you're saying, Barry,
Okay.
but we had a long meeting. No other neighbors were chiming in. We gave the neighbors that were chiming in ample opportunity and multiple times to speak. So I think we've kind of exhausted back and forth of what everyone was looking at. And I think we're ready for a decision. That's my opinion. Is there any other discussion, comments? Leslie, I see your hand up.
Well, Barry sort of, frozen again. Barry sort of hit on what I wanted to say, which was, I just want to caution you about introducing new discussion items here after the public hearing's been closed.
I'll only ask that you comment on the things that we discussed. Anybody want to make a motion?
Barry's got his hand up.
Go
Yeah.
ahead, Barry.
Yep, John, you and I are going to agree to disagree at this point. And so what I'd like to do is, so that we understand what the conditions are that are being set forward for this application, I'm going to ask that the people who determine to close the public hearing retract that, and we can decide as a board what we're going to move ahead with, and then we can properly close the public hearing. So that is my motion.
Okay, if that's the motion and we want to reopen this, I'll leave it to the
I'm
board.
willing to retract my motion. I don't know how to do that.
You're
Okay, so
doing it.
we'll just ask for a roll call for people if they'd like to retract and open this public meeting back up. We'll take a roll call vote.
Is there a second on Barry's motion, Mr. Chair?
Yes,
Second.
Carl.
Second.
I'll second it.
Okay, motion's been made by Barry, seconded by Nat to open up, reopen the public hearing. So we'll go roll call. Barry,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Carl? Or who was sitting on this? Cam, sorry.
Campbell.
Aye.
Yeah.
And with the pleasure of the board, I'll say aye as well.
Thank you.
Okay, back to discussion. Go ahead, Barry.
Yeah, I'll defer to Dave. I'll defer to Nat,
Yeah,
because
I'm just not, I have the feeling, and I don't want to start a huge thing here, but that other than a complete denial of this application, that I feel like that is all that's going to make the neighbors happy. And with that said, I have a difficult time voting. I'm having a difficult time with it. That's all I'm going to say. Thank you.
Okay, so we opened up a public meeting. We have the ability to either keep the discussion going or continue this for the next meeting. Somebody's got to let me know what they want. We opened it up, so if there's a reason to open it up, we should have more comment or amendments or discussions. And if not, then we either continue or we go to a vote. So somebody help me here. Cam?
So I just had a question because I know that Barry had asked to have it reopened because there were conditions that were looking to be set, I think, based on time of operation, perhaps, or some other pieces. So I just wanted to throw that in there as maybe a pickup on where we could start the discussion. You know, in order to justify reopening, we should have something there. Those who read.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'll defer to Mr. Cohen for a minute, and then I promise I'm going to try to be as brief as possible here.
Okay. Yes, Stephen.
So I don't want to suggest that there is not serious weight here, because obviously there is, but I do want to point out that town meeting overwhelmingly adopted the change to the tent bylaw to allow for tents longer than 30 days by special permit. And I believe this is the first one the board has. And I think it is worth thinking about if that is now something that is allowed on Nantucket, and it is something that the board is going to be seeing. And if we're talking about dinner service at a place that already has dinner service that is, you know, louder than what's going to be there now, if that is something the board can't swallow or is having trouble with, what would be allowed, right? I mean, presumably the board is going to get many of these applications, and those applications are going to be for things that are going to be of a much greater disturbance than putting a tent over people having dinner that already exists. So I'd like the board to just consider that the town meeting has authorized this as a new thing, and I want to take into account that this is, you know, something you should take into consideration, as well as the idea that, you know, you're sort of setting the precedent of well, what are we going to be doing here? And I do think that Barry's initial idea of having, you know, a end of the season check-in as a condition is a good check-in, it's a good condition, I mean. But the at the end of the day, if the board is having trouble with this, I'm not sure the board is going to approve anything. So, you know, this is a pretty low scale tent under something that was just approved by town meeting. Thank you.
Thanks, Stephen. Cam?
Can I just, okay, sorry.
Cam, go ahead.
No, sorry. My apologies. I forgot to lower my hand.
Oh, Barry? Or
Thank you.
Matt, you wanted to speak. Go ahead.
Yeah, just, I'm sorry that this is kind of twisted into a pretzel, but I think the only thing that we should consider adding would be the end of the year review, whether that be at the October meeting or the November meeting. I'm not sure how that would fall with the calendar, but I think that point, as Barry said earlier, he's actually the one that started that with the West Ender. I think he had some sort of term he used for where the sun sets later in the year. I can't remember what it was called, but something like that. But that has worked in a lot of permits, especially these, you know, seemingly ever-changing ones. Whether the neighbors think it's really changing or not is not the point. They do have to come before us for these changes, regardless of how big they are, as far as if they meet the criteria. So I think that's the only one, in my opinion. There's less seats than there would be with the dining that's allowed in the open air. I think that is the biggest positive issue with the tent, but I think we should probably have some sort of some number 5 about the review. That would be my addition.
So looking at a specific timetable, because if we approve
The
what it
permit
is there,
says
it's
Columbus
annual
Day
basis.
weekend, so I didn't know what to
Memorial
say.
Day, to Columbus Day. So I think we'd have to obviously have not an annual review. It would have to be a review prior to the annual anniversary date. So I would look for May or earlier, no later than May, because what they're applying for is a June through Columbus Day. And also under the amendment, as Stephen said in the beginning, number 4, we're pulling out recreational purposes. So it is only for the dining. So we have to definitely mention of that. Is there anybody, does anybody have an issue with the time frame between 11 o'clock and 9 p.m.?
No.
Okay, Dave?
Yeah, I mean, I think that if we're gonna do a review, we should do it when it's hot. All right, so October is the time. I think even though their permit isn't over, I think October is, I mean, we could go November, but if we wait till next May, I just don't think it's right.
Yeah.
Columbus Day, Columbus Day is the middle of the month or so. I would say October of 2022 review. But if our meeting falls after, then we might have to move it to the November.
Mr. Chairman.
Well, I think
Mr. Chairman.
By that time, there's going to be an issue or not. So,
Barry.
Thank you. I've had my hand raised. If we're going to get to a free for all here, then I'll fight for space. But anyways, I know this is difficult, and sometimes I've found what's helpful for me too is if we're on a rather contentious matter, you can certainly go and check in with the board at every step of this. I would honestly offer to you that the best time to do this review is in November, because as David said, it will be fresh in people's minds and will also give the opportunity for the applicant to be able to coalesce the data and give us something meaningful. And if there's problems, staff can have a little time to identify what's going on and seek further clarification. So
I think you're correct. I think we're all in agreement. That's why we're mentioning Columbus Day. If it fell after our meeting or before our meeting, then it wouldn't be, I think November is a safe month.
Okay. And through you, Mr. Chairman, just can you get a head nod from the members of the board, whether that's workable?
Yes.
I think everyone's already.
All right.
That's fine. November. So we have a couple of things. We have a review in November of this year. We have the pull out recreational purposes. Nobody has an issue with the time frame from 11 till 9. Go ahead, Barry. What else would you like to add?
So there's one more thing that's very germane to this that I have to pull back in here. And I, like Dave, I struggle with trying to, find the balance here between the neighborhood and what the applicant wants to do. I cannot stress again that this is a special permit. So if the neighborhood is unpleased with it, they have every right to form a group of individuals to go back and request to the planning board that special permit be reopened. So, but it's inherent too upon the neighbors, and I have to deliver this missive, that if you're having problems, of course, like good neighbors, you'll want to talk with the individuals who are doing this thing. But somehow that has to be documented somewhere. So, and I'm hearing a little controversy back and forward. So maybe you don't want to pick up the phone and call the police department because of noise complaints and stuff, but we need to act on concrete data of when things occurred and what occurred as well too. So I think this November thing may help go far to address that. But you've got to be vocal, you've got to be active, and my God, as a board, when we review it, the documentation has got to be solid underneath it. So thank you. with that, I'll make a motion at this point if there's nothing else to close the public hearing, sir.
Okay, if everyone's satisfied with what we discussed, there's been motion.
No, I was just gonna say, before we close the public hearing, since you reopened the public hearing,
Oh,
we've had public members of the public.
Are there
raise their
people,
hand.
yeah, wishing to comment, Meg?
Yep, Virginia and Francis.
Okay, I'll take Virginia first.
Yes, this discussion has made a nice compromise between the club and the board, but has not made a compromise. No neighbors are agreeing to this. No neighbors have been involved in this discussion of a review. What the problem
That's why
is.
I'm sorry, that's why you're speaking right now, Virginia.
That's right.
Yes.
The problem is, we don't want a review. We just don't want the tent. And there's no reason to have a tent because they can eat on the patio. Well, now they can have an awning or umbrellas. The tent is not needed by Westmore and we object to it. Thank you.
Okay. Francis?
Can you hear me?
Yes, Francis. Yes, welcome back.
Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, your remarks, Mr. Chairman, the thrust of which were sort of responding to Mr. Cohen, is that this is clearly an expansion. And the discussion earlier about seating capacity is a bit of a distortion that doesn't really address what I'm saying is in fact an expansion, that you have this tent and there will be in the aggregate over the course of June through October, more people dining out there than would be if there were not a tent there. It just stands to reason given the weather. Second point and final point, not to complain, but to really discuss a fact. Earlier, people were saying they never received notice for this particular matter, and now we're talking about a review, and we haven't even gotten notice for the really important matter and how that mechanism is going to work. And just want to point that out rather than be complaining, but our faith in this, being able to make this function is somewhat skeptical. Thank you.
Thank you. Meg, any other person from the public?
No.
Okay, so we're back to entertaining a motion to close the public hearing unless there's further discussion.
Make a motion to close.
Is there a second? If you'd like to keep it open for discussion, we should continue.
I'm gonna second that.
Motion's been made to close by Nat, seconded by Dave. Roll call, Nat.
Aye.
Dave.
Aye.
Barry.
Aye.
Cam.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Now on to the merits.
John, if I may, I mean, I said earlier that I feel that the neighbors would only be happy with one outcome, and I guess that's become apparent. They weren't helping us find a compromise here. So I'm stuck. In all honesty, for me, it's become a yes with an October review, because I think that's the best we have to offer, because no other compromise was put forward.
November.
It's a November review,
Yes.
but yes.
So I'd like to make that motion.
Well, okay, we'll take that. There is a motion with, I'm assuming, Dave, you mean everything that we discussed as far as the November review, the deleting of the
November
recreational
review.
purposes.
No recreational purposes.
Okay. Is there a second for that?
I'll second that, and I want to just clarify something with staff. That will be on our agenda in November, correct? Leslie? It'll be like automatically on notice to the neighbors and the move, and we remove the word recreation from the number 4, correct?
Do you all
Okay.
want to have a public hearing, or do you just want the neighbors? I mean, I'm sorry, it's late.
No, I want,
Do you-
is
do you
the
want
review is gonna be on our agenda, is what I'm saying.
on the agenda, but not a public hearing?
As a public hearing, don't we have to have a public hearing to have? No, we don't.
No.
Okay.
No.
But the neighbors will still be able to give us what their experience was.
We could put it on under previous plans.
Okay.
So, whatever you have to do to make that possible on it. Okay,
Mr. Chair, I have a quick question,
Go
small
ahead.
concern.
We're in the middle of the vote, so go ahead. Yes, you're on this.
Well, so my concern is we're talking about being on the agenda and getting information. And I've just heard, I believe the people from this as well as other ones say that they didn't get notifications. So I'm just trying to figure out whether, notifications for this review should be out earlier than normal. Do you hear what I'm saying there? Trying
Sure.
to get,
Can we make that request, Leslie or Meg, that we send out notice
you
for
gotta have
agenda
to
to a
get the
certain
digital
party?
version of the paper.
Hold on.
If it's not a public hearing, we will not be mailing notices to the abutters. It will be
Okay.
posted on the agenda. Any member of the public is welcome to sign up for agenda alerts, and they can be notified that way. Of course, we're making this known now that it will be on the November agenda. November is sometime away from now, so I don't expect that people may remember that. So your best suggestion would be to go ahead and sign up for those planning board agenda alerts online.
super, thank you so much for clarifying.
Okay, back to the motion. We have a motion by, was it
Dave?
Dave?
Yeah.
And was that seconded by Nat?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay, I guess if there's no other clarification, we're ready for a vote. Roll call. Dave,
Aye.
Nat,
all right,
Barry,
Aye.
Cam,
She's muted.
Cam.
Oh,
when you're
I'm
ready.
sorry. Yes, thank you, Barry.
The chair is going to vote nay. I think my comment would be, with the tent that long, it almost reminds me of a structure that really should be permitted through the building department. And if it was going to be that long of a structure, maybe they should look at ground cover and constructing a permanent building or an addition to the restaurant. But for those reasons, I'm going to vote nay. All right, thank you very much, all. I guess that's the last. We're on public comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman of the board. I just wanted to appreciate your time. It's been a 6-hour meeting, and I'm sure you're all tired, and I appreciate you being thoughtful on the last agenda item. Thank you.
Thank you. Other business, our next meeting is July 11th, 4 p.m.
Mr. Chair,
And-
I just have a
Yes.
quick comment under
Go ahead.
public comment.
Sure, go ahead, Cam.
Yes, I wanted to apologize for my comment that Barry seemed to have been offended by. I just sometimes feel like we get applications, and that's just my own thing, where you get an application where what they're really trying to do is get some employee housing and try and figure out other things. So I apologize publicly for the chocolate sauce comment.
Thank you. I'm sure Barry appreciates that apology. Okay, well, thank you very much for all your hard work and attention to this very long 6-hour meeting. With that, I'd entertain a motion to adjourn.
Mr. Chair,
Hold on.
Yes,
I'm sorry, I
Catherine.
may have missed at the beginning, but did you guys approve the minutes?
Yeah,
I was helping somebody out, so trying to get them in the, for the meeting. I don't think you guys did.
No, I didn't even
No,
see it.
they
No.
never made it into the staff report.
Yeah, so are the minutes, they weren't on the staff report, but are the minutes ready to be approved?
Sorry, guys.
They
That's okay.
are. I
Thanks to
just-
her.
So we had
They are.
three.
They
I
were on the
believe.
agenda. They were on the agenda to be voted.
Yeah, so the January 31st, 2022, February 7th, 2022, March 10th, 2022.
No,
The February 14th, no,
you're looking at for the April
Oh.
11th,
gosh.
2022 and May 9th of 2022.
Mhm.
Barry did call me and he had some minor changes.
Okay, I don't see those, so Catherine, I'll leave that up to you. Which, could you clarify again, which meetings? And
April
Barry,
11th.
the comments, are you ready to approve those?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, they actually did make it into the agenda that's submitted by Megan when that goes out. So with that in mind, if you guys are good, I'd make a motion, we approve the April and May minutes with minor changes that are more typographical in nature than anything.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Motion is made by Barry, seconded by Nat to approve the April 11, 2022 and the May 9th, 2022 with staff any amendments or clarifications or corrections. Vote, roll call, Barry,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. All right, back to
Motion to adjourn?
the motion to adjourn. Thank you, Barry. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, motion has been made to adjourn by Barry, seconded by Dave. Roll call, Barry,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. Thank you all again and get some sleep. Have a good night.
Good night. Thank you.
You
Bye.
too.